der Livestream der Nurburgring Langstreckenserie. Präsentiert von Falkenreifen.
Herzlich willkommen zur Nürburgring Langstreckenserie.
Welcome to the Nurburgring for the NLS, the Nurburgring Langstrecken Series.
Und jetzt ist das Rennen freigegeben. The red lights are out now. Fans sind wieder da.
I would think that's very, very close.
Jetzt kommt er ran, zieht sich ran.
Das 12-Stunden-Rennen auf dem Nürburgring Motorsport der Extraklasse. Pickepacke-volles Haus, nicht nur hier in der Boxengasse, wo die Ampel gerade auf grün gesprungen ist. Die ersten Autos fahren vorbei und die Fans, die bis eben in der Boxengasse bleiben durften, die letzten
race for the Nurburgring, which forms actually two rounds within it. NLS6 today and NLS7 tomorrow, and they're actually slightly out of order because today is the 63rd edition of the ADAC ACAS Cup. Tomorrow is only the 62nd edition of the ADAC Reinholdus Langstrecken Rennen. We have got 12 hours, though, to try and get to precisely the bottom of that. And when I say we, it's me, Johnny Palmer, and it's this bloke over here, Peter Snowden. You're joining me for, well, half a day, Snowy. I'm really looking forward to it because actually I had a little bit of a look at the race last year, the equivalent race in 2022, and the skies did not look like this. It was hammering it down with rain all Saturday, so let's keep our fingers crossed that at least we can stay dry. There's going to be plenty of action throughout.
Indeed, 27, 28 degrees, almost perfect race conditions. It's billed as a 12-hour event, but it's two 6-hour races. So as you say, I love the fact that we've got the 63rd race first and then the 62nd. It's yeah, pick the bones out of that one.
I know, we're going to go back in time, in a sense. The Reinholdus Langstrecken Rennen has an immense history to it, but not quite as much, 1 year fewer, in fact, than the event that takes place today. You might be thinking, this is quite late on a Saturday to be racing NLS because normally it's a midday start. Generally speaking, these are 4-hour races and they run through obviously until 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The point of this, though, is that we run into nighttime hours. So we're in the build-up, of course, now. The race start time a little way off now, and as I say, 6 hours, which will come to a close at just before 10 o'clock tonight. A rare thing to be able to race the full Norschleife, not quite the full Grand Prix track, but the full Norschleife at night. The only other time you can do this is during the 24 hours.
Yeah, there was a bulletin, I don't know whether you saw, I think it was yesterday, I actually saw it first thing this morning, John, they changed the circuit slightly, that they're using not just called the loop, part of the Grand Prix circuit, so it does extend it by 1.5 kilometres to 25.8 or something, I think it is. So yeah, it is a slightly different layout. As you say, they basically use the full Norschleife and half of the GP circuit, so it includes the famous Mercedes Arena. That's the big part of it. I always find it slightly odd on that, 'cause you go onto that circuit and it's then, you know, as soon as I've got up to speed and you're thinking you're on the GP circuit and you've got to do that downhill hairpin left to the right, which is a fantastic overtaking opportunity, actually one of the few opportunities on the circuit, because there's not a great deal of overtaking opportunities on the Nordschleife itself for the contemporary cars, each of their classes. So obviously GT3 cars coming past, you know, GT4s or TCRs, etc. Yes, but relatively in their group, it's pretty tight stuff. But that's one of those opportunities. They've got that long run down the pit straight. The first turn is a more than 90 degree acute left, long sweeping, right-hander, big left-hander into that Mercedes Marina. They get a good run out of there. There's a big wide exit. They can use a lot of track on the left-hand side to almost do that switch back across the dive down to the inside. So I guarantee we'll see some manoeuvres down there. Of course, now in 12 hours, nothing will ever happen, will it? Now I've said it.
I think it will.
I think it will.
And actually,
I think it's fairly safe money.
We talk about it being two separate races. That is true. However, it is important by 9:30 tonight to have as big a lead in your GT3 car or in your Cup 2 Porsche or in your Cup 3 Cayman, to have as big a lead as possible, because the other thing I made sure I did prior to this weekend is watch some of Sunday afternoon's race of last year. And do you remember how they restarted the cars?
Yeah.
3 lanes in the pit lane, and you've got a person at the front of every single lane and then they're firing cars off at designated time intervals according to how they finish on the Saturday
Correct.
night.
That's the key bit, not 30-second intervals, but according to how they finished the day before. So it is effectively qualifying for the second race.
Yes.
So it is one race. You're right. It's one race split into two parts.
Yes.
So it is a 12-hour
organised
race.
by two different bodies entirely.
Yes.
As well.
Over a day.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, you know, if you've been
Confused? We are.
If you've been watching the Nurburgring Norschleife racing for a number of years, the Nurburgring Langstrecken series, or VLN as it was previously, if you've paid close attention to the Nurburgring 24 hours, they love it complicated here. But I think the complex nature of that, actually, the idea is to try and make a really good race to watch. You don't really need to know all the ins and outs of it. We will explain it to you. But the priority during the 24 hours for a lot of people is just to turn up in the forest and drink beer. And yes, there's cars going round, which is...
Not the drivers, of course.
Not the drivers, unless it's not your stint. There's plenty of time to sober up.
Yeah.
You know, there's cars going around and it's a motor race, and that's all some people want to know. But we will obviously chuck in a bit of information here and there as well. The other interesting thing for me is that Sunday morning, when the cars are sent out from the pit lane, there's probably 3/4 of a lap where they're under code 60 conditions. So they're being sent off at the same time intervals that they finished on Saturday. But bear in mind, it's at a reduced speed. And I heard you and Bruce this time last year going, a 1 minute lead has turned into about 24 seconds. Now that's, I think, because they're all being sent off, you know, under the code 60 rule, which is 60 kph and no faster. That is something, though, much further down the road. I think we should deal with this 6-hour race in isolation, first of all, qualifying for which took place early this morning, and it was not without incident. A big off for the 979 Porsche Cayman close to the end of the lap. There's also been various things going on at Arenberg for one of the Schnitzelarm Mercedes. And keeping race cars cool appears to be the big issue at this stage. I mean, a lot of southern Europe, Spain, Portugal, Italy, has been going through the mill in low 40 degrees Celsius quite recently. It looks to be a beautiful early September day this part of Germany as well. But that in itself brings its own problems, because when you're qualifying, you're not necessarily got the car out for the whole of the session, and if you do decide to pit part way through, you've got to keep temperatures down.
Yeah, I'll pick up on that for you, Johnny, because as you mentioned about code 60s, it was a code 60 strewn qualifying session. I would say that the vast majority of qualifying was under the code 60 regulation, which makes it difficult for drivers to get a decent lap in, because you might not have the right person in the right car at the right time. Normally there is one driver who is going to be the person that sets the qualifying time. That tends to be the way. So you haven't got that person in the car at the right time, or there's no opportunity to do it. That's a problem.
Yep.
And going back to what you said, that then has the additional layer of trouble, where the cars are designed to work in a certain window, a parameter of temperature, not just ambient, but the way the racing car works. It's something that we always have to try and explain to sort of, if you like, lay people. When you're talking about it, I say AKA the pub, or be the park, or wherever, to somebody about why we think it's an Aston Martin, it's a BMW, whatever. Yes, they're road-based. It's a brand we all understand. But the race cars, these are thoroughbreds, and they're designed to work at an operating window of performance. So sitting behind in the code 60, the car's not designed to do 60 Ks, which just really isn't. It's meant to do 300 plus K. So it's not getting everything through it the way it should, which has different layers of problems, because A, it's not getting enough air through the engine, the radiator, to keep the car cool, but nothing else is getting up to temperature. So brakes, gearboxes, all that kind of stuff, tyres, they all cool down. So it's almost like it's like a double whammy on the graph. It goes opposite ways, and then all of a sudden we go to come out of code 60. Of course, the driver gets on it, hits the loud pedal, hits the gas, and away you go. And all of a sudden you've got a car that's not really up to speed, literally, and on cold tyres and cold brakes, and it's all a bit squirrely. And anyway, you don't want to be experiencing that as a Nurburgring. So that's where experience of this place comes into its own. because those drivers know. But you'll have all that intel on the radio all the time of your engineers telling you when it's likely to end, but you don't always know.
It also takes skill, though, because you may be out in qualifying being asked to produce a good time when the car is far from its best.
Yeah, dig deep. So you've got to do it. It's it's not just an easy job of sitting down twiddling the wheel.
No,
there's a bit more to it.
No, and also a big question mark as to whether you're going to get clear air. You never get clear air, frankly, around here because it's a short, sharp qualifying session.
First lap, that's it.
Yeah, but in qualifying, I don't think it really exists unless you're lucky enough to be the first car out onto the track, of course, and then you really do have to take that by both hands and hope that it's a good enough time. It's actually 4.6 seconds, the margin between the quickest and the next quickest car. I'll run through those in detail in a second. Obviously, if you're paying attention to our feed both visually and audibly, then you will have had a quick rundown there of the cars and their positions, but I'll run through that in detail in a moment or two. We won't get starting drivers until just after 3:30 local time when the race begins. But I should mention that this is part of a huge festival weekend which is deemed the Red Bull Formula Nurburgring, and as part of the 12 hours of the Nurburgring, we've got Formula 1 cars returning to the legendary track. Red Bull Formula Nurburgring bringing young motorsport talent and driving legends with different racing series towards this season highlights. And I know David Coulthard was confirmed not too long ago to be part of this weekend. It's running late this evening. We've already had plenty of that track entertainment this morning, and if you like, the day's turned on its head tomorrow with the bulk of, well, some entertainment certainly going on again tomorrow morning, but I believe Sunday evening as well, away from the track, there's plenty of highlights as well. So, I mean, it's a cracking time to come to experience the Nürburgring if you've never done it before. Yeah,
exactly so. I mean, the 24-hour, as you've mentioned earlier, is a festival in its own right. It's quite extraordinary, as is music at the Nürburgring, as in that festival. Was it Rock am Ring? But the 12-hour as well, Formula 1 displays. David Coulthard, you just mentioned, is a super sub, stepping in for Daniel Ricciardo with his broken metatarsal in his hand after the Dutch Grand Prix qualifying incident. He was out to be in a Red Bull, so David Coulthard super subbing for him. Matthias Lauda, Niki Lauda's son, driving one of his father's 312T, I think it is. It might be a B3, but I think it was a 312T. Ralf Schumacher out in one of his Williams. Sebastian Vettel out in his. He's got a nice collection of Formula 1 cars, all running on his sustainable fuels. One thing, I think in my excitement at reading bulletins, I might need to correct myself already, Johnny, get it in early, and therefore misinform the public. I think for this race, we're actually using the full GP circuit change. There was a change in the bulletin, it had increased. That extra 1.5k would seem logical, not Mercedes Arena, but going down all the way down to the bottom, the full Mercedes loop. We'll find out when we see the cars out on track fairly shortly in their formation lap.
During one of my sentences, and sometimes I think far too much about what I'm saying rather than what I'm seeing, but I did see cars at the bottom of the hill there at the Goodyear hairpin. Remember this now, of course, it's no longer referred to as the Dunlop hairpin, with Goodyear effectively taking the umbrella company of Dunlop in this part of the world.
Other brands of corner are available.
Apparently so, but you have to make sure that you are at the right meeting, if you like, because certain corners can change from series to series.
Down there, yes, we're right, Johnny, they are. We're using the full GP circuit.
But Mercedes Arena, not at all. Therefore, are we doing the Haug Hook, the Yokohama S, as it's called, the right and the left that we get during the Nürburgring 24 hours? That might be one that we have to wait for the start of the race. The highlighted bit of the track on your tracker suggests we are doing the full Mercedes Arena as well. It depends, I suppose, how much paddock space all of these Formula 1 cars take up and whether that is needed at the Mercedes Arena, which, of course, during Nürburgring 24-hour weekend, you haven't a hope of using that part of the track because the paddock is fit to bursting with so many supporting categories. So it's Peter Snowden, Johnny Palmer. We're here on RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. Race start is a little over 45 minutes away, so 3:30 local. You can do the relevant calculations, or indeed, if you head to radio-show.co.uk and scroll to the bottom of that page, the schedules are all there for RS1, RS2 IMSA Radio and RS3, and making sure that you've got your browser time set correctly, then the website website will do all the hard work for you and tell you precisely when the shows are due to be on air. Tomorrow, treat that as a normal Saturday NLS, effectively. So we're on air at 11:15 local time, midday start. Just remember, it's not a 4-hour race tomorrow. It's a continuation of a 12-hour race. So we're also racing for 6 hours tomorrow as well. Much like the previous NLS race that you weren't here for, but Bruce and I called that, I think, NLS 5, the Rover 6-hour ADAC Ruhr-Poker.
That's right, because I was covering event Hankook, Estoril 12-hour race for RSL. You say they like things complicated here at the Nurburgring. You're absolutely right about tomorrow being a continuation of this, but actually revert back to the standard NLS circuit tomorrow. We don't use the full GP circuit.
So it's a different track.
Different layout tomorrow, yes. So you effectively, you do a 6-hour race today to set yourself a qualifying position, and the glory of that, obviously, but set the position for your grid for a race tomorrow on a different layout. It's only a tiny bit different, though.
True, but you've got to remember when you get down to turn 1 which way you're going to be going.
Yep.
And also, will anybody have qualified on tomorrow's track today? Probably not.
Probably not.
Okay, part of me absolutely loves that, and that's precisely why the organisers, I think, are a hit.
But we do have qualifying in the morning, tomorrow morning.
Okay,
there's a separate qualifying,
but it's not actually proper qualifying, unless it's a different format from last year, of course. But I hadn't realised that it was, if that's the case. Unless it's sort of a practice session to say, right, everyone, this is the track we're using today.
Well, it's an hour and a half at 8:30 to 10 o'clock.
Is that
Qualifying
will that be a
NLS7.
different grid?
Sorry?
Will that be a different grid for Sunday's race, therefore?
I suspect so, yes.
So are we in 2023, in fact, running an aggregate race rather than the format? Hey, we've done our research, folks. Well, I did in the middle of the week. I watched last year's race.
This 63 and 64 thing, so I think the 62, I think the 63rd race on Sunday sets the grid for the race today.
Yes. Well, that would work perfectly, wouldn't it? Just guess where you think you might be by Sunday lunchtime. I wonder whether it's qualifying by name, but not necessarily by definition. So, get plenty of chance to recalibrate the brain and say, this is the track today, everybody, but the times don't count. The times that are important is where you finish versus everybody else at 9:30 tonight. That rather remains to be seen, and some of you might know the answers to these questions, folks. I have to admit that we don't necessarily know all the answers.
Well, there's definitely a separate qualifying at 8:30 to 10 o'clock CET tomorrow, as in an hour different to UK.
But
for those listeners in the UK.
How on earth does that work when you have a checkered flag wave tonight, therefore an order, which I thought was carried on into NLS7, but we also have a qualifying session at RSL_studio on Twitter. If you have some theories or you know the concrete answer on this, I really should have dug out this season's regulations, which are notoriously hard to find, but I thought the safe bet would be just watch last year's race.
Well, no, because I'm just reading the regulations, and it's actually a totally separate event tomorrow.
Okay.
With separate qualifying in the morning, entirely separate.
Okay, right.
So there's nothing about using Part 1 results.
So the format from last year, although most enjoyable.
2022, wonderful, tick, park. Okay. 2023, different.
Great. We should have had this production meeting possibly before the red lights went on.
Exactly.
However, we have got another 42 minutes or so to continue to discuss this, and I actually think people like the little window into the green room that this is effectively becoming. It's you and I having a production chat for the best part of an hour. And welcome everybody along.
I think what we're very good at is making it look like we don't know what we're doing, which actually draws the audience in.
This is all
participation and engagement. It's all part of it.
Wouldn't it be boring if we
they're
just
all sitting there thinking, no, you're wrong. So that's great. Well, we've got them on board now. So I think also last year, let's just throw another layer in, shall we? Didn't we last year in that race have a Parc Fermé rules overnight?
Yes.
Yes, well, there aren't this year, so therefore it is separate.
And the only thing you could do overnight was possibly adjust the mirrors, wipe the screen. You could change your driver overnight. There's no Parc Fermé rules then from 9:30 tonight through till the race starts tomorrow, not as far as you can tell from the regulations.
I need to double check purely on FIA rules here, which doesn't necessarily apply to everything, but it is pretty well a sort of gold standard across the world. But I think there would need to be a difference between today and tomorrow because you're running a different layout of circuit, albeit minimal. It's not massively different in the scale of the Norschleife, a whole 25k. We're talking probably 3k different at that at best. But I think under regulation you would have to do that and make it a separate event and not carry your qualifying across, because how could you have qualifying on one layout and then another? I mean, I remember experiencing this a few years ago at what's now called the Festival at Silverton, Silverton Classic that was. They ran different races. Some of the cars ran on the historic Grand Prix circuit, so i.e. not the Vale, so it's between Stowe and Club and, Stowe down to Club.
Yes.
The old bit, so you flick through a faster bit. Some of the series, because there were different organisers running at the event, some ran on a different layout, and basically after qualifying or pre-practice they just went, MS UK just said you can't do that, you can't run, the permit is for a layout for the weekend and that's that. You can't run it different day to day, etc, etc. So I appreciate that's the UK, not here at the Nurburgring, and it's different organisers, but it's pretty well standard. But common sense would prevail that how could you finish one race on a layout and that grid count towards a race on a different layout the following day? I mean, everybody's capable of adhering to it. That's not a problem.
Yeah.
But
well, also, I mean, it depends how much you want to drill down into this. But let's say the car tonight has a minute's lead. The way it's built that lead is via one type of circuit. You then go into another circuit where it may not have had a minute's lead. It could be fair to or unfair to one party rather than the other. My other concern is, you say it's not that different. I agree with you. However, on the shortened circuit, there's a massive hard stop coming out of Mercedes Arena, and heaven forbid if somebody actually forgets what day they're racing, either the Saturday or the Sunday, and they come charging out of Mercedes Arena thinking we're going all the way down to the bottom of the hill. You could have a monster accident. So I think, the hour and a half of qualifying tomorrow morning to refresh everybody's minds and say, this is the track we're racing today.
Yeah, muscle memory, get your dial back in again.
Exactly. Okay.
Because drivers are pretty good at that. I mean, you have to remind you, out of the pits, turn right is usually quite helpful.
Normally it takes a lap, possibly for some 2 or 3, but by that stage, it's there, isn't it? But
abilities may vary.
True enough, and it's going to be unfair for those drivers who hadn't done much racing on the Saturday and then suddenly have to get on board to drive a completely different circuit. This is all now starting to make a lot more sense in my mind. I'm somewhat disappointed that last year's format isn't going to be continued, but there may have been 1 or 2 issues with it, let's say. Now, how is Nicky Thiem's German? Because this interview might be in English. However, Rob, I don't know whether we can fade this up to see what language Nicky's talking. And the answer appears to be no. But Nicky Thiem, I'm sure, did the qualifying time for the Aston Martin, the Durr Motorsport number 24 car, that he shares with Phil and Ben Durr, who I think only started competing on the Nürburgring this year. And they're 2 young lads. One's still in his teens. I'll have to look them up to make sure I've got them the right way around. I think Ben is the younger of the 2. But Nicky, clearly a platinum driver with his ex-factory Aston Martin experience. And clearly, his connections with the team mean that he's here again this weekend in the Durr Motorsport Aston Martin. My concern here, Snowy, as a big Aston Martin fan, is that the car's 4.5 seconds adrift in qualifying. However, there are many, many different tales to emerge from a qualifying session. That doesn't necessarily mean there's going to be a difference in race pace. Certainly, every single lap, 4.6 seconds, surely not.
Well, it's interesting. I was exchanging messages with Mr. Pitbull Pittard earlier today, and just saying good to see him back in the saddle. Of course, one of the 4 of the Fricadelli 24-hour winning car, that Ferrari 296, a car that's on pole today, but we'll come back to that in a minute. But I said you're looking forward to it, etc. And he said the only airtime he wants today from us is when he's won it. That'll be good enough. Yeah.
Fair enough.
However, the engine is slowly getting further back throughout the year. As in, he said, I started with an Aston, then Ferrari, now Porsche.
Yeah.
To which I went, BOP. And he went, question mark? I went, balance of Porsche.
Yes.
It's like, got you now, mate. Yes. So,
or balance of Pittard.
I think, well, exactly, even better. There you go.
Are they trying to slow the pit ball down, perhaps?
See, what he's done is he's brought us in, he's sucked us in, drawn us in again, Johnny. That's what he's done. My
only concern is, having seen those cars go so well during the were over 6 hours 2 months ago. Why are the Falcon Motorsport Porsches only 6th and 9th for David's car that he shares with Klaus Bachler? We have a Ferrari, as you've mentioned, not the Frigadelli machine, but the Racing One prepared 296 GT3. 4 drivers for that. What's the betting Luca Ludwig did the time? He was being spoken to on the grid not too long ago. So let's say that Luca Ludwig did the 8:46.743. You've got Jakob Schell, Stefan Aust and Christian Kohlhaas also in that Ferrari. But that is a Pro-Am car. So as the 4 drivers are cycled through that, there will be at least 1 bronze in that combination. You would sense that that's, unless it gets a massive getaway at the start, that's going to get sucked in by some more of the pro cars. To me, the Aston Martin's a bit of an unknown entity. There's no question about Nicky Thiem's talents. He's down as an Austrian on the entry list. I think that must be because he's entered as with an Austrian licence, but very much of Denmark. And then you've got Phil Doer, who's 18 years old, and Ben Doer, 18 years old, brother Phil, 4 years older, 22. They're both from Butzbach in Hessen. And I don't know how quick these guys are going to be, because they've been racing until fairly recently the ADAC GT4 Championship. They did do the Nurburgring 24 hours this year in a Door Motorsport Aston Martin, but they haven't entered that many NLSs. So why not have a crack at the 12 hours? And I'm going to be fascinated to see, well, first of all, who's likely to be the quicker of the 2 brothers? Is it Phil or is it Ben? And are they going to be able to match Nicky Thiem's pace? But certainly no question about Nicky Thiem getting the car right up there on the front row of Start Group 1. Then it's a Mercedes from the CP Racing American squad. That's Charlie Putman's team that he shares, as always, really, with Charles Espenlau, Shane Lewis, and they brought their old friend Adam Christodoulou into the lineup as well. He is no stranger to CP Racing, but I'm trying to remember who typically the 4th driver is if it's not Adam in that squad. I'm missing another American, aren't I? Joey Foster. Joey Foster, isn't it?
Yeah, Joey Foster.
So we haven't got Foster in the 45 car, but Adam Christodoulou, it's not a bad replacement, is he?
Now, of course, they will be heading to Barcelona next weekend for the 24-hour with this car as well.
Yes.
For the Hankook finale.
Indeed. And it remains to be seen whether it's the same chassis, but it's a very relatively simple trip, I suppose.
Hugely impressive, I've got to say, to have that car on the 2nd row. Yes.
Well, that'll be a Christodoulou time.
Yeah,
I'm almost positive.
Undoubtedly, as you said about the car ahead of it, the Aston of Door Motorsport with Nicky Thiem and Phil and Ben Doer. Absolutely no disrespect to them, but it's going to be a Nicky Thiem time in that car, as it should be, because he's a works Aston driver effectively.
Yeah.
And we've seen before that he can do things with a car, particularly if he's got an Aston badge on the front, that seems to defy physics, which is great. We like that.
But the 2 Doer brothers are of silvers, so as I say, I think they won't be that far away.
No slouches.
And I'm going to be intrigued to see how they get on across such a long period of time over 12 hours, 2 separate 6-hour races. So now, as I recalibrate my mind that it's not a continuation of Saturday's race, then presumably slightly increased points for each of the races, and it'll be about getting a good race finish on both days rather than trying to be there or thereabouts come 9:30 tonight and then continuing on. You've just got to go hell for leather from the off, really, and try and get as big a gap as possible. And yes, the cars will be re-prepped and turned around, but bear in mind, they will all have done, hopefully, they will have all done 6 hours before you then go into qualifying for yet another event. So it's not quite like a standard NLS race. You know, these are going to be tired cars. Yes, some components will need to be replaced. I don't think it will be part Ferme conditions, but how much are you actually going to be able to change, unless you want a very, very late night, by tomorrow morning?
It never ceases to amaze me, actually, when you look at technicians and engineers with how much work they do create. And I'm sure it's entirely justifiable from running the car's perspective. I'm a mere humble bit of driver experience, so I just drive it and get out of it. But a car will go for 24 hours and it will survive. But 2 6-hour races in 12, also we need to do a load of fettling that you wouldn't do anyway. So I often wonder if there's how much work you do or do not need to know. But I'm sure the technicians, they want to have it, as I said before, I used the phrase, they're thoroughbreds. They want it prepped every time. So finishing this race today, you're no longer mindful as the driver that you've got to have the car on the grid tomorrow position-wise, but it has still got the next round is tomorrow. There's not a 2-3 week lead time to go and repair things. You've only got overnight, so you will be mindful of that because you want the car in as good a condition as possible for the team. And that's one of the things that I love about sports car racing is that it's very much a team effort. It's not just that single driver, single car effort. It's very much a team effort because you're always conscious that you're driving the car and you're going to hand it over to somebody, which is a key part of this, and driving styles. And some people are incredibly smooth, some people are less so, not necessarily hard. You do get some that are completely hard on the car, and it can always be a problem. It sets issues up for later. And then you get the people of the Nicky teams of the world that just seem to be absolutely flat out regardless, and you think, how do they do that without damaging the car? And that's just on another level. They've got a finesse, they've got a style, got an approach where they can just drive a car like that. I think Nicky team would get a time out of a wheelbarrow anywhere, to be honest.
True. Yes,
and others like that. The Ludwigs of the world. They're just on a different level.
I suppose when Nicky rocks up to this race and he's sharing with 3 other out-and-out pros, then that is a car that ultimately all the pros should like. However, if it's a Pro-Am car, you've got to make it slightly more forgiving, slightly more comfortable for the lesser experienced and slower drivers. Slower is very much in inverted commas there because they're still not hanging around. But actually, in a Pro-Am car, the pro is not the priority. It's about making sure your AMs are comfortable, isn't it?
Absolutely. I've done quite a bit of this in the past, and I remember one of my mentor, if you like, to prepare back in the UK, Colin Blower, bless him. Colin always said, we make it as fast as the man who's paying the money can drive it. That was always the way. Whoever's paying the bills, that's got to be within their comfort zone. And sometimes in testing, we would do that, and that person might leave, so the AM might leave. Having done their test, they've got business commitment, which is how they funded the racing in the first case. And then every now and again, Colin had a little look in his eye, a little glint, and he'd look at me, and he'd use this phrase, which was, shall we spoil it? Which meant, what's left? But he wanted to know professionally that he was preparing the car, and all teams will do the same. What was left? What capacity have you got? What margin left? And how much faster can you go without stressing it? And the only rule was, do not bin it when doing that. Yeah, if you want to go a second or 2 seconds quicker, that's fine. We know what's left, therefore how much we're stressing the car, and that's how you set it up. And that's it's been the backbone of this type of racing is Pro-Am for a reason. Which brings me neatly to what I was just about to say of the Nicky team and Adam Christodoulos in those cars. So as they happened, second, third on the grid, those 2 drivers in that Aston and Mercedes respectively are only going to bring greater information, greater intel to that team. You've got to say the Doors have got silver lineup, the Putnam's, Espinal and Lewis Chain, they're not exactly lacking in experience, any of them, let alone collectively.
Certainly not.
But it's only going to add to have somebody of Adam Christodoulos' experience in a GT3 Mercedes, bring that to it on things that they will have just explored and found differently on a slightly different level because they're operating in a slightly different place. And Nicky team will do exactly the same with the Aston of, when it does this, you'll find it does that, which those drivers may not have experienced yet because they haven't quite pushed to that envelope. And that can only be a benefit all round. Whether they can do it or not is another question.
I'm sure
knowing the car can do it's doing one thing.
Yeah,
being able to do it, it's another thing.
Yeah, entirely. I think consistent conditions will help with that, and also, the pros are employed not only to pedal these cars incredibly quickly, but also to be a coach, I suppose, too, and offer advice where necessary. Have a look at telemetry. Have a look at pedal patterns, the cross hairs that I've seen before, the graphs whereby the mixture of throttle application but also release mixed in with braking application and working out where things can be improved. The problem is this is such a long track. It's not like Brands Hatch Indy circuit where there's only 4 corners practically, and you can more or less meticulously go through each one of those fine tuning. Even the pros will tell you there ain't no perfect lap that you're ever going to get around here. It's just not possible with 100+ corners. And you have to sort of be happy with a lap that might be, from your perspective, from an AMS perspective, 75% there, rather than the perfect lap that you're never going to achieve.
And one of the advantages of it being such a long lap, though, is that there is so much data. So normally circuits are, we say, 2.5, 3.5 miles long. We look at lap times of around about 2.5 minutes as an average. Don't quote me on that, and I'm sure there's no, but roughly that's what we're talking about across the world, most sort of circuits. This is an absolute exception, but that's the silver lining to every cloud. That brings with it constantly more data. So people like the teams, Nicky teams of the world, Adam Christodoulou, can look at that information. This is where the team bit comes in again. It's not just about coaching the drivers. It's sitting down with the engineers and saying, right, at this point of the circuit, the car's doing this. A car will have its strengths and weaknesses. Nicky team seems to be quite a specialist in front-engined GT cars. As is Adam Christodoulou. It's going to be very different in a mid-engine car, but they'll have their pros and cons throughout the circuit. And bits of it, it'll suddenly seem quick. And it might be that one driver, an AM driver, albeit a silver rated, which is a good level to be as an AM driver, no slouch certainly, then there might be areas of the circuit that you don't quite feel comfortable with the car and could be losing a 10th here, a 100th there, whatever, and that's collectively over a long lap of an 8-odd minute lap round here can suddenly add into quite a bit. Suddenly you can be best part of a minute down, and that's where your experienced drivers are going to sit with the data, sit with the engineers and say, right, as you say, pedal movements, graphs, how they're doing things, transition from accelerator to brake, etc. I mean, I can remember first time I drove a GT1 car. Remember those GT1 cars 20 years ago?
Yeah.
And seeing the graph of the transition from accelerator to brake and basically being told, you're being far too gentle.
Okay.
Yeah, you need to be more aggressive. It's a racing car. Don't worry. It isn't a switch, because you've got to treat that accordingly because there's no traction control, etc. in those days. But don't be quite so gentle from one to the other and whatever. And I remember one of the things we were told on the graph, which just stunned me, and I think it was to exaggerate for clarity, but to get you to focus your mind, was when you're fully on the throttle and you go to fully on the brake, they wanted that brake a minimum of halfway depressed by the time the throttle had come back to rest.
Okay,
So,
wow.
i.e. the foot transfer had got to be that quick, that positive.
Yes.
And the graph was that the members saying no curves, castellations they want, a vertical rise on the graph, a flat at the top, and a drop again.
So in the time that the accelerator pedal actually naturally returns to its
you should have the brake pedal
position.
at least 50% depressed.
Yeah.
By the time
and that's not left
back.
foot braking. That's
and that's that. If you're that,
that's full off and back
which
on.
then begs the next question of, so why aren't you left foot braking here? And so, which I then had to learn how to do, and it's extraordinary through the faster speed corners, because you can keep everything spooled up, if you like, on the throttle, and you can just lift on the throttle and come back, say, a few percent, but just blend on the brake.
Yeah.
So somewhere, if you wanted to, Eau Rouge, you're going into that. If you did brake going into Eau Rouge, I never did. Never went quick enough not to. No, but you could just blend a bit, and that's where. And these are the things you learn, and I learned this from no less than a world champion in that car. So somebody knew what they were doing.
Fascinating stuff, and yeah, these are the things that are continually. You're trying to get better as an AM driver. Learning the track is one thing, but also how the car works its way around here, because to some degree you are a passenger as well. You've got to work with the car rather than against it to try and extract that extra bit of lap time. But I think I'm encouraged by the mixture that we have at the sharp end of the grid. We're not going to see the 107 Cup 2 Porsche starting as high up on the grid as it actually managed in qualifying, because if we were to grid the cars up as they finished qualifying earlier today, we'd actually have a Cup 2 Porsche in 4th place with an 856.803. That's the Team Matol 911 GT3 Cup. Bear in mind, Cup 2 is entirely made up of 911 GT3 Cup cars, and it is the Zimmermann brake parts car of Arne Hofmeister and Reinhard Koffler. But the way qualifying panned out, Cup 2 car is right up there. Just remember that everything's sort of semi-reordered in Start Group 1, as in the GT3s are moved to the front. However, you don't put SP9 GT3 Pro cars in front of Pro-Ams. If you're a Pro-Am and you've done a quicker time than a Pro, that is where you'll start. And that's precisely why we've got the 19 Ferrari starting from the right-hand side of the front row. 1 minute board now being shown. Yes, it's a 3:30 local time start, but I'll remind you again that a rolling lap, particularly on the full circuit here, the Gesamtstrecke, including the Grand Prix Strecke as well, easily takes 20 minutes to complete. So that's the reason why we're sending them off at 10 minutes past 3 for an intended 3:30 start. Bearing in mind the 107 Cup 2 Porsche will be pushed rearward from where its rightful qualifying position should have been. Actually starting from 4th place will be a BMW alongside the number 45 Mercedes, and that is the M4 GT3 from Valkenhorst Motorsport of Nicholas Kruten and Dylan Pereira, who is a well-known Porsche specialist with his Super Cup exploits and also racing in championships like the Carrera Cup Deutschland and Benelux has passed as well. He is from Luxembourg. An 8:58.797. I don't know whether that was a Kruten or a Pereira time. I looked through the various data sheets, but it didn't actually tell me that. So it's kind of toss a coin between Nicholas Kruten and Dylan Pereira, depending on who you reckon will be quicker in a BMW. The number 4 Porsche will then be starting from 5th position on the grid. Green flag is being waved now, by the way, so the cars are off onto their formation lap and they'll do a full circuit of the Grand Prix track first of all. Dennis Fetzer and Martin Ragginger in the number 4 Porsche, a 9:01.5052. I expected, as mentioned, that one or indeed both of the Falken Motorsport Porsches would have been higher up in the order than that. Then there's another Cup 2 car. Again, it'll be towards the back of the Group 1 starting order, but nevertheless it qualified in 7th position overall. The Mühlner Motorsport Porsche number 124 of Nick Selewski, Tobias Vasquez Garcia, Marcel Hopper and Peter Terting in the H&R Special Federn GmbH Mühlner Motorsport prepared Porsche. 9:02.5 was its time, and it will therefore start alongside the 107 Porsche towards the back of Startgruppe 1. 105 is another Cup 2 Porsche. They're showing really good speed this weekend. Dominic Fugel, Fidel Lieb and Marcel Fugel are the drivers there. A 9:02.995. 9th position for the number 3 Porsche, again a Falken Motorsport. We've spoken already of David Pittard. He joins his Austrian teammate Klaus Bachler in the number 3 car, but they will be starting a couple of places further up than that. I make it 6th place for Porsche number 3. And then to complete the top 10 in qualifying, it is an SP9 Pro Audi of Scherer Sport and the familiar combination of Vincent Kolb and Frank Stippler. Probably a Frank Stippler time. 9:12.371 it was. They managed 7 laps in qualifying, and that car will be starting from 7th position on the grid. So they're working their way through. And actually, I'll correct what I've said about Cup 2 Porsches. They are going to start in the right positions, so there'll be no reordering of GT3 cars to the front. Early concern, though, for the number 11 Mercedes from Schnitzelarm, which is not on the grid. Instead is in the garage with a lot of furrowed brows here, Snowy.
Yeah, with the engineer sitting in that car with oily hands, quite literally obviously working on it and cycling through something in the garage. So we'll come back to that. Just very quickly, start groups. Johnny, 38 cars in our first group are SP7, SP8, SP9, 10, 40, 80, Cup 2 and SP6. SP9 and Cup 2, as you said, 13 entries apiece. They're the high timers, and then 5s and 2s. Start group 2, I think it's 2.5 minutes between each group today on this. Our yellow group, start group 2, it's red, yellow and black as in the German national flag. Start group 2 has 53 cars and start group 3 has 29 cars. So they'll be out in order very shortly. One notable absentee from high up the grid is the Valkenhorst BMW 34. We had 3 entries, 34, 35 and 36 being the competition numbers. 34 is the Christian Krohn's Jakub Gamaziak entry, which had an issue in qualifying and ended up in a gravel trap backwards. I think it was either a mechanical failure. I don't think it actually touched anything. It ended up in the gravel backwards at Arenberg, I noticed this morning, and it had to be recovered. So I've got a feeling it either went off on something or flew, but it was the only car to do it, or something broke. And to be honest, Johnny, I can't even see it on our qualifying sheet at the moment as to where it is, how far down it is, because its sister car of number 35 is 5th on the grid.
You've got page numbers on the bottom right, and if I've just been perusing the bottom of page 12 and all of page 13, and sadly there are 5 cars there listed that did not qualify, and one of them is a Valkenhorst Motorsport BMW. No times, no laps, in fact, completed for Christian Krognes, as you say, and Kuba Gamaziak. And the other car that hit drama, so much so that it didn't qualify at all, is the number 11 Mercedes. It got stuck. I remember now a replay that you and I were being shown not too long ago of it being stuck at Arenberg, facing the wrong way, I'm pretty sure. That's the Patrick Assenheimer, Marcel Markovits, Colin Carasani and Phil Ellis Mercedes.
A Schnitzel car,
yeah. Potentially that was going to be very, very quick with that 4-driver.
But that's
lineup.
exactly the same place that the Gamaziak's M4 Valkenhorst was parked as well.
Okay, Arenberg.
So I wonder if that leads to this fluid or something and went off. But I didn't know about the Mercedes one, the Schnitzel. So thanks for the update on that. That's the car we just saw in the pit garage.
Precisely.
Yeah, exactly, the camera on it. But the Valkenhorst BMW, I didn't think it connected with a barrier, but it appears that it may well have had a fate befallen it greater than my eyes believed.
I mentioned 5 cars, so let's give you the other 3 whilst I'm on that page. The 460 Porsche Cayman, which is part of the VT3 class for Eric Ullstrom and Alexander Volker, who are of Sweden and Switzerland respectively. At least they are by their licenses today. And it's the MSC Adenauer Porsche Cayman GTS, which was unable to qualify. I'm not sure that necessarily prevents it joining into the race at some stage, but the 11 Mercedes certainly doesn't look in a fit state to be doing that anytime soon. A BMW 330i from the quirkily titled, and it's in small print because it's such a long name, VT2-rear and 4-wheel drive. Remember, VT2 is actually split into 2 different categories for the Frontentrieb and the Heckentrieb. Front-wheel drive and rear-wheel drive cars, but also lump into the rear-wheel drive cars those with 4-wheel drive as well. And the Black Falcon Team Bilstein car of Jimmy Broadbent. Now, is that the same Jimmy Broadbent of sim racing fame?
It is.
It is. There we are. Steve Brown and Mikhail Charadin, who should have been in that BMW Black Falcon Team Bilstein 330i. Again, whether it joins into the race, we'll have to wait and see, but didn't manage to post a time. And nor finally did the V6 Porsche Cayman S number 396 for Adrenaline Motorsport Team Motec of Lutz Ruhr, Christian Gullersbach, Andres Scheckler and Daniel Zils. Zils, a former champion of the Nurburgring Langstrecken series and probably handily placed in the points in V6 this year as well, because he is no mean peddler when it comes to the more standard cars. But that didn't post the time either, so we're waiting hopefully to see, well, potentially 111 add 5, 116 starters, if any of those that didn't qualify see any action today.
Well, I'm potentially putting 2 and 2 together and getting 5 here, Johnny, but one of the cars that had big issues in qualifying was the number 503 Black Falcon Team Bilstein BMW 330i from the VG2 plus R4 rear-wheel drive cars. This coach mentioned the James Broadbent, Steve Brown and Mikhail Sharudin's car. That car had quite a big up in qualifying at Arenberg and was stationary for a long time, called a long Code 60 with some quite heavy damage to it. It's been rebuilt, but I think when it was moved, I've got a feeling that might have been where the Schnitzelraum and Valkenhorst cars went off as well, because just looking at the tick at the Valkenhorst car of 34, competition number, that went off 4 minutes into qualifying, i.e. not far around into it. Never even completed a lap, hence hasn't qualified.
Yeah, and well, that's something that you're going to have to put out of your mind as quickly as possible. I suppose the beauty of the format for 2023 is that it is 2 separate races. There was a Lion Speed Audi last year that was attempting to complete 6 hours on the Saturday, and it did something like 5 hours and 59 minutes, but wasn't classified as a finisher, and therefore there was some argument that had to be had with race direction as to whether they could even start on Sunday. This new format of 2 entirely separate races with 2 entirely separate qualifying sessions should prevent that from happening, because it's a bit like in club racing. Sometimes the second race of your weekend the grid is taken from the result of the first. And if you don't do very well in the first, then that really messes up with your opportunity in race 2. Some championships have a completely separate qualifying session for each race, and that's kind of what we've got this weekend. For the, remember, they're slightly out of order.
verleiht Flügel. Falkenreifen.
World's first asphalt watch. Nurburgring Asphalt 1. Over 90 years of racing history. Cobbler.
Hey guys, I'll be in Nurburgring in September with a beautiful NLS6. Come and check it out. Definitely looking forward to it. Can't wait.
Liebe Fans, besucht unsere
Social-Media-Kanäle
auf Facebook, Instagram, YouTube,
Twitter und TikTok. Willkommen bei der NLS.
waren gefälscht, die waren von Mimo.
Koffler with all of his KTM experience previously, but bringing that now to a Porsche Cup car. And we know the Porsche Cup cars can go very long on fuel, so I don't think there's going to be an outside bet at all to say that a Porsche could very easily lead once all the pit stops start to happen, because what were SP7 Porsches, they're now Cup 2 cars, can normally do 8 laps from the start rather than the GT3s that will only be able to do 7. So the long wait is almost over. We're on 3:30 on the dot. The red lights go out now and green lights displayed to all of the cars up and down on the main straight and heading towards the first corner. There is the Ferrari stepping away from the Aston Martin. BMW charging its way down the inside for the number 35 Valkenhorst crew. And can the BMW actually bag third position by the time they've worked their way around the full Mercedes arena? So that is one question answered rather. It is the full Mercedes arena and it is the full Grand Prix circuit. Exactly what configuration we run on tomorrow remains to be seen, as again the Valkenhorst BMW now is nibbling at the heels of the Mercedes that may well have been started by Adam Christodoulou. In fact, no, Charles Espenlaub labelled as the starting driver for Mercedes number 45. So it's Luca Ludwig for Ferrari who leads Nicky Team for Aston Martin, and round the outside there goes Nicholas Cruton in the BMW to bag third position from Charles Espenlaub. Perfect opportunity to do that on the zigzag section, although fairly high speed sweepers the left and the right down the hill towards the Goodyear carer now and past the Goodyear scoring tower. But it is a BMW that runs in third position, having got ahead of Charles Espenlaub, despite Charles, well, more or less on the wheel rims in that Mercedes. He is not hanging back, but he couldn't hold Nicholas Cruton back. We've also got what looks like a Porsche Carrera Cup Deutschland race breaking out here, but of course they're not all just cup cars. The SP9s are getting mixed up as well, so it's a couple of cup cars with the smaller rear wings and then the out and out, the full fat SP9 cars chasing them down. And this is going to be fascinating for me, Peter Snowden, on the first lap. Where is the cup car quicker compared to the SP9 GT3 car with all of that extra aero? I think the cup cars are going to be supersonic down the Dottinger Höhe, because that straight line speed in a cup car is never short of that.
Well, they always have been, haven't they? And increasingly so, because they've just, you say, that smaller rear wing. The SP9 GT3 cars have got that extra grunt, a bit of muscle, yes, and that's quite handy in some of the technical stuff. But some of the flat out bit, they've got more drag. So that's going to limit them. Those Cup 2 cars, we've seen it many a time. They don't need much of a tow off a GT3 car, sorry, SP9 car here at the Nurburgring to get past it.
So here's Cup 2 about to get going, although there's a real bottleneck further around the circuit as SP9 Porsches are trying to work their way past Cup cars. But this is the Cup 3 fight, which is bursting its way down towards the right-hander of the first sequence of corners, part of the Mercedes arena. Cup 3 pole position was taken by the 959 car, and 959 I reckon's lost a place already to the 960, which is the Avia W&S motorsport car of Marius Rauer and Moritz Oberheim. So it's Oberheim and Rauer who have skipped ahead of the Heiko Eichenberg, Patrick Gruter and Fabio Grosser car. Is that 959 in the blue and white? Yes, it is, in second position. So boxed in behind it, the W&S Motorsport 962 Cayman. And also part of that fight will be the SRS Team Zorg Rennsport 949 car of Stefan Bayer, Torsten Kratz in that car, along with Carl Friedrich Kolb and Mads Gravsen. Although there is early drama
969
for 969, and that was from the third group. The SRS Team Zorg Rennsport car from Class B of Cup 3, because remember the Caymans are split into both Class A and Class B. It was starting 14th in the class, so further back I think these accidents happened for Hennig S. Weiler, Oleksiy Kiriresko, Leonard Paul Naumann and Garcia Jose Serreras as well. So not sure who began that car, who did the opening stint, or who was attempting to do the opening stint in 969, but it's not going to go much further because that was big front end damage. And of course Porsche's renowned for, as soon as they do get a prod on the front bumper, that will pop at least one radiator, and you do not even want to be doing the rest of the Grand Prix circuit if you can help it. Although, of course, if it can limp around the, relatively speaking, short Grand Prix Strecke, it can actually duck into the pits via the back door there when you get to the hairpin. Rather than turning left through Sabine Schmidt's curve and onto the Hatzenbach, you can dive into the pits and to the team's sanctuary, if you like, but it'd be a brave thing to try and do when there's fluid pouring from the front of the car.
It is. It depends on temperatures, and this is where engineers come in. You can talk on the radio on that. It's gone off. I don't know what's caused the damage there. I will always say this is a driver. It'll polish out. It looks relatively light. It's not, as you say. There's coolant spewing out of the front right of that 969 Cayman. But as you said, John, it doesn't take a great deal in a Porsche to do that and break. They're very fragile for that. That's why you've got to really be respectful about them. Start Group 3 just starting. I'll just finish on this, Johnny. It's gone off at turn 1 effectively. Don't forget, we use the Mercedes Arena on all of the layouts, apart from the 24-hour race. We always go into the Mercedes Arena bit, is where we go next. The bit it's gone left on, where it's parked now, is the bit we do for the 24-hour, where you go right and left. So yes. The circuit layout will be the same tomorrow. The first bit of this part, the Mercedes Arena, still be the same. So not getting the end of the pit there. But that's where the 969 car is currently parked. If there's a temperature check on that, and it can be driven back, as you say, without dispensing fluid, which most of it appears to be on the off-track bit at the moment, then yes, you can get it back into the race, and that would be great to see. Be appalling on that effectively first lap to be out of this, 2 6-hour races already. Yeah, but I suppose, in this year's format, you could actually now write off Saturday's race in favour of fixing the car. You might get a bit of running during the race today, but the priority for that team now becomes make sure we get it out for Sunday, because there'll be a completely new pot of points available for Sunday. So if you can get a good result on Sunday afternoon, scratch Saturday's race effectively, but don't scratch the whole weekend if you're able to do that. Start Group 3 has now commenced, by the way, and these are, generally speaking, production-based cars. It's also where we find the highly populated BMW 240i's, which is known as that class, of course, Classe BMW 240i these days. It used to be known as Cup 5 when they were 235i's. And taking pole position in the 240i's, we've got 11 cars in that class, maybe 10. The 662 BMW took pole position for Smerlis Racing, for Daniel Rexhausen, Andreas Müller and Michael Friegat. And the 630 BMW starting alongside for Sven Marquardt, Nils Steinberg, Yannick Fubrek, and and Nick Diesler. It's got an S in that name, which I always enjoy. The letter that looks a bit like a B in English, but means double S in German. So cars already in the pit lane, and that is not the damaged Porsche that we were talking about. The 485 Hyundai has come in, I notice, with a front left puncture. So tyre's just gone, hasn't it, completely? Yes. Now this is the Wilhard Buren Holthaus car. Just very, very quickly. I'm going to guess that's accident damage rather than an actual tyre going down. I don't know actually, because there's bodywork damage around it where the carcass has come out. It might just be a front left tyre failure. On that note, John, we've also got stopped on track at part start of the Mercedes Arena. We're talking about that hairpin right again, the part of the track we're not using today. The number 508 BMW 3L. It always makes me think when it says BMW 3 litre to me. That's a CSL from the 1970s. From the team that I love this name for a team, MSC Adenauer EV Im ADAC. Couldn't be much simpler, could it? But I'm not sure who's at the wheel of that, whether it's Schmidt, Sonnenberg, Volkers or Kurter. But I wonder, that's just stopped immediately after the 969 Cayman. I don't know if those two had it coming together at the beginning and one stopped straight away and one's got one corner further on. I'm not suggesting they have, but it seems coincidental that they stopped at exactly the same time, a corner apart. So that's 508 BMW 3 litre. It just says. I'm looking for a Batmobile. In Alpina colours now. I mean, a bit Batmobile-esque is the Durr Motorsport Aston Martin. I'm trying to work out whether that's a very deep green or whether it is black and white for Durr Motorsport. Nicky Team drives it, and no, that is a dark green. Darker than a British racing green for the number 24 Aston Martin. It looks superb though, with the not quite central double white stripe. It's there's certainly a central white stripe and then one to its left in the direction of travel. Well, if it's meant to be central, then sack the decal man. yeah, didn't quite get the ruler straight, if that was the intention. Intervention vehicle on track, I noticed in the background as well as Nicky Team was heading around the Grand Prix track for the second time. It's Luca Ludwig who led the first lap though, and now the 35 BMW has come down pit road. Now this is the car that had a really good start. It had got ahead of Charles Espenlaub with Nicky
Nicholas Cruton at the wheel. So what on earth is wrong with this BMW? It's not the car that did not qualify earlier on today. That was a 34 BMW from Valkenhorst, but already a pit caller as it's 3 abreast into the hairpin. The 107 Cup 2 Porsche. So that's one of the Cup cars racing with the Falcon Motorsport Porsche. And it was the number, either the 3 or the 4, I'm still trying to work out precisely which one it was, dive bombing the Porsche Cup car, as there are bits of, well, lower class car.
36 car, 34's not in the race. Didn't qualify.
No, either the 3 or the 4 Porsche I was trying to work out.
Yeah, so 34. Sorry, I was putting 3 and 4 together and getting 34.
Yeah.
That tells you everything.
I think it's the 4.
I'll get my coat.
Don't worry. It's the 4 car of Dennis Fetzer who's causing all this havoc, and it was Arne Hofmeister who was trying to hold him back but just couldn't, because the SP9 cars will be better on the brakes into the tighter corners, and now Fetzer is looking for a way by the blue and white Porsche, which is the Müllner Motorsport car, and that didn't take him very long at all, in fact. So through he goes. Peter Terting in the 124 car has just been demoted a place.
Now the 519 Team Hal Toyota Supra has stopped just after Bergwerk, which is not ideal. What do they call it? Is it suboptimal, they say?
Yeah.
Quite early in the race, yeah. Parked on the right-hand side of the circuit. I'm not sure it's even moving at all. So we have only just got a yellow flag for that at the moment, but I can see that becoming certainly a 120, if not a code 60, fairly quickly, Johnny, for the stricken Toyota Supra 519 of Team Hal.
Now, in the 25 Porsche, which is the Huber Motorsport entered car, I'm just trying to work out who is likely to have started that 25 car and where it started in the grid as well, because it's worked its way up the order. It's Jackson Evans, so that does go to explain why it's made such progress. 14th place, it qualified. It now runs in 6th position as a VW Sirocco is off the road. 498 is the car that Peter Snowden's about to bury down into his entry list to try and work out who that... which team that may be.
That's Matilda Racing.
Matilda Racing, yes.
Just had a little rotation on its own. What is interesting is that it's good to have our first of our bit of intel from Ian McCarthy. Thank you, Ian. Just said that the 35 BMW, the Valkenhorst car, had literally just flown past the Atom for 2nd place on the Dottinger Herb before diving into the pits. Oddly, as he put it.
Yeah.
Welcome, Ian, and obviously our broadcast wouldn't be anything without you and others' contributions to you on. Are we still allowed to call it Twitter? Or for
no.
For your Zeets. Thank you very much.
It's X. So
but they're called Zeets now, aren't they?
I don't know what the tweets are called.
You're not down with the kids, Johnny. You see, despite your lack of years, you're not with it, mate. It's called X, but they're now called not tweets.
They're called
Zeets.
What they're called again?
Zeets.
Zeets.
Yes.
Right. Okay. It's all.
This is where Rob's going to get involved now and tell us something totally different. But
yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'll try and remember that it's called X, but if you just make sure you tweet to, it's still at RSL_studio, but make sure it's a Zeet, not a tweet. And you can include our handles in there if you wish as well. But if you do a hashtag NLS, then that'll help us find it as well.
So Ferrari, the top 3. I have to say this while I can. Ferrari, Aston Martin, BMW.
It's a nice spread.
It's a nice mix, isn't it?
And the next car is a Mercedes. So, I mean,
and the one after that's an Audi.
We can keep going with changes of manufacturer.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's not
so
just
477.
It's not a happy lap for VW Siroccos, though.
No.
And this car on Goodyear tyres, 477, is now facing the wrong way. That's quite a considerable off, and it's.
You can't get it turned around for some reason.
Probably trying to work out precisely which way he needs to be facing now. This is the run into Tiergarten, I believe.
Yeah, it looks like it. Yes, it is.
You don't have a small off in that heavy braking area. Obviously pretty tricky to locate reverse.
Front left damage. Is the front left damage to that? Has he gone off and collected something, therefore put the tracking out, which would make it difficult to turn the car around? I think he knew which way he wanted to go, but getting the car to do it was another complication there. So 35 Valkenhorst car is back out again.
Well, thank goodness for that. It won't have lost a lap, but it's lost a considerable amount of time. Now just beginning its 2nd lap after...
Yeah, Nicholas Cruton at the wheel of that. Was he in it when it came in?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So no change, no need to change driver
No, because they've only got 2 drivers in the 35 BMW anyway, and when you think about rest periods, it's going to complicate matters if a driver doesn't do a full stint. So better Nicholas will be nice and fresh. Clearly he reported something not right with the car, which, as Chris McCarthy makes a point, is bizarre because he just pulled off a very good overtake through the slipstream on Nicky Team's Aston Martin. So the problem to us is not obvious, I have to say. Maybe Cruton can offer some sort of solution to that, some sort of answer when he gets out the car and chats to some of our reporters down in pit lane.
Chris or Ian McCarthy?
It's Ian, not Chris.
No, that's all right.
There is a Chris McCarthy.
His middle name.
There is a Chris McCarthy.
Anyway, Ian.
But he's got nothing to do with this
Don't go
broadcast.
against the trend. Johnny's always right.
Except on that in that particular moment.
No, very rare. Very, very rare.
Here's the 35 BMW then, with nobody to play with and a considerable amount of time to catch up, sadly. Speaking of nobody to play with, there is a Renault Megane further back, but it'll be considerably quicker than that. Luca Ludwig leads. He did lead at the start of this lap, at least, by 3.4 seconds. So that gap that sat there in qualifying that separated the Ferrari and the Aston Martin is less, because it was 4.6 at the end of quali this morning. 3.4 is that sort of gap, really, the Nicky team would like to continue to edge in the right direction, because the Dottinger Hoor will supply the Aston Martin that toe that Nicky team could very easily look into and draft by the 296 in the closing stages of this particular lap.
So that 477 Scirocco that we just saw a few moments ago. Johnny, you mentioned it was at looked like at a moment it was where to go at Tiergarten. It is having repairs to the front left, and there was some there's white gaffer tape going on that car, because the car is white, of course. Teams love gaffer tape, but it always has to be color coded. No decent race car worth its salt can not finish a race with some gaffer tape on it somewhere. Tank tape, race tape, whatever you want to call it. Other names are available, but obviously had a little connection with the barrier there, which is why I think he was struggling to get that car facing the right way, with a steering issue on the front of that. The wheels that are not meant to connect with the scenery.
Generally not.
Scenery usually wins, put it that way.
Yes. Tyre walls, Armco barriers. There's quite a lot of Armco around this particular track.
Trees are pretty unrelenting as well, I've discovered.
Yeah, although unprotected trees, I'd be surprised if there's many around here, but yeah, hitting a tree is not ideal.
There are days when I first started racing, it was between the trees. That's what you did. Or was that rallying?
No, I think, trying to avoid those trees is always the best bet. I remember the old school Alton Park down the avenue, that used to be tree lined. Surely that's going way too far back, even for you though, Snowy.
No, do remember it, yeah.
Okay.
Do remember it. I see that back in the UK at Alton Park, they're moving fences even further back this week, and to much dismay on social media that people can no longer get to see the racing the way they used to. And there's two sides to it. They're saying that cars are so quick now, they've evolved so much more over the years, that accidents, if they do happen, tend to be much bigger and last a lot longer, because the velocity involved and bits come off. There's a lot more parts to come off a car these days, lots of carbon and bits and so on, GT cars, contemporary cars, formulas, etc. And it's only got to take one wrong incident. And I see both sides of it, but I also see that you go racing and you don't want to go back to the days. If you look on sort of classic ESPN and stuff, and look at, say, one that always catches me and amazes me is the 1973 British Grand Prix at Silverstone, which obviously a few laps in had that incident with Jody Scheckter.
Yeah.
If you watch the actual start, and Stewart and Peterson and so going out through Copse on the first lap, the state of the circuit compared to how they are these days and how they're presented. I know we're talking 50 years ago, so half a century, frighteningly. But it's not just that. What amazes me is that there are photographers standing at the side of the circuit, and I do not mean at the side of the circuit. I mean virtually on the circuit, with nothing between them and the race cars. And you've got Stewart coming through in a Tyrrell Ford, and Peterson in a Lotus Ford, etc. And there isn't a barrier. There isn't anything between them, and there to get that shot.
Yeah.
And how could we have ever thought that was okay? It's It's incomprehensible, isn't it, now?
Because you just imagine that, nothing horrible was going to happen, I suppose, until it did.
Couldn't happen to me philosophy.
Maybe there was an element of that. But yeah, there's old pictures of, it feels like not that long ago at Spa as well, with people standing on the apex of Eau Rouge, camera people, with the cars clipping their toes, as it were.
Well, I'm just going to say something there which was slightly surprising me. I remember when they changed the pit exit at Spa from being used to be into the bottom of Eau Rouge, then they built it out to being where it is now. And I was going to say that to me still fairly recent, and that was in 2003. But of course, 2003 is 20 years ago now.
It is, yeah.
Which is, I remember racing it for the first time in the Spa 24 Hour, thinking, oh, we go all the way up there, and you basically join Radion onto the Camel. And it just seemed this long haul, because as a driver, you seem to be on the limiter for ages going up the hill, and this twisty right, twisty left out and feed onto it, rather than just get back out in the race. And in reality, you look at it now, and how could it ever been safe joining the middle of a race at night in the rain in the middle of Eau Rouge?
What a battle we've got in the Carrera Cup element of the field now for Cup 2, because that is the blue and white car of Arne Hofmeister. So the 100 Cup 2 car now leads the division. Sorry, beg pardon, it's the 124 of Peter Terting, and he has for company the 100 car. So this is now for the lead of Cup 2. Terting having got ahead of Nico Otto, and Arne Hofmeister in the number 107 car is tucked in behind, and they're heading now out of the right-hander at Arenberg and down into the foxhole for their third lap. It hasn't taken very long at all for the SP9 cars to unravel themselves from these very rapid Cup 2 cars in qualifying this morning. They were permitted to start in their rightful qualifying places as well. But how close do you want a Carrera Cup fight that will go full 6 hours today, another 6 hours tomorrow as part of NLS7? And get used to this, because I'm sure that these cars will stay as close as they are for many stints now. And unless one particular team can pull off an absolute blinder during one of their stops, they, I'm sure, will be joined at the hip for the majority of this run. Also remember that Porsche Cup cars can go a little further on fuel. So whilst all the SP9 cars were expecting to make their pit stop somewhere between now and the first and the seventh lap, I should say, then these cars could easily go on to an 8th lap, even when you factored in the additional green flag lap as well. But a joy to behold there between Peter Terting, Nico Otto and Arne Hofmeister. That's just outside the top 10. Not great though for one of the little Opel Astras, which is already in the garage early on. There's also a Schnitzelalm Mercedes out on track. Now I'm going to say there's a few of those in the entry. I don't think that's the number 11 car. Remember, that was the car not too long ago, Snowy, that we saw in the pits. It might not be too far off number 11 though, because it looks like a very...
16th.
Is car 11 in the race?
Yes, it's 16th overall, as is. Here's a conundrum for you, Johnny.
You'd be right, Phil
as
Ellis.
is car 34, Kubica Maziak at the wheel of the Volkenhorst BMW M4 GT3 SP9 category car that didn't qualify, currently running 8th.
Wow.
So that's not an issue, apart from how did it start, and it didn't set a qualifying time.
No,
so
it didn't.
How can it be 8th already? I can understand starting from unless it started from the back of the starting group.
Well, yeah, it may well have been permitted to join onto the back of start
of its relevant group and come in. But I mean, hey, I'd much rather have another Volkenhorst, every car out there possible, all for that. But certainly anything in SP9 and a Volkenhorst car, then with Kubica Maziak and Christian Collins at the wheel of that car, we want to see that out there in the race as it is. But I wasn't expecting that one.
Peter Terting, the new leader in Cup 2, has just been overtaken then by Phil Ellis, who is on the lead lap. Yes, he's got a fair bit of ground to make up, but I suppose this is easy meat at the moment to be able to overtake these Cup 2 cars when you're driving a SP9 car. That's not one of the GT2 cars that Schnitzelalm have run in the past. No, it is a Mercedes-AMG GT3 for Philip Ellis, sharing with Colin Karasani and Marcel Johannes Markovits. Patrick Assenheimer to come in that car as well. So plenty of good talent in the number 11 car, which should sustain its pace probably over the full 6 hours today. Remember, 6-hour race as part of NLS6 for Saturday. 3:30 start local through till 9:30. And then tomorrow it's a midday start till 6, obviously, but not going into the darkness as we are this evening. And a rare opportunity to race the Nurburgring Norschleife in darkness hours.
Yeah, which brings its own foibles, shall we say. Obviously the darkness, but it's cool, so the car tends to run a little bit quicker. Suits the engines better. They just breathe better in the cool air. But vision changes slightly because it goes dark. Although these days, I have to say, drivers have phenomenal lights on these cars, and it is one of the big differences for just even 20 years ago, possibly even 10, but I said they have been around since then. But LED lights, just extraordinary. I mean, it is, we used to describe them as a daylight switch, joking apart. Compared to some of the things I used to race on, which were like 2 wet candles. They're proper daylight switches now, so that just make it a little bit easier. But of course, then you get your differences in your drivers, those that are comfortable driving at night and those that are not, because driving a race car at speed is so different and so alien to driving a road car. You might go down the autobahn at whatever speed you can do, which is obviously legal in Germany, but it's not the same as racing and sustained, and certain people are better at it than others, we know that, but some people, it becomes another rarer group that like driving at night and enjoy it and relish the opportunity. And of course then there's always the final layer to add into the mix, which is sheer fun, is to bring in the rain as well. I don't think we're going to see that tonight though. I certainly hope not. It's going to be pretty constant conditions all the way through, and very much looking forward to this. We are only just not even quite half an hour into this. So we're not quite a sixth of the way in yet. No, and it was going to be interesting. 12th of the way in, sorry. Interesting to me to work out how quickly some of these SP9s. Oh, bit of an off there actually for the 3 car in not 5th position. He just ran a bit wide. Don't exaggerate. Lost his time. Lost time. That's unusual for Klaus Bachler to do that, and he's now having to weave slightly to clean up his tyres. He was right on the boot lid. Pittard would be shouting at him from the pit on the radio. What are you doing, man? Quite right too. Honestly, that was more of an error than I've ever seen from Klaus Bachler in recent years. And it shows how hard he's pushing to try and keep up with Jackson Evans, who's a star from the other side of the world, from us speaking in Europe. And Jackson, a big talent, running in 4th position for Huber Motorsport. Now that is a Pro-Am car that Klaus Bachler is trying to keep up with, but it's a 4th position right now, because of course both cars have started with their pros. Anyway, the fact that the Cup 2 Porsches were able to keep their starting positions when I was expecting actually the SP9s to be moved to the front, then it has taken a bit of time for those cars caught up behind them to find a way by. As described, the Cup cars can be quick in very many areas of this track, so you've got to bide your time and hope that not too much time to the overall leader is lost. But Racing 1 Ferrari a long way through the hats and back on lap 4, whereas the Aston Martin has lost an awful lot of ground and again is struggling to get by a BMW here. So now Frank Stippler, who's also made significant ground from where he'd qualified the car, 10th position on the grid. Stippler is now 3rd and really trying to pressurise Nicky Thiem into a mistake. And in fact, Thiem is going to allow him by there, just blending out of the throttle. Now, is that a case of Thiem saying, well, pick our battles here. I'm going to lose way more time if I try and defend from this Audi, which is clearly quicker at this stage. And you're going to catch some traffic anyway, so I might be able to keep with you, and you'll generate a tow for me. 100% so, and Nicky Thiem very experienced around here. What a surprise though to use that statement less than half an hour into the first race, of our first race of the weekend, that Frank Stippler up at the pointy end in an Audi. Who'd have thought? Just a very quick look at the regulations there, Johnny, regarding, I'm going to go very serious and put Manorak on here, but Rule Section 1, Sporting Rule 17, it does dictate that any car failing to complete a timed lap, and I will read the exact wording, which explains how Kuba Gamaziak is in the Valkenhorst number 34 BMW. Any vehicle not having completed at least one timed lap or not taking part in time practice will not be eligible to participate in the race. Waivers may be granted by the clerk of the course, stroke race director, upon written application of the competitor driver concerns. Now, obviously, then it is advantageous if your driver can write. then they can apply and have that overruled. It isn't always the case. Don't think it's a given. It's not.
I suppose not. Hey, I wasn't actually laughing at that, he says, massively backpedaling. It was just the way that Snowy put it, frankly.
Tonight on, dig that hole.
In his typical dour expression, shall we say. That's assuming your driver can actually write. I thought you had experience of teammates that maybe struggled with that. Mentioning no names is... I
think as long as we remain anonymous, then yes, I've had that experience.
Right,
yes.
right.
I did say it would be advantageous if they could write. Some couldn't hold a pen.
Hey, but you could hold a steering wheel and a gear stick.
Exactly the point, my friend. Exactly the point.
It doesn't really matter as long as you can hustle a race car around whichever track you may be at very swiftly indeed.
Reminds me of the great story of Patrick Head of Williams talking about Nigel Mansell, who turned 70 the other day, didn't he, last month, didn't he? When they were testing the Formula 1 car that was about to go and win the world title, but they didn't know it then, so 91. And Patrick Head was all for detail and information and feedback from his driver, and was frustrated with Mansell because he wouldn't describe what the back of the car was doing at all. No matter how much Patrick Head pushed him on this, and basically I understand he tore his hair out effectively of Mansell was absolutely point on accurate about the front of the car to the millimetre, the thou, whatever, but wouldn't describe the back. And in the end, apparently Mansell recognised that Patrick Head was getting frustrated with this, and apparently put his hand on his shoulder and said, "Patrick, the back's attached to the front, so it's coming with me. What's the problem?" And the difference in philosophy from an engineer's point of view of, but I need to know what it's doing. Mansell's like, well, it's attached, so if I get the front right, it's coming with me anyway.
That's true. Yeah.
And I just love the different approach, and neither is right or wrong, but they both have their efficiencies and different levels. But I just thought it was a great line.
Yeah. There is a danger of overthinking a lot of this stuff, and it sounded
analysis paralysis. That's what they call it.
It sounded like Mansell did absolutely none of that. Just if a moment is thrown at you in the car, then you deal with it.
Boy, could he drive a racing car?
Yeah, 100%. Speaking of which, Nicky Team looked to be having a bit of a mare on the concrete there of the carousel. So far for him to be able to keep up with Frank Stippler. This now it becomes slightly more obvious why he was so happy to allow that, or not happy, but so content, I suppose, to allow the number 5 Audi through, because he would start to overdrive the Aston Martin, look in his mirrors, and you're not going as quickly as the car might be able to do. Again, it might be to do with how the Aston Martin is set up. Now, that's not a Pro-Am car, because remember, the Durr brothers are both silvers, and very early on in their careers, one only 18, one 22. So I'm sure the experience of racing with Nicky Team all weekend in 2 6-hour races will be so invaluable, and to be able to draw on that in the future as well. But whereas Frank Stippler will have a car that's very, very pointy indeed, he shares it with his his regular teammate Vincent Cole. I just wonder whether Nicky Team hasn't quite got the ammunition to take the fight to the Audi at this stage, at least. It might be that the Vantage has been tuned to be better later on in the stint as it gets lighter on fuel and as the tyres start to wear a little bit more. But there's no question about it, the Audi R8 for Share a Sport is like a rocket ship at the moment, and crucially for Frank Stippler, he's worked his way from 10th to 2nd and is now in an opportune point to try and work on this nearly 10, well, it is a 10-second gap now already to Luca Ludwig. So the Racing One Ferrari having it all its own way at this stage. There is a different rival, though, now nearest to it, as in the Audi is wriggled free. And let's see for the next few laps whether the car with the 4 rings can reel in the prancing horse.
Well, 3 things I'll say on Nicky Team. One is his speed and experience, incontestable. His experience of the Nurburgring, the same. His experience of an Aston Martin, the same. Put all 3 together, and he's not likely to let he's not likely to let anybody through. He will respect somebody like Frank Stippler enormously, who's ticks all the same boxes in an Audi. But as you said, we saw that from the Rover Oils helicopter helicam shot of Frank Stippler coming past in the Audi, and you say Nicky Team, he may as well put the handbrake on, may as well have indicated kind of thing, I exaggerate for clarity, but he just let it through. Obviously there's a reason for that. So I just wonder, you commented on the Aston, the door Aston looking a little bit tricky through the concrete of Carousel, was it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean,
correct.
that's a tricky place at the best of times, so maybe not the best place to observe that. But we'll note that and have a look. But I just wonder if it's just not. It's not set up with a fuel load or something. They just is it a little bit of a handful, because when Nicky Team acquiesces and lets even Frank Stippler through, there's a reason for that. It's not like him.
True. Yeah, no, it is unusual. Having not spoken to Nicky prior to this event, I don't know, what the sort of priorities are in terms of this project with Duo Motorsport.
I'll send Pittard down there. They've been teammates before.
Exactly.
And Pittard knows, so he's not doing it at the moment. His mate's driving the car, so...
Good point. But will Nicky actually tell him? I mean, Nicky can't tell him because he's in the car.
It's worth setting it up for fun, though, isn't it?
True. Yeah. We have a roving reporter and rely on drivers who aren't currently doing a stint to go and do our homework.
Quite right. What else are they doing with their time? They won't be looking at any data. We're trying to be serious racing drivers. Give them something to do. Come on, Pittard, fill your boots, man. You know what to do.
I mean, clearly the priority for Duo Motorsport is to try and win this race, but they may know that they're trying to conserve that Aston over the full 6 hours. Is it going to pay dividends to just go slightly easier on its tyres? Maybe the Audi can treat its tyres better during the early part of the stint. Completely different idea of a car. It's a mid-engine Audi with the 5.2 litre V10 in the middle of that car, whereas the Aston, it is still a V8, isn't it? But it's turbocharged now, 4 litre, sitting in the front of the car. So then it's comparing apples with deck chairs, really. And
Mercedes-derived engine in the Aston. Just notice that we've got a TCR car in the pits. They've only got 5 in this class, actually, so that's a big percentage of a loss already. 807, the Halder Motorsport Honda FK7 is in its pit box with its bonnet off, having an engineer around with a light and doing some work already. As to what's not quite is the problem with that, I'm not sure.
Ich hatte leider in der dritten Kurve einen Treffer gehabt. Sehr, sehr ärgerlich. Jetzt müssen wir gucken, wie es weiterläuft. Ist einfach nur schade.
Not a good start, though, for the number 472 Opel Astra, with Maxi Iceberg having a chat with our reporter Ollie in the pits, all in German, I'm afraid, for our English audience. So my German from GCSE level, which is a good 25 years or so ago now, is getting stretched, I have to say. Were they even called GCSEs when you did them?
No, they weren't. They were called O-levels. That's actually a very good point.
Yes. You can do. Someone of your age can do a GCSE now, I believe, as I could, as a refresher. But
I love it. Someone of your age.
Well, come on, it's not my age, is it? And likewise, Rob, our producer this afternoon, is about 20 years younger than me. So,
well, he's just a child, isn't he? That's fair enough. Yes. I mean, it's great to see youth giving a chance. It's brilliant.
But at least he's making sure that we have sufficient airflow in our global commentary box at the moment.
And I've just ordered cocktails with him as well.
Wonderful. Great stuff. Well, it is the weather for cocktails at the Nurburgring Norschleife this afternoon.
I've got us a couple of H2Os. Is that okay?
Perfect.
Yeah. With ice on the rocks.
You know the score, Snowy. You know exactly what is my taste. And also, Saturday night. Well, it will be Saturday night, so I think we're going to deserve a drink by the end of it.
Absolutely.
Racing into the evening. How close is this for the lead?
On the rocks.
The lead of Cup 2 now. Peter Terting with, on his tailpipes, Nico Otto. Otto spotting the chance to get by. And off onto the grass briefly there was Arne Hofmeister in 3rd position. Indeed, is that Hofmeister? I think we've got a new 3rd place car now.
That was 4th place, I think.
That's Moritz Krantz, quite possibly. So Krantz in the 1-2-1 is getting involved with this as well. We're jumping to another segment of the race here with that's the green and white Pro Sport Aston Martin racing with the Huber Motorsport Porsche. Car 25. So Jackson Evans lost the position to Marek Bachmann. Yeah, Bachmann's ahead of him now. They started the lap in a different order, with Bachmann tucked in behind Jackson Evans. And Jackson, in turn, is trying to stay ahead of Kuba Gimasiak. Having talked about Klaus Bachler's mistake, and you reckon it wasn't a mistake, it was just a tyre off in the dirt, Johnny, calm down. Actually, Bachler has tied up his line very much since then, and he is now in front of this Aston Porsche battle. So Bachler in a clear 4th position. This is good stuff, though.
I think you used the phrase earlier, John. It's like a Carrera Cup Deutschland, isn't it? It's like a whole separate race within a race, and it's. I mean, Carrera Cup around the world never disappoints. Like to say, just like to mention somebody that I mentioned 2 or 3 years ago as a rising star, won the Super Cup race at Monza last weekend. Young Harry King, well done, mate. Great to see him do that, and his teammate won the title as well. So onward and upward. Get him in a LMP car.
So Harry's now, he won the Super Cup race at Monaco earlier on in the year. Did it from the start, basically. Got the jump into Sandoval and never relinquished the lead. And
he said to me, his theory was that you can't really overtake at Monaco easily.
No.
So if he didn't get ahead, it was difficult to get past. Therefore, the opposite must apply, that if he was ahead, it was difficult to get past him. So he said, I need to nail it by Sandoval, and that's what he did.
Yeah. But that's exactly what the guy alongside him was thinking as well. You've still got to actually pull the manoeuvre off, which he did with aplomb. So he won at Monza, but obviously can't win the championship because his teammate has. But he's going to be within that opportunity if he sticks with it next year as well.
If you're going to win any 2 Grand Prix support races, Monaco and Monza aren't bad ones to have on your CV,
They're really not. No. And perhaps
2 totally different circuits as well.
Entirely. Very well, yeah. You've got the Temple of Speed, and you've got the Temple of Not Speed at Monaco.
Yeah, Poser's Paradise.
It's one of those tracks where you can get up to a reasonable velocity, but to be honest, it's about making sure you've got all the wings intact by the end. And the door mirrors, in the case of the Porsches. I did catch up with Harry earlier on in the year at Knockhill briefly, and he seemed to be in good form, doing some coaching north of the border in the UK. Now, Yokohama-sponsored BMW 35 into the pits. Now, this is its actual pit stop. It was in not too long back, remember, for a as-yet unexplained pit stop when Nicholas Cruton pitted at the end of lap 1, despite having just got the BMW into second position. Now the car's stopping. I can't imagine they will have fueled it on that occasion because it's already back in again. And the question is, where is it in the order? Because it's rejoined, having lost an awful lot of time, and I cannot see it in the top 30, for instance.
No, I'm just looking for that now.
Still on the lead lap, but only just, perhaps. And you've got to think, why is it?
Well, it's 53rd, 54th now, and dropping because obviously it's in the pits.
Okay. Why is it in need of, if it is indeed in need of fuel at the moment? Don't know. Anyway, away it goes.
Probably a strategy.
Yeah.
So far back to fuel it now and give it a long steady run now, so to speak.
Yeah. Well, the benefit of a shorter stop, nice and early on in the race, is an early stop, not a short stop. An early stop is a short stop because the time you spend in the pit lane is dictated by how many laps you've just done. So if you can get it in after only 5 laps completed, we've completed. Well, Luca Ludwig goes across the line now to chalk up his 5th lap. I still think this is a bit too early. So, was there again a concern from Nicholas Cruton about the reliability of this car? We'll have to wait and see, but it is at least back in the race. Luca Ludwig does not pit at the end of lap 5. However, Frank Schnippler does. So from second position and an awesome run from 10th place up to almost to be leading. It's a gap of, well, Schnippler will have been slowing down for the pit lane, of course, so 26.5 is the difference between Luca Ludwig going across the line and the Audi from Scherer Sport entering the pit lane. That's a huge lead for the Ferrari 296 GT3. I don't think Luca Ludwig would have been thinking, I'll have that in my back pocket, only 5 laps into this race.
I just set the fastest lap of the race as well, an 8:31.8. So top 10, we have Ferrari, Audi, Porsche, 2 Astons, BMW, Porsches and Mercedes. Interesting mix.
Well, it's promising from a balance of performance point of view.
Well, variety point of view, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. Whoever's in charge, the balance of performance clerk, as I often put it, is an unenviable task and an unenviable duty. However, when you get it right, you can have a GT race that is like this. The difficulty for me at this stage is is the Ferrari still getting a very good deal? Now, the Ferrari 296 arrived back in May at this track with some data to its name, but not a huge amount. And I feared, because it was a dominant victory for the brand new 296 from the Prancing Horse team, I was worried that the Ferrari might then be held back moving into more NLS races. But at this stage, that Racing 1 car is definitely the one to beat. As you say, another fastest lap of the race. And this is looking fairly ominous at this stage. A nearly 30-second advantage after not even a full stint yet for Luca Ludwig.
We mentioned David Pittard earlier, who of course was at the wheel of the Fricadelli Porsche did it again, haven't I? Ferrari. He's in a Porsche this weekend, 296 at the Nurburgring 24 Hour, which they won, of course. And he said one of the things that contributed to him significantly as to how that car was able to win the race was because they did have a few damping issues with it, and it was getting worse and worse by the end, to the point they were shot, as he put it. Well, there was another term he used, but it was similar. But it was the sheer pace of the car through the night in the cool. They said that basically that gave them the buffer, because it had the consistency, it had the pace, and it just kept going. But that gave them the buffer when it warmed up again and it wasn't quite as quick and the damper issue came in. They'd gained so much in the night because it was just supersonic fast. Yeah. And Klaus Ludwig seems to be doing the same. Just thinking, Johnny, about minimum time driver stints in cars, and just thinking about the 35 Valkenhorst car that's in top 50 thereabouts at the moment. I'll confirm exactly which one it is at the moment. Of course, 3.5 hours allowed in the car. You do a short stint to start, but doesn't really count. So we can now potentially, could they now do a longer middle stint in this car now and do one driver change before the end of the race? They can.
Can you do the 3.5 hours in one slog?
Yes.
You don't have to break it up with a maximum drive time of, let's say, 2 hours.
No, because you have there's obviously a pit stop in there at that point. It's not going to be 3.5 hours on track.
No, true.
So you can do 3.5 hours.
Okay.
So you could stay in the car now, do a consistent long stint.
Hey guys, I'll be in Nurburgring in September with a beautiful NLS6. Come and check it out. Definitely looking forward to it. I can't wait.
Verleiht Flügel. jetzt dein eigenes Motorsporterlebnis nach Hause. Dein Online-Shop für Simracing-Hardware und Zubehör. www.simraceshop.de.
Falkenreifen.
Einmal mit meinem Red Bull Boliden mit E-Fuels durch die grüne Hölle jagen. Ich freue mich und bin dabei bei Red Bull Formula Nürburgring, 9. September 2023. Alle Infos findet ihr auf redbullformulanürburgring.com. Seid dabei.
Liebe Fans, besucht unsere
Social-Media-Kanäle auf Facebook,
Instagram, YouTube,
Twitter und TikTok. Willkommen bei der NLS.
Laps to his name and has just done the fastest first sector of anybody, whilst we concentrate on an all BMW battle. It's the 511 car, the bright yellow and green, that is Sindre Setsas in the VT2 rear and four-wheel drive cars. But these three all dicing for the overall lead within VT2 rear wheel drive. So you've got the SRS Team Zorg Rennsport 330i, that's car 504, the yellow and green car that now leads in the hands of Sindre Setsas, and Philip Lyson in the number one car with the black and the orange wheels as they get to Goodyear Carer at the bottom of the hill there, the lowest point of the Grand Prix track. Plenty of curb being taken by all three 3 Series BMWs. So these are a larger footprint compared to the 240i's that we see in the 240i class. And Setsas just breaking away a little bit now on the Grand Prix track. I'm sure that'll all be reeled in again the next time these guys hit a bit of slow going traffic.
It's extraordinary how cars of such similar specification can have that sort of eternal piece of elastic between them. It's a slight, it's not even an error, but a wheel wide here, or not even a missed gear change, nothing as much as an error there, but just a different line, a different style of braking a a slightly different point or getting on the throttle a little bit soon, you get that piece of elastic under braking and accelerating. That's quite natural, but it's watching that, whether that really changes what drivers are making advantage of the situation or not, as maybe. And 3 of them just going through the Sabine-Schmitzenau curve onto the Norschleife, which designates the beginning of it from the GP circuit onto the actual Norschleife. And that great run roller coaster I've always described down through Hatzenbach, and they're all pretty evenly spaced there, but through the GP circuit they weren't, and it's now a very, very different sort of circuit. And I always say you have to have a reset when you go around there mentally. No matter how many times you do this, every 10 minutes in the case of these cars, roughly, off you go again. This is where we stood on the right-hand side of the track there, overlooking this, and it's quite a natural grandstand advantage point. It's nice to see some people out there in the, I was going to say autumn sunlight, but chaps walking around without shirts on. It's warm enough for that. It's 27, 28 degrees. Slightly cooler out here than it is back in the UK, unbelievably. I think it's over 30 degrees in the UK at the moment.
Yeah.
Bizarre.
No, it's certainly been a warm week, hasn't it, in the UK? Warm week in the UK.
Yeah, a natural grandstand area there, amphitheatre, to stand over the Hatzenbach and watch the cars. You get a much better view rather than just side shot. You actually get to see them drop down in front of you, and it's such a flowing section there, and you can make mistakes. And at the end of that, you go into that very narrow pit. And I've always said there's a bit of grass on the right-hand side, and it's almost as wide as a car. I think a GT3 car it probably isn't. That doesn't stop Kevin Estra, who's missing this weekend, unfortunately. Was he on GT elsewhere, I guess?
He will be in Fuji as part of the FIA World Endurance Championship.
With WEC, won't he?
Yeah. Yeah, as you get to the end of Hatzenbach, that then becomes Hoch-Eichen, and it's that twist. So the track drops away from you and you go right and left. Hoch-Eichen is always a tricky part of the track. And then Kittelbacher Hohe, which I'm a big fan of, not least just to say, because it's very rewarding when you get it right. And Kittelbacher Hohe is the leap over one of the public roads that then leads directly into the right-hander Flugplatz. But we talk a lot about Hatzenbach because it's not actually one specific corner, Hatzenbach. It's many left and rights, the flowing nature of that, as you say. But yes, Hatzenbach doesn't quite come to a shuddering halt, but you certainly have to shave a significant amount of Ks off the car to then zigzag your way right and left through Hoch-Eichen and then onward. Schwedenkreuz, not that far further on from that, normally flat in an SP9 car. I would imagine in one of these BMWs it is as well, but then you have to leap on the brakes in time to stop for the right-hander at Arenberg. And there's also, I noticed, a VW Golf getting mixed up with these guys as well. Now, I couldn't see the Golf.
That's coming through the order, that is.
Yeah, it may well be the 800 car, which was, yes, only a few seconds back in the hands of Haller. So that's the MSC M-Stahl VW Golf GTI, I reckon, the TCR entered machine. TCR, they're relatively slim on the ground for this weekend. There are 3 official TCR cars in the race, although others that have TCR as part of their name and because of various upgrades that have been done to those cars can't run officially in the TCR class. But it's still very close between 511, the BMW of Sindre Sitsas, Bjorn Simon in his wheel tracks in the white and blue, and as mentioned, Philip Lyson in his black and orange BMW 330i. They are nip and tuck around the pretty fast stuff now, because they've just gone through Breitscheid at the lowest point of the circuit and now starting to climb up through those very fast segments just before the carousel. So Kesselchen, Klostertal, all of those K corners. Meanwhile, Aston Martin has come into the pits. Now, this was the one embroiled in a really good scrap with Jackson Evans not that long ago, and also David Pittard wasn't very far away from the Pro Sport racing car. But Marek Bachmann was certainly making some decent progress, and Bachmann in the end will pit from second position. Now, part of that is down to the fact that some cars around him have already pitted, so promoting the Aston Martin up to second. But nevertheless, we might have 2 Vantages in the hunt for a good result today. It's a Pro-Am car, I hasten to add, as now, side by side, is there an issue for the 511? All of a sudden, the pace of Sindre Setsas ebbs away, and we have another new leader in the 330Is. It is Bjorn Simon now who leads from Philip Lyson in the black car.
I just blasted past him, wasn't it? Like it was, you said it had to be an issue there. Doesn't seem to have dropped that far back, so that's slightly odd.
Well, he talked about maybe the 511 earlier on in the lap, certainly not missing a gear because, or rather the chasing cars not missing a gear. It seemed like Setsas set off from the hairpin much higher speed than those doing the chasing, but I don't know, that was maybe almost getting stuck in a neutral or partway between gears. It went through the concrete okay, but then just didn't pick up the pace. There was actually contact there, Snowy, as Bjorn Simon had nowhere to go. He expected Sindre Sitsas.
Car to accelerate and it didn't.
Exactly. So let's hope there's no damage been done to the chasing car, which will be, which number did I say the blue and white was likely to be? Car 504. And 504, which is the SRS Team Zorg Rennsport machine that had been leading. Then Setsas got in front for FK Performance, and Adrenaline Motorsport not very far away from getting the chance to lead either. So pick a winner from those three, although if you had chosen Sindre Setsas, then you might need to go for a rethink, because either that car is not particularly healthy at the moment, or it's just an intermittent problem that Sindre is having to drive around. But he will hope that at least he can get it to the end of this particular lap, and they might even elect to go for an earlier pit stop than planned to try and get to the bottom of that hiccup coming out of the hairpin. Meanwhile, at the front of SP9, it is still Luca Ludwig. Now, I think Ludwig has to come in at the end of this lap, and will also bring with him Jackson Evans, who hasn't pitted yet. Just check the column for pit stops to see who we've had in. Yes, Luca Ludwig does pit, so that's confirmed. The Aston Martin and Marit Bachmann came in at the end of lap 7 as well, as did Jackson Evans. Dennis Fetzer pitted from 4th position in the number 4 Falcon Motorsports Porsche. So everybody that hadn't already pitted needing to come in now, because they wouldn't have been able to complete the 8th lap. Normally you can do 8 laps on an SP9 tank, but as mentioned, all of these cars did a green flag lap as well. So in this instance, it has to be 7.
As did Charles Espinal, who was 3rd on the grid, now running 6th in the CP Racing AMG Mercedes. Respectable time set by that car. Its fastest lap from Charles Espinal being an 8:44. That's a Pro-Am lineup car, of course. So it'll be interesting to see who goes into it next. How soon will they put Adam Crisadura in that car?
Was I surprised that Adam didn't go in the start? I suppose I expected Adam to start the car, and then when Charles Espinal's name popped up...
He always does, doesn't he?
Charles Espinal always starts?
Yeah. Well, that's it was Charlie Putnam, isn't it, actually? CP, yeah. It's nearly Charlie, yeah. So, yeah, that does surprise me.
Yeah, well, they will have... I mean, they've got more drivers to cycle through than the 2. Concentrating on the 511 damage. Now, that's the wrong way round.
Because that's the front of that car. Front right of that car's been damaged.
The 511 got a thump in the rear when it didn't pick up pace coming out of the hairpin. So there must have been additional contact to that car. And to be honest, the rear's looking pretty good, considering it got a whack from Bjorn Simon coming out of the Caracciolo carousel. There's scars of, a small bit of damage.
That really will polish out, though.
Yeah, it will. So the bigger concern is the front right, and I don't actually know where that contact happened. Maybe on the in lap? Did he hit somebody coming into the pit lane?
I didn't see anything, but we didn't see anything on track either. But it's not extensive. It's your road car. You'd be very unhappy about it.
Yes, true. Racing context,
minimal.
You can work around that. Is there a concern about whether it's pushed the bonnet a bit further back, and now that might pop up? The catches probably will be able to ride that.
And of course, the right-hand tail lamp headlight is damaged as well, which might be an issue when it comes to. This is the race that goes into the dark, as tomorrow's edition doesn't.
Excellent point. Yep. Normally, that wouldn't have concerned you in a daytime race, on a normal NLS race, because even the 6 hours held in July doesn't get to a late enough point in the day for it to be going dark. So yeah, that might be something that they can look at during the next stop. I suppose the beauty of these longer pit stops is that the crew can look at the car in detail, assess what might be needed for the next stop in about an hour's time, and get all the bits ready. It's not something that has to be addressed right now. Anyway, from the team, one of the drivers now being interviewed, and again, not appearing to be overly concerned about that issue. So let's hope that the 511 car can continue on with good speed. That's Ranko Mijatovic, who's being spoken to now by Ollie. Michael Schrei and Cinder Setsas, the Norwegian who brought the car in. Try and work out whether there's been a driver change, but it's probably a bit too early to be needing to think about that. So he
wasn't Cinder Setsas driving that?
Setsas was driving it,
yeah,
and still is, I assume. Yes, emerging with the same driver. So there we are. And Setsas, having been doing battle with Bjorn Simon not too long ago, and Philip Lyson as well, he will have to wait now for the relevant pit stops to take place for the other cars that he was battling with in class. I do wonder whether the air's now going to get underneath that hood and just start to put pressure on the bonnet clips, considering how much further we've got to go. But that'll be something for the team to monitor, and us for that matter. And if it starts to get a big concern, then they'll have to get the car in. But unlike a lot of other circuits around here, where you're seeing a car every 5 kilometres or so, around here you've got to wait 25 kilometres before the car can see some work by the team. So let's hope there are no dramas as the car turns left onto the Hatzenbach.
Terrible joke warning time. The catch is, depends where the catch is, quite literally. So I jest, but I know. If it's a central catch, it's not too bad because the bonnet's damaged on one side,
yes,
so it'll twist around that. It won't be a problem. If they've got bonnet catches both sides, as some bigger bonnets do tend to have,
it's got two. I can see
exactly.
the black marks on
yeah,
there,
then it's got one on either side. You're absolutely right. So if the one has been compromised where the damage is, air will get under that progressively and lift, and that's the problem on some of the faster sections of the circuit up towards Carousel, etc., Kashuchan, etc., where you've got some quite high speed, sustained high speed. Then the air gets under it, and it can weaken it, and it puts extra load on the other one.
Yeah.
Which is one of these daft things. It doesn't look so bad in the pitch, and you think, oh yeah, that's fun. There's me talking about the headlight for lack of vision later. Well, there's even less vision in my experience when the bonnet is up against the windscreen and you can't see around it. I have had that happen as well.
Yeah, I'm
on
sure.
the road as well.
Oh really?
Yes.
And not in a car where the bonnet is nicely tapered, so that it still gives you full vision.
It was a brand new. I'm going to really show my age. It was a brand new Alfa Romeo 75, 2-litre twin spark. And it was a company car, and it obviously failed its PDI because the bonnet catch was central, and it's one of those catches where the catch was on the bonnet shut, and the lever came down the peg into it. You had a spring, and it clicked in. Well, that hadn't been tightened against the bonnet, and it was, as I was driving, it was gradually unwinding itself, and then at 50 miles an hour on a dual carriageway, sitting in traffic, it popped open. Problem was the bonnet came back with such a thump that the two hinges cut through the bulkhead of the car and effectively wrote it off.
Okay.
Didn't hit anything, just pulled over at the side of the road, and because you couldn't see anything, mercifully it was an inside lane, but and in fact he wrote the car off because it damaged the tub that much, the shell. It was a road car. Right. I hadn't even put any effort into it. I was just driving along minding my own business.
Well, folks, if you're using your bingo card from last year, you can tick that one off for this year as well, because last year, the bit of the race I watched, Bruce Jones was talking about his Alfa Romeo 164.
Oh, there you go.
And how the dashboard used to light up like a Christmas tree. You've now mentioned an Alfa 75.
Yeah, but so, Bruce Jones is then graduated, I use the term loosely, advisedly, opinions on a tweet to on a Zeet to the commentary box, please. Graduated from a 164 Alfa Romeo to a TVR. Is it an upgrade? I don't know.
I think not.
He's typically good to answer that one.
From a reliability perspective, definitely not. Or maybe just a sideways step. Anyway, we digress, because 7 laps in, the race leader is now Stefan Aust, who took charge of the Racing One Ferrari. Now, of course, Racing One would dearly have loved to have kept Luca Ludwig behind the wheel of that car, but they've entered it as a Pro-Am machine, so the AMs are going to have to do some driving time, otherwise Luca Ludwig is going to win this hands down.
You can't over-pro the car, can you, as they say?
Not really.
No.
Not when you've got bronze.
It's frowned upon.
Exactly. When you've got AMs in the entry as well, they will have to do their minimum drive time. So Stefan Aust takes charge. I'm going to remind myself in a moment or two how Aust is graded to give you some perspective on then the new battle that we have at the sharp end. Aust is bronze, although mightily experienced, because his first Nurburgring 24 hours was in 2006, and he's done it pretty much, with the odd exception here and there, but he's done it pretty much every year since then. So Aust does know this track, and he's raced that Ferrari before, I believe, as well, although he's also competed with Herbert Motorsport in the past in their Porsche, and with Huber as well in a Porsche. So he comes from definitely a Porsche background and getting now used to this mid-engine Ferrari. However, I do expect now that drivers like Martin Ragginger, Shane Lewis, Frank Stippler to be able to start to take some time out of that Ferrari. And having said actually that it's Aust that leads, no, it still is. For a moment there we had a different name at the top end. No, we do have a different name. It's Philip Ellis in the Schnitzeler Mercedes, amazingly, from the pit lane.
That's the number 11 car.
Yes, but Ellis has just pitted, whereas Stippler, Frank Stippler, has not, because he pitted earlier on in the stint. So Stippler goes across the line at the end of 8 laps, and I reckon the Audi now will be the new race leader. So has the Audi managed to jump the Ferrari in the pit stops? It's further around this lap, so I think that's exactly what has happened. And every credit to Frank Stippler, as if we ever doubted him. David Pittard, now new to the number 3 car, taking over from Klaus Bachler. So Pittard up to 3rd on our timing screen, but that will evolve into 2nd position for the Brit. And Moritz Krantz, shown in 4th in the best of the Cup 2 Porsches, but that car's actually just come in for its first pit stop, the K. Kramer Racing 911. So it'll probably be Kubik and Maziak next up in the Valkenhorst Motorsport BMW. We still have a very good spread of manufacturers: Audi, Porsche, BMW, then the Ferrari, the former race leading Racing One 296. But the front end of the order, Snowy, has had a real shake-up after the first round of pit stops.
It has. I'm just very quickly, John, I'm just looking at a bit of footage we've got here of the 48. Is it 481 in the pits? Yes, it is. I'm just musing at the work going there. We're talking about how slick everything is. This is the Renault Megane, Oliver Krieser and Gregor Stark from the VT2 front-wheel drive class. 14 cars in that. A good old mix of Golfs, Hyundais, Opel Astra, Scirocco's, etc. So a good variety of that in there, but very much production-based cars, to the point that obviously nothing as fancy as air jacks allowed on them. So it's good old trolley jacks around each side. They're allowed a wheel gun, but it has to be battery operated. It can't be an air gun. So you've got all your batteries on charge, so you're allowed to have one of those. But no centre locks on them, so 5-star rims still. And a mechanic there, one very bravely working. I just realised, I thought he was very brave working on the back, and he was able to hold the nuts in his hand without burning his fingers and put them on. Of course, it's the rear wheels won't be quite as hot, will is the front, whereas the guys at the front were using gloves. So obviously, economy of scale. So if you're a mechanic at the back of the car, you don't get gloves, but at the front you do. But they're sitting there literally putting the wheel nuts on like you and I would on a Sunday afternoon on the drive and trying to do your brake pads. On the cars I own, they tend to have brake shoes on the back anyway. They're too old.
Your point about the number of wheel nuts, though, is crucial, because again, that's very time consuming. I mean, it's
20 rather than 4, isn't it?
Exactly. Yeah, basic maths.
Yeah, exactly. It's just all the difference of doing that. And of course, if one cross threads or whatever, which is probably why they do put them on by hand to start them straight away, because it's there, turn it on, where's it, pop it into, you can only put one in a wheel gun, I'm sure, into the battery thing, get it on. But if you don't get it quite square, And the worst case scenario is it then jams. Because then it's, what happens then, the pressure gets you, because the age-old adage we say time and time, we have to use in every single show is, the secret of endurance racing is, stay out of trouble, stay out of the pits. So the moment anything takes time in the pits, it's remarkable actually, the psychology. You can run, you mentioned Klaus Bachler running a little bit wide earlier on, which I didn't think was much of an issue. I get what your point of, for him it's not normal. Talking which, you've got a 127 Porsche facing the wrong way, no real damage to the front of it there. That's the Van Roon Coronel Engelmann. I hope it's not the Coronel. Rolling backwards into the bar. It's not what it's meant to do there. But you can make a little mistake on track as a driver, and I mean a tiny bit like that, run a bit wide, kick up a bit of dust and whatever, not think about it. In the pits, it seems magnified because the car's stationary, it's not doing anything, and every second counts.
Yeah.
And you they sit there thinking, oh, I've got this wheel nut stuck the wrong way, and everybody, all eyes are watching you. And you would imagine how the engineers, I'm sure, feel like it's their fault. And I've seen engineers have things go wrong, absolutely nothing to do with just something break or an air gun not work or something, or the socket breaks or whatever it may be, and it's they take on the guilt because they feel it's their mistake, and it isn't. It's a team one though. The drivers are the ones that make the mistakes usually. That's usually the biggest loose nut behind the wheel. That's the biggest problem on a race car, as we all know.
Just to clear things up, who in your mind is the Coronel?
Tommy.
Not Tim.
No.
It was Tom.
Yes.
Who had that spin.
It was.
It's the Coronel in your mind.
The original former teammate. Yes.
Tom Coronel sharing with Van Roon Jan and Andrel Engelmann in that car. But yeah, Tom Coronel having a spin. I don't know.
I'm going to send him a message now.
I don't know whether actually having said that, was that car due for a pit stop? Has it just come out from a pit stop? Car 127.
Or even worse, it was on an outlap.
Well, get this right. It said Coronel 2 seconds ago. Now it's reached the pits. It says Van Roon. So has the message got through to Tom to say, quick, switch the driver ID. Snowy's having a go at you. So tell everyone it's my teammate. That was weird, because how on earth do you do a driver change when the car's not even in the pit lane?
Well, here it is.
Let's give Tom the benefit of the doubt and say that it's actually Jaap Van Roon, his teammate, or Jan-Jaap Van Roon, to give him his full name. And there is damage on the front, but actually I think they've got away with that.
It's grazed the barrier, hasn't it? But it's going on the jacks to go in the garage now. Can they get that go jack under the front? They put the air jack in the side, which is in the sort of portal of the rear window on the side. They've managed to get the front one in, it's dropped onto its jack now. Love these systems, so slick. Just drop the car down, rotate it onto casters basically, and get it into the garage. The days before these, the manhandling and rotation required to do that. Now I think I just saw Tom Coronel standing in the garage. This is the Max Cruz Racing entry, isn't it? A 127. Yep, there's Tom Coronel. So,
but I've got an entry on my screen which is not 2 minutes old, right? You can read this. Look, 127 driver change. Coronel to Van Roon. The car wasn't even in the pit lane. I smell a rat here. Anyway, it definitely isn't Tom, who was Tom wasn't Tom at the wheel. It is his fellow Dutch teammate Van Roon. So the driver ID was eventually set to the correct position, and then the car pitted. So what might have happened, of course, was in the spin. Maybe the driver ID dial got knocked in the same process. Anyway, it was corrected in time. Tom Coronel now in deep conversation with Jan-Jaap to find out precisely what has happened, and they are desperate to try and get this car back into the race because it was competing probably in the lower order of the top 10 at the time. You're right that it's the Max Cruiser racing car. I wonder whether they might be able to swallow this into their strategy though, because if the car was due a pit stop, had it already stopped, I wonder.
Well, all three drivers are standing to one side with no sense of urgency at the moment, so I'm wondering if there's something cause and effect as ever, Johnny. Is there a reason why that car rotated? And yes, there was some reference marks on the front of that car as to where it is clearly connected with the scenery, not too heavily, but on the fact that wouldn't cause the car to go into the box, there wasn't enough damage there. We talked about this very early on, that first car. We saw the first Cayman that had the front right damage. turn one and had the radiator leakage. That's very easy on a Porsche. This one's got away with it. So I'm just wondering if something like transmissions locked and just sent it round. There were tyre marks, evidence on the track before that, and we just saw the end of it. So it might be something a little bit more fundamental. And I've got a feeling at the moment by the lack of dynamism from the three drivers there that are sort of chatting casually, all with their three with their overalls rolled down. There's no sense of urgency of getting any of those three drivers back into that 127 Max Cruise Racing entry at the moment, sadly so.
True enough, and yeah, a second pit stop already for that car when its rivals, class rivals, have only made one stop to this point, so they're already behind the 8 ball, as you might say, and more delays likely before that car can rejoin. Frank Stippler leads after an hour and 20 minutes, 4 hours and 40 therefore still to go of this segment of the weekend. This is NLS6, the 63rd edition of the ADAC ACAS Cup, and then we've got another race tomorrow which will be NLS7, different qualifying session in the morning, different race quite clearly in the afternoon. It's also on a different track, folks. Now, can we tune into this interview? I would imagine
Jan-Jaap van Roon from the 127 Max Cruise car.
I would imagine Jan-Jaap's German is pretty good if he's Dutch, so it's probably in German again. And
that did and didn't make any sense.
Yeah, I know.
The problem is I knew exactly what you meant, given the proximity of the two. I would imagine his German's pretty good being Dutch. It did sound slightly off the pitch.
Well, it's like saying, imagine his English is pretty good being Dutch, because people in the Netherlands generally and all speak English as well. They are... the ability to speak many different languages is useful in the Netherlands because you're surrounded by so many, I suppose. At least Jan-Jaap is smiling to Ollie, but through gritted teeth in a sense, because they've got a quick car there and they want it to be out on the track, smashing through the lap times. It's in the end had a go at smashing through the barrier at one point.
Well, they are still working on it as our German television interview ends. They are, you can see in the background, the engineer is still working on that car. Now we've got a code 60 because we've got a couple of Porsches going very slowly. Indeed, we have got barrier repairs. Now I'm going to guess that's for, they can't be barrier repairs for the 127. It didn't touch the barrier enough to create barrier repairs. I'm just trying to see where that is on the track. It's actually, so it's 120 approaching Brunchen. Yeah, so it's the left-hand part of Brunchen is what we've just seen from the Rover Royals Helicam shot, one of the best views in the business, I would say. There's nothing actually parked there at the moment apart from intervention vehicle 1, which we saw as well from that Helicam shot, working on the barriers. So I can't believe that's the 127 Porsche caused that damage there. And there was certainly nothing at the back of it. It's not like we saw the second of it, but that little graze on the front wouldn't be enough to create a barrier replacement, even a section.
I'm not even sure it went off at Brunchen, did it? Or had we established that?
It looked like it could be, but...
Okay. I thought it was later on in the lap.
I think you could be right, Johnny.
The journey was too short from Brunchen into the pit lane. I got the feeling it was actually towards the end of the lap, Jan-Jaap van Roon's incident, possibly at Tiergarten. We had a half spin for one of the VW Siroccos in the similar position not that long ago. Well, I say not that long ago, it's probably about a good 40 minutes or so from this point. 38 seconds the lead margin for a rampant Frank Stippler in the Scherer Sport Audi. He was plugged in and clearly was not too happy with his qualifying performance, having done a 9:12.3. Now bear in mind that is on the longest possible circuit, even longer than the configuration we use for the Nurburgring 24 hours. But for that, the Yokohama S is utilised. Well, here we've got the full Mercedes Arena and the full Grand Prix circuit as well, as these two Porsche Cup cars head across the line. So the new Cup 2 leader is the 112, which is the one right in the middle of the track, and trying to go around its outside is the 102 of Ben Bunagel. Both virtually end up the wrong side of the white line there, kicking right through the Mercedes Arena, and Bunagel's going to have to be very careful to avoid contact with the nose of his car, but very eager indeed to get ahead of Verimenko in the 112. And as these two almost trip over one another, K Kramer Racing's Brook, that'll be Christopher Brook, I think. I'll check that in a second. 1-2-1 running in third, but he's really not that far away either. So again, first, second, third in Cup 2, right together, but they are different cars from those we got used to in the opening stint. And this, as I said at the time, Snow, he's just going to run and run for the full 6 hours, and probably for 6 hours tomorrow as well.
Well, only 4.5 hours to go now. And who's joining into the back of this? The sister car of the lead of these two is Black Falcon in the middle, is it not?
Yes. Yeah, so it is Christopher Brook in third position. It's Alexei Veremenko in the first red and black car, and he has Ben Bunagel in car 102 right on his boot lid. But I think, you know, by the end of the Grand Prix lap here, it will be three, completely nose to tail. But the Black Falcon Team Identica car, being the meat in the sandwich here, as they all have to leapfrog delicately one of the Porsche Caymans from possibly one of the V classes there, looked very standard type Cayman. Two more. Bunagel goes for a move at the Vidal chicane and makes it stick as well. Only caught the back end of that, and now mounting the curb goes Christopher Brook to overtake Alexei Veremenko. So Veremenko's a massive loser in that. He went from leading into that high-speed chicane to all of a sudden being third.
Yeah, I just wonder if he's got a problem, because I was just about to say, John, I love the psychology of drivers there, that Ben Bunagel in the Black Falcon car was just terrorising their Team Identica car in front, even though they're literally identical cars, same class, but he's still got the lights flashing. He's got the strobe on, as I call it. Basically, it's almost it's not threatening, but it's intimidating. I'm here. We see it in touring cars in the UK quite a bit. Another series. Thank goodness Formula 1 cars haven't got lights on them. They'd be doing it all the time. Another button to press. They couldn't do. It's next to the complain one. But they're sitting there, and it's that psychology of, you know, you've got no right to get by, but you're going to push and push and push. And there was a dive up the inside there, and I think he actually caught him by surprise then. Yeah. So maybe he just did that. Those lights actually just distracting, just flashing the lights. So yeah, I know you're there, but it just takes you off the ball for a minute, and bosh. And that's what you do. It's psychology.
Yeah.
Beautiful job done.
No, it's a quality move in the end. Great to witness that from a different angle as well, be able to describe it to you. And yes, the Porsche Carrera Cup scrap will continue on, as I say, probably until 9:30 tonight. Christian Klein being interviewed now by Ollie. Christian Klein in a Cupra TCR. Who would have thought that at the Nurburgring for the 12-hour event? Yeah, totally. JP Motorsport, absolutely no connection with me, incidentally. Vortex competition in brackets, so run by Vortex, but the name on the garage is JP Motorsport. And Christian Klein is partnering with Patrick Krupinski of Luxembourg, or certainly Luxembourg is the name on his racing license, in the number 827 Cupra. And I'll try and tell you where his teammate Krupinski is in the order right now. They're leading TCR. So Christian's just got out of the car and handed over to Patrick for this next stint. He is not the first by any means, a big name from the motor racing world to experience cars from different categories. I'm sure we've seen Matthias Besch before in Renault Clios. We've seen Martin Brundle, I think, getting signatures early on in his Nurburgring license in something relatively low powered. But you have to start off somewhere in order to get the required signatures. You know, your FIA racing license only gets you so far on this unique track, and deliberately so. Certainly not deliberately slow. So Jaguar, Red Bull, HRT, but of course Christian's also run at the 24 Hours of Le Mans as well, in make it 4 separate years with Peugeot, but also with Aston Martin Racing as well. Finished third in 2008. We've almost had...
Einmal mit meinem Red Bull Boliden mit E-Fuels durch die grüne Hölle jagen. Ich freue mich und bin dabei bei Red Bull Formula Nürburgring. 9. September 2023. Alle Infos findet ihr auf redbullformulanürburgring.com. Seid dabei.
Red Bull verleiht Flügel. Faltenreifen.
World's first asphalt watch. Nurburgring Asphalt One. Over 90 years of racing history. Cobbler.
Hey guys, I'll be in Nurburgring in September with a beautiful NLS6. Come and check it out. Definitely looking forward to it. Can't wait.
Liebe Fans, besucht unsere
Social-Media-Kanäle auf Facebook,
Instagram, YouTube,
Twitter und TikTok. Willkommen bei der NLS.
war in der letzten Runde als beim Stempler. Dazu muss man aber auch wissen, es gab die eine oder andere Gelbphase auf der Norschleife. Oder die Frage, wann kommt man da an oder wird das Geld gerade eingetragen? Dann im Bereich Flugplatz. Aber hier jetzt im GT VW Scirocco mit der 490 unterwegs und fliegt hier auf der 400er Klassenposition. Also da schlagen sich die beiden Asiaten. Ja, Mike Störsberg ist insgesamt 22. Position, müsste Klassenrang Nummer 9 sein, wenn ich jetzt auf die Schnelle richtig gerechnet habe. historischen Rennsport kamen die beiden ins Gespräch vor einigen Jahren und Frank Stibler gab dem David Peter den Tipp, komm mal zum Nurburgring. Da hat er sich permanent nach oben gearbeitet, ist bei weitem aus zur am Nurburgring. Gesamtsiege hat er auf der Uhr und ja, muss heute schwierig werden, aber trotzdem einer der sehr, sehr etablierten Weltwelt 602.
Precisely.
Irrespective of what it was, he would drive it well, as were quite a lot of other people in this field.
One thing I'd love to see, stars from Le Mans, you know, like epic GT3 driver, Kevin Estre, Nicky Thiem, Martin Ragginger, you name it, all in Ginetta Juniors.
That would be awesome.
20 laps around Brands Hatch.
Well, just before we get back to what's happening at Nurburgring, I did say today on the way in, I was listening to the live feed, and our great colleague Bruce Jones, who's down there at Goodwood Revival back in the UK, and I watched the St Mary's Cup Part 1 race, which is the saloon cars of the 50s and 60s. I'm not going to call them touring cars because they weren't called that then, they were called saloon cars. So A40s and Austin Westminsters and various things like that. And who won the race but Romain Dumas?
I've heard of him,
for
yes.
third time in a row.
Very good in Ginetta Juniors.
Very good in Ginetta Juniors, cut his teeth in Ginetta Juniors, yeah. But there was this ding-dong battle further down the field. Oh, so, by the way, second was some chap called Christensen, second or third.
Oh, right, yeah.
I think he'd done quite well in France, in Ginetta, France, I think it was.
Tim Christensen.
Yeah, that's the fella. He started at the back and came all the way through. But the big battle for third place was Jimmy Johnson, NASCAR star, in an Austin A40. Just absorb that. 2009 Formula One world champion Jenson Button in an Alfa Giulia TI, and they gave no quarter to one another for the entire race, and they used every bit of curb, every bit of white line, every bit of grass available. Didn't put a single mark on either car. Hugely respectful. Fantastic racing, and I'll let you watch it on whatever platform you want to watch to see how that battle finished. But it was literally down to the flag. It was quite extraordinary, and just to watch a mix of drivers there. And I have to say on that very quick note, first race last night, Freddie March Memorial Trophy, 1 hour into the dusk, won by a lovely chap called Richard Bradley in Richard Wilson's Maserati who beat Jenson Button in the C-type. So I messaged him last night. You're now a Goodwood winner. I've only ever managed third in that race, but you're a Goodwood winner. And you've beaten a Formula One world champion. And he just went, he said, I'm having a couple of pints with my dad. I thought, good for you. I said, enjoy the celebration. Having a couple of pints with my dad. Good for you, mate. Good for you.
Somebody else who's done spectacularly well at Le Mans over the years as well, Richard Bradley. Jimmy Johnson, Jenson Button raced together this year at that very race.
Which I was shouting at Ben Edwards this morning when he was listening, because he was waxing lyrical about Jimmy Johnson being a NASCAR star, and of course that Jenson Button had also raced some NASCAR races this year, and indeed raced a NASCAR at Le Mans. And I kept wanting to go with Jimmy Johnson. Yes.
They were teammates.
They were teammates. Yes.
Yeah. So they will know each other very, very well.
Anyway, back at the Nurburgring.
Are we? Oh
yes, we are. Now,
13
what's the car at the front?
It's apparently a BMW.
The car that didn't qualify.
Yes. Yes.
There you go. So the car that we're just tipping up to the 4-hour mark. In 1 minute 30 seconds time, we will have reached 1/3 of the race covered, 2/3 to go. And the car that didn't qualify for the race, Guba Gamaziak in the number 34 Valkenhorst BMW M4 GT3, was allowed to start the race because you can apply in writing for extenuating circumstances. Now, obviously, one of the things that's really, really important, one of the most important things to officials is extenuating circumstances. Are you safe to race on the track? And there's a pretty well understood rule around the world, and sometimes it actually applied very strictly, of you need to have raced within 1 calendar month at the event. So in other words, if you go to a series regularly and you have something very strange like a puncture as you leave the pitch and you can't complete qualifying, entirely out of your hands, or a wire drops off, or a fuse blows, let's say something external, and if you go and appeal, if you've raced there 2 weeks before and you race there all the time, usually common sense, and the clerk of the course officials, that they're not out to stop people racing, they're out to make sure that people, mostly their officials and marshals on track, are safe, are allowed to do it. So Kuba Gamaziak in this case went off in qualifying 4 minutes in. I think that in the other car, it was Arenberg, there was some oil and fluid down from an accident there, the 503 car already, which took him out. It parked into the gravel, it didn't get going, he wasn't able to qualify. No fault of his own, it's just circumstance, how it happens. He's written to the clerk of the course and they've said, yes, you can do that. So what he will have done is, he will have started at the back of that starting group, so he had to stay in order at the very back. So bizarrely, the car that didn't qualify for this 6-hour race is now leading it.
Incredible.
Do you understand all that?
Yeah,
excellent.
I followed every word, Snowy. And it's
not the same as understanding it, though.
Every credit to Kuba Gamaziak, who I think to date has been the only driver in it. Christian Krognes, who has been a winner of this, certainly of NLS races in the past. He has won the Spa 24 hours as well. So Valkenhorst have two very potent drivers there, but it's all about the Polish contingent, if you like. Kuba Gamaziak in the 34, who has now built, well, what was only an 8-second lead. Klaus Bachler pitted, though, whilst the BMW stayed out. The Austrian driver in his Porsche came in under the instruction of Falcon Motorsports. They left Martin Ragginger out, though, so presumably Ragginger's going to pit maybe next time around. That will be 14 laps on the lap counter. If you pitted after 7 laps first time around, you'll be able to do a further 8 for stint 2. So we could see cars staying out for as long as 15 laps on this particular stint. Having a brief look there at one of the many standard VW Siroccos in the race, and that is the VT2 front-wheel drive race leader, indeed, for Matilda Racing. So that Sirocco heading round with one of the nets at the wheel. I think Family Net tend to drive that. Yeah, Jürgen and Joachim are down for the 489 Sirocco, joined by Michael Patz and Felix Schumann in their Matilda Racing Team Larvo Car Wash 489. That's the reason why it's got quite a lurid paint scheme on that, courtesy of Larvo. Getting rather close to the Armco barrier over at driver's right, but certainly not as close as I've seen some of the SP9 cars do through the years there. And amazingly, the joy of, well, an empty Hatzenbach this time around for the Matilda car. Up ahead of it, we've got dueling BMW 240i's. Leading that class is Marcel Markovits for Schnitzelarm Racing, and not that far away, the 650 car. So it's 666 that leads for Schnitzelarm, the BMW 240i class, and nearly 14 seconds back is the 650 car. 650 being the BMW of one of the Steinbergs, Nils Steinberg, joined by Sven Marquet, who has just got out of that car. Yannick Fubrick is part of that lineup, though, along with Nick Geiser. And Cup 3, still led by Heiko Eichenberg for Zorg Rennsport. Just the 2.4 seconds as the advantage at the head of Cup 3. Ollie again busy in the pit lane, but we'll continue with our coverage of NLS6 because Klaus Bachler is on a bit of a march. I do think, though, that Martin Ragginger should be ahead of his teammate Bachler now. Yes, he is. That's confirmed at the end of Sector 3 because Martin Ragginger owes us a pit stop compared to his Austrian teammate.
Yeah, but this interview does help us enormously because it informs us that it is indeed Ben Doer in the pit lane being interviewed. Therefore, we know which Doer is in the Aston.
Yes, the other one, Phil.
Revolving doors. It's all
Phil?
about that. Yes. And been reliably informed, another one of our regular contributors, Time Certain Clock, from all the way from Australia. So thanks for listening in at this time of day. He's just informed us that the incident I've just referred to with the leading car now, Kubica Maziak, being not qualifying, might have been as a result of 503. That actually 503 incident in qualifying was at Quiddleback. So nothing to do with that. So 34, whether it was Maziak, the Volcanors car went off for a different reason, but the bit that applies to writing in to the head teacher and getting you back in the race has applied, and applied very well, because it's now leading.
Indeed, well worth the effort.
And to mention, we're 5 minutes under the 2/3 to go, so just as it tipped over the hour, Johnny, it was marked with the a full course green, which has remained for the last 5 minutes as well. So for the first time in quite a while, actually, we are only a third distance down.
And yes, thankfully, for let's hope a considerable time period, we're going to have green all the way around. But although this year I've been famed for saying that, and then within seconds a caution comes out. So it's going to happen again, folks.
10, 9,
there you go. Yeah.
8. Here we go.
Hashtag blame Johnny was something that began, I think, at Daytona this year and really hasn't let up. But no thanks to me saying,
our colleague Mr. Bradley recently married Mr. Bradley. He coined the hashtag blame Snowy back in 2020, I think it was, for the 24-hour here when it had that one. It was red flagged quite late because of the into the night. Because of the rain, they couldn't see to the marshal post and whatever, and we were on air. I think we had no less than Alex Brundle with us there, who's also competed good with this weekend. He was part of our broadcast team then, and we just turned to me and said, "How long do you think it'll be?" I said, "I can't see the end of this. I think we could, not racing till dawn." And he's like, "Talk about jinx it, whatever, and so and so." And of course, we had that every 2 hours going through the night. Finally, they gave up, and we did actually. They go out about 8:30, 9, and said the track was safe to race on.
Yeah, so you've been to blame, and now I'm to blame as well. Well, perhaps I will be. I don't know. Who's to say? Concentrating on Nick Wustenhagen, by the way, in the number 187 SP10 BMW. We haven't actually spoken a great deal about GT4. But SP10 and GT4 are given a place on the grid. And the FK Performance Motorsport car then is in 25th position overall. So through the fast section of the Grand Prix circuit goes the 187 BMW FK Performance Motorsport, and that car with a comfortable lead Yeah, there's a couple of Cup 2 cars between it and the next SP10 car, which is the Teichmann Racing Supra. So there's a couple of Supras actually from different teams running second and third. Toyo Tyres car as well in third position. And those cars 25th, 27th and 28th overall. But BMW with, to some degree, a stranglehold at the moment on that position. Dylan Pereira trying to recover matters in the 35 BMW. Has got his car back up to 24th spot. Now,
using my sleuth skills here, I can tell you there's a driver change. Yes.
Let's just listen to Kuba.
The whole credit goes to the mechanics because I crashed the car on lap 1 in qualifying, which was, yeah, we had some oil on track, but I should have taken it a bit easier. So big thanks to the whole crew who repaired the car just on time, and it's running flawless. I mean, the tires which we have now for these hot conditions, we have clear advantage over the other cars in my opinion. And I was a little bit lucky with traffic. I had some discussions on the grid with the Cup cars ahead of me, not to make it too difficult. So lap 1 was already P13, I think. So we passed 27 cars, and then it was just being very consistent. And I had after the mistake I made in qualifying, I had a lot of motivation not to prove to the team that we can be ahead.
And it pays out, obviously. How's the conditions outside? It's getting a bit cooler at the moment, I guess.
Yes, and I mean, we have a very good tire for these hot conditions, as you could see. So if it gets cooler, I think our margin will be a bit less. But the pace was really good. I just did 2 hours of qualifying.
Keep on working like that. Keep on smiling. Thanks, Kuba.
Thank you very much.
So interesting interview there from Kuba Gumasiak in the Falcon Horse BMW, and answered a question for us there. He just said after my mistake in qualifying, so he obviously had put it off and swapped ends. We knew the car had been in the gravel at Arenberg with its rear wheels dipped in and unable to continue. We weren't quite sure as to the cause, so driver error, and he's been the decent stand-up bloke. He's put his hand up to that. What he just said though, very interestingly, with a big smile, was that after my mistake in qualifying, I was very motivated to prove to the team that we could be at the front. So I've just done 2 hours of qualifying, which is a great way of putting it. But said with a big smile on his face, he's made a mistake. He hasn't damaged the car. He obviously was something, maybe under tray or something, a bit more to it, because he did say just at the beginning they managed to get it repaired just in time.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's all the motivation you need sometimes. I mean, he's not the kind of person to make mistakes normally. And he's proven it. It's back at the front of the field.
No, I mean,
Christian Krone's at the wheel now, of course, because he's in the pits chatting about it.
Yes, and there are only 2 drivers in that particular car, but Gumasiak with, phenomenal history when you think back to his period of time when he was racing Porsches for a good period in the early 2010s and late noughties as well, but did with Verve Racing Team and others, and then I had memory of him being a champion in that, but now struggling to find the specific year that he won. They finished second in 2014, at least.
Because he took a break to go and run the family business, didn't he? Go back to run that, and sort of gave up on his racing career.
Yeah, so the gap came between, 2016 when he was racing with Greaves Motorsport in the European Le Mans Series. It was then 5 years later before he appeared once more, and it became here. So he sort of started being a Nurburgring specialist only 2 years ago.
Yeah, started with Phoenix Racing, didn't he, in Conrad Motorsport in the and Get Speed Mercedes, what he was before racing with them, had a pole position, switched to Valkenhorst. Has been mighty successful since. One of those drivers who seems to the Norschleife seems to appeal to him, and I think it either it does or it doesn't, and that sounds a very odd thing to say, but some series, some championships you take part in, there's you have the option to, the circuits, multi-circuit series is what I'm trying to say. You're going to have, you'll hear it here on F1, and WEC, and that there's drivers that like a certain circuit, don't like a certain circuit. Their car goes well or whatever, and sometimes it doesn't always have to be quantifiable. Oh, we've got a big off there at is that Tiergarten? End of Tiergarten. That looks like is that a TCR car?
No, it's a Cayman.
It's a Cayman. Oh, that's a very second-hand 474 Cayman. It's had a big off at it is Tiergarten, isn't it? That's the 474 718 Cayman S of Vaquation Smith. So that's definitely going to be a code 60 there.
It is Vasquez at the wheel. Now, we certainly will not speak too early on this, but I did see movement in the cockpit. The problem
Team Mattol racing car. Yes, sorry, Johnny, you're absolutely right. I didn't say that he was actually moving. Sorry, yes.
The problem is that the last bit of impact is on his side of the car, and who knows how many times he's whacked the barrier, probably on the left and the right, going into that very high-speed section. I'm all of a sudden taken back to the clash between the two Vanthoor brothers into that part of the circuit, which by no means was a small off for Laurens Vanthoor on that occasion in the Grello Porsche.
Yeah, the Phoenix Audi 2 last year, the 2022 24 hours. Yeah.
Yes. So a moment to just take stock for a second. The recovery crews have arrived at the scene already to help the stricken driver. Race car designed really to lose body parts like that as it slows down, and the higher energy incidents are sometimes better on a driver, but obviously we're not going to give a chance to describe that to you again until we know that Vasquez is safe and well, and I'm sure our TV direction will have a replay somewhere, but it will be wrong to try and revisit that at this particular moment.
Yeah, he's out, absolutely fine. Just seeing cameras in the garage there, relief on all the team around there, and he is out and standing under his own steam, as it were. I'm sure quite shaken. I'm just wondering if there was some kind of I'm thinking some kind of failure on that car to go off there is that hard. I just wonder if he's had some I'll put my teeth back in. Some kind of failure in that car.
So it's Marcos Adolfo Vasquez, the Argentinian driver, being spoken to by the marshals.
Hey guys, I'll be in Nurburgring in September with a beautiful NLS6. Come and check it out. Definitely looking forward to it. I can't wait.
Vogel verleiht Flügel. Dein eigenes Motorsporterlebnis nach Hause. Dein Online-Shop für Simracing-Hardware und Zubehör. www.simraceshop.de.
Falkenreifen.
Einmal mit meinem Red Bull Boliden mit E-Fuels durch die grüne Hölle jagen. Ich freue mich und bin dabei bei Red Bull Formula Nürburgring, 9. September 2023. Alle Infos findet ihr auf redbullformulanürburgring.com. Seid dabei.
Liebe Fans, besucht unsere
Social Media Kanäle auf Facebook,
Instagram, YouTube,
Twitter und TikTok. Willkommen bei der NLS.
RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. We are a little over half an hour away from partway through this, or halfway through this first 6-hour race of the weekend. And rejoining is the number 45 Mercedes, now with Charlie Putman, the man with his name above the door of CP Racing. So Charlie Putman putting a stint in, his first of the race. We've had a single from Charles Espenlaub, then Shane Lewis took this car over, now Charlie, and they're leaving Adam Christodoulou, I'm guessing, to the crucial, more crucial and final stints of this 6-hour race. Wouldn't be surprised to see Adam actually plugged in for a double in the closing stages to see how far up the order they can get the 45 car. It is currently in 7th position though.
And a team that enjoy their racing more, I cannot imagine, than these guys. Absolutely brilliant. All-American, they should call them all-American racers, but somebody coined that, didn't they, Mr. Gurney? They just absolutely love it, and they've got Adam Christodoulou on the team as well. this weekend, but Charles Espinal, Jerry Foster normally with them as well, Shane Lewis, and of course Charlie Putman at the wheel now. And they travel as it's a family team. They travel. They do the Hankook 24-hour series mostly, but they did do the 24-hour hit. No, they didn't do the 24-hour. They did an NLS round, and I think it was Charles Putman who actually had a speeding in a code 60 on his license, and for that they took the ring permit away because it was such a contravention. And it was I just remember the figures now. Actually, I'm going to run through this to the end, so hear me out. And Charles, I know you're in the car, I'm not going to throw you under the bus here, but it was 124k into a 60, which is just not like him, and I suspect it was just going into a 120 and something hasn't quite read or misread or whatever. He's not the kind of person to speed anywhere, never mind double it. So I just think there's just one of those things that just hasn't quite worked out. But the net effect of that was, sadly, that the authorities take a very dim view of those sorts of things. Whether it was correctly recorded or not is kind of gone and academic now, but at the time it was, and it was felt that's what was happened. So his the ring permit, the license to race on this circuit, was then suspended for him, so they couldn't take part in the 24-hour, which is a great shame. So I know that would be one of their favourite events around here. But they're back here for the 12-hour one, and they should really be also going from here straight to Barcelona for next weekend to another 24-hour race, the season finale of the Creventic series, or Hankook 24-hour series. We had a 12-hour race at Estoril just over a month ago, and they'll be out there with that, I'm sure. And they travel as I say, as a family. I mean, wives, girlfriends, everybody goes along, and they are the garage that you go by, as you know only too well, Johnny. If you walk by, it's, do you need any water? Have you got anything? They're always just so welcoming, so accommodating, and they take their racing absolutely seriously, but they enjoy it as well. And that's I often say it's an absolute template how to go racing. It's a full spec GT car. They're not messing about, doing a bit of club racing. They're doing proper European racing on proper big boy circuits. They fly over from the States, they run businesses over there, and they come over here and race this Mercedes to great effect. Good for them. It's
too
a good
right.
model.
Yeah, and like you say, back-to-back weekends in Europe again. What I'm interested in is, speaking of the 24-8 series, will they be going to Kuwait in December? Because yes, it's the final European race meeting for the 24-8 series in Barcelona, just over a week's time. But the 12 hours of Kuwait held again in 2023 after its inaugural event last year over the weekend of the 7th, 8th and 9th of December. So that one to look forward to, with coverage again on the Radio Show Limited network of channels. Meanwhile, Jakob Schell for Racing 1 continues to lead the race, and by a margin of 43 seconds. Now, it's going to be interesting to see how his lap times compare to Vincent Kolb, who's taken over the number 5 Scherer Sport PHX Audi R8 LMS, because the number 5 car down to now just 0.7 of a second. And in fact, I don't need to be looking down at my timing screen, just look at the main feed, Johnny, because the gap all of a sudden homes into view, and it's not between Jakob Schell anymore and the rest. It's Klaus Bachler who leads, courtesy of the Racing 1 Ferrari's latest pit stop, and 3/4 of a second is the margin between Klaus Bachler and Vincent Kolb. So Porsche up against Audi, then Christian Krognes in his number 34 Valkenhorst Motorsport BMW, Schell's Ferrari, and then the Patrick Assenheimer Schnitzelalm Racing Mercedes, car number 11. Then Dennis Fetzer, actually Fetzer over the line is up to 4th, so he's managed to overtake Jakob Schell on that particular lap. Also Patrick Assenheimer falling down. These are all because of the latest pit stops that have taken place for those cars in the upper echelons of the top 10. Charlie Putman, the guy we've just mentioned for CP Racing, is in 7th position. Then it's the Durr Motorsport Aston Martin Vantage, and it was Ben that was in the pit lane. So it is Phil doing the driving currently, running in 8th place. Another Ben, this time Ben Leuchter leads Cup 2 in the number 100 car, and 100 with Benjamin Leuchter and Nico Otto as its drivers for Max Cruiser Racing. Nico started the car and Benjamin Leuchter took it over, and they are, well, I won't say up the road and gone necessarily, but they're about 9 seconds clear of the Christopher Brook driven K Kramer Racing Porsche. So Cup 2 just starting to open out a little bit because of the pure pace of Ben Leuchter, someone who was really good in TCRs a handful of years ago, and he's moved over to Carrera Cup Porsches, and really it's been a seamless transition. So the 100 car risking here, opening up quite a margin, just as Klaus Bachler is doing, because Bachler and his teammate David Pittard switching backwards and forwards, but they are dovetailing very nicely indeed. And what was a 7/10 of a second advantage over Vincent Kolb is more like about 4, 5 or even 6 seconds now. Meanwhile, Ollie, our reporter for this segment of the broadcast, has gone walkabout to the Falcon Drift and Race show. But once again, majority of these interviews being done in German, so we will continue to talk over them. Kuba Gamaziak able to communicate in English to Ollie about his difficult day to this point. And any further interviews we get in English, of course, we will stop and take note of those. As Ben Leuchter now pits from 8th position in the number 100 car. So Leuchter in, Christopher Brook in from 2nd position in the Cup 2 part of the race as well. So Max Cruiser and K Kramer Racing are going to have a race on pit road this time around, Peter Snowden.
Well, it's part of the track, isn't it? Why not?
That's
It's
true,
legit.
yeah.
It's not green, so it's track. It's legit. Go for it. Discuss later.
Yes. Not
Club
quite.
of the course, chat with, no tea and biscuits. That's the one.
Not quite side by side in the pit. Well, they may have been actually. I think Leuchter had the slight advantage, but it all becomes down to the guys looking after the cars. I suppose, the element of a true fight is taken away because they are timed pit stops to a minimum reference time. And with the two of them coming in together, they will have done about the same, if not exactly the same, stint length before this. So they will probably be on the pit lane for exactly the same amount of time. What that should guarantee us, though, is that the cars will leave the pit lane with the same time difference between them as they arrive. So it certainly won't shake the battle up at all. And they will be able to resume where they left off. How are we doing from a Code 60 perspective currently? Is there still a fair chunk of the track limited to a particular speed?
Yeah, we've obviously got that the bit on the end of the Dottingher approaching the Tiergarten for that Porsche Cayman recovery. Was it 474? I think it was. So that's yet to recover. We've seen no further footage of that for the time being.
474, you were right. Sorry.
So pit lane racing sounds like the kind of thing that Pittard would do. I can just see him doing it, and put Kevin Estre in the mix there, and Estre would be on the right going down the grass, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
And Pittard would be trying to push him onto the grass. Yes. He's going to be messaging me and say, "You give me such a bad press." It's like, well, we just talk about what we see, mate. Yeah, that's how it goes. We talk about what we see.
David, it's always a hazard to have the phone number of the commentator, or indeed for the commentator to have your phone number, because your conversations, you think they're private, they will be forever broadcast to everybody. But it's good exposure. On that note,
I never got a chance to, because I missed a lot.
It's good exposure for future sponsors.
What exactly? I missed the last round because I was doing Estoril, wasn't I? On that note, we mentioned about David Pittard and his teammates, of course, winning the 24-hour, and I did catch up with him at Le Mans. He just came to Le Mans as a visitor, and that's look for watch that space to see Pittard at Le Mans. That would be great. I did message David after the 24-hour, which is just saying, what a great weekend, etc., etc. I did say that, please tell us that the Frickadelli party was awesome. And his response, which took until the Wednesday. Yeah. Thanks a lot, mate. I'm still buzzing. This is what Johnny says, by the way. David, it's all going to come out now. Sorry, mate. What a weekend. Thank you for all the team and your kind words on the streams also. It really does make a lot of difference. Yes, it was a great evening. I stood on the table in Klaus's Wild West bar and led a chorus of "We Are the Champions." And this is the clincher. And then he flew everyone on his private jet to Ibiza on Monday to continue the party. Ha ha. Now that's how to win a motor race and party. Good old Klaus.
The celebration always needs to continue into the following week. Ideally, several weeks into the following month.
Especially a 24-hour, yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's been such an effort to try and even finish the thing. When you do pull off an incredible result as it was back in May, who can forgive them for that? You talk about David Pittard at Le Mans. He has been to Le Mans. He has raced GT cars at Le Mans, but maybe something a bit fruitier, perhaps in the future. Could he be in line for a hypercar opportunity as more and more customers come to that part of the entry? You never know. He is someone who can clearly adjust to all manner of different machinery and the associated behaviour of such as well. So came out of Ginettas in the UK, not Ginetta Juniors, I hasten to add. I don't think he ever raced Juniors, but he did race in the Super Cup, which supported the BTCC for a number of years, and that's where his love of GT cars has clearly come from. But yeah, quite a story that Snowy was letting us into, the fact that David had never been to the Nurburgring about 7 years ago, and first came as a spectator, and then in 2023 actually wins the event. 702 BMW on the hats and back now, turning right and left at Hoog Eiken, and 702 leads its class, which is V4 for driver Huber. Now, I don't think that particular Huber's got anything to do with Huber Motorsport. It'll be a fairly common surname in this part of the world. And the QTQ race performance at BMW. Now on to some of the real fast stuff. It's Jürgen Huber of Offing, and he shares that car with Oliver Frieser and Danny Brink, again a former champion of the series as a whole. Danny Brink, Christopher Rink, Philip Lyson, they all seem to have actually split apart now and are in different cars rather than teaming up together, but nevertheless mightily impressive regardless of which future project they go with. And that car, 702, started second in its class V4, and is now leading the way for QTQ race performance. A little bit of debris building up now on the start and finish line for the race leading Porsche number 3, in the hands of Klaus Bachler as he turns right and through the Mercedes arena. It's now an 11-second difference between Bachler and the chasing Christian Krognes. So still the 34 BMW is well in the hunt. Kuba Gamaziak having to make his apologies after an uncharacteristic mistake earlier on in the day during qualifying. Christian Krognes made a similar error back in May, if you remember. Do you remember the two-lap dashes for qualifying as they do it in the sort of shootout? And very early on in that session, we had a Bogenhorst BMW in the tyres on the hats and back. That was Christian Krognes, again, making an error that you really had to note down in your diary because it happens so rarely for the time. So it's Krognes making a mistake in May, Gamaziak making a mistake today. It can happen to anybody.
Yeah, you're right. It's top 10 quality, wasn't it? Yeah, it's and quite an impact as well. I remember had the driver's door off the car. But mind you, they're not exactly attached a great deal anyway, those things. Mistakes unheard of, does happen. Just a little bit of footage here, just looking at the track. There's a going through the S's up onto the before we get onto the Norschleife there. Awful lot of gravel on the track there, so I'm guessing somebody's run wide and straight lined it, missed their braking point and gone through and just gone over the grass and bit through the gravel and rejoined. But there's a great deal of gravel there. It's not on the racing line. We've only got to run a bit wide, as indeed there has one of the Valkenhorst BMWs, just as you were saying about Klaus Bachler earlier, making that not a mistake, but just slight difference of line is the best way. But this is the race leading car, the 34 car. Just ran a little bit wide there and just kissed the gravel up. Nice bit of dust. bit disconcerting because it just unsettles the car.
Yeah.
If you've gone over the curbing and there's a dip the other side, sometimes there's a bit of sort of grasscrete, that sort of concrete with square holes into the grass grows through it, so it looks like grass, but it's actually quite a stable surface. If it's not a stable surface, that's your issue. We're looking at Hudson back now, so there's bits there. You've got a right and a left going to the first part of the Hudson back. The left there is literally a red and white painted curb, and at the top of that curb it stops and becomes grass. So that's one you can't take many liberties with, because you get over that. If you keep the footprint of the tyre on there, that's fine. If you go a bit too far over and get the sidewall over, the car drops. You can then catch under trays, suspension, all sorts of collateral that you don't think. It looks clever, it looks skillful. It isn't. It certainly looks spectacular, but usually technicians don't like it. And technicians, engineers, that's their car. Yeah, you're looking after their baby, and that's they do protect it, and you need that in some ways, but it is look after it. So again, something else you've got to look at. If you watch the Hudson back there, that set of curves, it's not just a left right bit, and at the end there's different curves, different chamfering after it. So there's bits you can take advantage of, and you've got to get that muscle memory. You were saying very early on in the show, John, about the different layout of circuits tomorrow, and make sure the drivers remember we've got qualifying. We then established it was 2 different layouts, therefore 2 different races. They've got an hour and a half qualifying to get round that tomorrow. But it's where you can and cannot take, not necessarily a liberty, but where you can use a bit more curb and where you can't. And it can make all the difference between success and not. 0 to 0 is very, very often achieved in motor racing really quite quickly. And it can be just quite simply that, oh, I thought I could use that one, and you're like, oh, you're 1 corner out.
Yeah.
And in a sequence like this, it's not quite the rhythm of somewhere else of a 8, 9, 10 corner circuit. You've got 170 corners on this circuit, and effectively an 8.5, 9 minute lap. I said that to Pittard, and he'd say 9 minutes, he'd shoot himself. But you get my point.
The 807. 307, It is 807, isn't it? We're missing the very start of that, but it looks like a VW Golf for this car that is unfortunately in the garage. It's not a Golf, it's a Honda FK7. That shows you how good my car ID is. I needed possibly to see it in full vision for the Holder Motorsport crew. And driver Holder was the last in this, so depends how many holders we've got for Holder Motorsports car.
His sister drives it as well.
Yeah, so it's Mike and Michelle Holder and Roger Vogelli, the Swiss registered driver who is in 807. Actually, it was the 807 car that took pole position in a relatively sparse TCR division this time around. I don't know why TCR is struggling a little for numbers this weekend, because I would have thought this was a very attractive prospect to be doing 2 6-hour races within the same weekend. It may clash with some other TCR racing, of course.
It might be that they're all sort of waiting for next weekend Barcelona.
Yes.
For the 24-hour race and saving the cars there. Why put 24 hours on today? 303, talking of that, we've got another one that's smoking heavily from the left rear now. Has that got some bodywork damage? It has indeed. Now that I can detect is a Seat, is it not?
It's either a Cupra or a Seat, yes.
Yes, I'm showing my age now, aren't I? It was a Seat Cupra originally.
I know.
Not just a Cupra.
Well, you don't have to be very old to actually know that, but a Cupra and the...
never miss a chance.
I'm not doing particularly well here. Being rude without even wishing for that to be the case. Anyway, yes, I can't tell what badge is on the front of that car. It might be more evident on the rear. That does appear to be a Cupra badge to me, but it's labelled as a Seat Cupra Racer, in fact. And the end of Cupra becomes the start of Racer, so it's Coupe Racer, officially. And the MSC Kempenich team for... Now, who is driving that? 303 will be Philip Ice. The Iceman, perhaps. Philip Ice, who is joined by Lucas Walterman, Majek Uch and Jens Wolf in their MSC Kempenich Seat Coupe Racer. And car 303, having qualified in second, was running in third in their chosen classification, which is SP3T. So for cars of... now, let me get this right. Does it detail engine, no, it doesn't. It's roughly a sort of 2 litre limit, I believe, in SP3, maybe 2.5 litre, but you have to have a turbocharger as well, hence the T at the end of SP3T.
Well, wherever it is, it doesn't look like it's had any impact from the rear, but it's the rear bodywork, or the rear PU as they tend to call it, has come loose or adrift on the left-hand side, which would normally indicate it's had a tap. And it's such a big piece of plastic because it's basically the rear bumper. In the days when I were a lad, you had metal bodywork and it stopped. Then you had brackets went through and a bumper bar on it. Now you don't. You have a plastic, all that's hidden inside. You've got a plastic trim, and it looks like it's on the left-hand side there. I thought that was catching on. Oh no, it's more than that. It's a rear wheel issue. So it's the other way round. So what's happened there is they've just been treated to some footage in there, and it's labelled as car number 303, and it says Seat Cupra Racer. And
they're Coupe Racer.
They're putting, yes, you're quite right. They're putting a lot of extinguishment into the luggage space area of that car. So it's measuring how many litres it can take, quite literally. So what I thought was initially bodywork rubbing on the tyre, it's the other way round. It looks like there's been some kind of suspension failure on the left rear of that number 303, and it's then rubbed against the bodywork because actually the rear wheel was rocking back and forth in the aperture there, and it was then exuding flames from behind. Well, it looks like it's not a rear-wheel drive, it's a front-wheel drive car. There wouldn't be any drivetrain down there, would there?
No.
So I'm not quite sure what would be on fire there because there's no real oil down that end.
No.
Unless it's a four-wheel drive one that I don't know about.
Well, maybe that's why it's in SP3T and not therefore entered into TCR, because all of a sudden they've invented a four-wheel drive coupe racer. Maybe that's what makes it a coupe racer. I thought you were going to say, well, back in the old days, when I were a lad, when Cupras were known as Seats, all those years ago. Yes, they were, you know, folks.
They were.
You couldn't buy a Cupra.
No.
Cupra was just the model.
Exactly so.
It's a bit like... Well, I don't know, was Arbath ever a model, and then that became the new badge, the sporty...
Yes, because Arbath was the sporting bit.
Right.
On a Fiat. So there were little Fiat 500 Arbaths.
Yeah, yeah.
And that became a brand.
Could you ever buy a Fiat Arbath? Or was it always a 500 Arbath? And then... Ooh. But you're saying that was actually the title of the model, and then Arbath became the first word you said, didn't it? Because it became like an Arbath 500.
One thing at a time. So... Actually, okay, we'll do that. But we'll keep you happy.
We'll do the history of Seat, will we?
Well, no, we'll come back to that. So, okay. Fiat Abarth, yeah?
Fiat Abarth became an Abarth, effectively, whereby the model was then the new brand one particular year. And a similar thing has happened with Cupra. We probably should have pre-planned this and done all of our homework beforehand. But that's the beauty of a 6-hour race. We can do it on the fly via something called the internet.
Here we go. Now here's stuff, and here's a picture of one at Goodwooders, actually. How about that? So, Carlo Arbath was a sporting director of Cisitalia racing team in the 1940s. And then created in 1949, Arbath & C was founded in Bologna.
Okay.
So it was a brand.
So it was an independent brand, not associated with Fiat at the time. Yes.
Oh, and this is a way to go motor racing, isn't it? From the Cisitalia liquidation, Arbath attained not 1, but 5 of the sports cars, including D50 for Lamborghini, Ferraris, yeah?
Yes.
Obviously wanted to go tuning, etc. Then moved to Turin in 51 and built the Abarth 1500 by Posto.
Okay.
By 1957, entered a deal with Fiat whereby they were paid direct fees for successful competition finishes. So they were the competition arm of Fiat. It's a separate brand.
Yes.
That became that.
So that's a bit like Ferrari and AF Corsa?
Correct. Yeah, very similar sort of things, yeah.
That's interesting. I actually didn't know any of that. See, folks, they say that we don't, along with entertain, which is obviously naturally what we're doing, but they say we don't educate you. Clearly, that's precisely what's happening today, and the beauty of, well, 12 hours of racing.
And things you get to learn, okay? So,
go on, more. By the way, Klaus Bachler still leads. Exactly. 8.9 seconds. Since
they, Abarth, were based or paid primarily on their number of results, Abarth entered the cars in every conceivable class in countries across the world. Entered into an arrangement with Hans Hermann, who was a factory driver from 62 to 65, winning the 500k at Nurburgring with Teddy Paulette. Abarth promised Johann Abt that he could race a factory car for free.
I just want to pause briefly. Metzgersfeld, fully committed double left-hander, but on the bit of track you want to get to as the racing line, 2 intervention vehicles on the outside there, and expertly dealt with by the drivers involved, because they had to observe the yellow flags, but then I actually see a white flag, which would normally be the indication of a intervention vehicle. So they had to jump, sort of go, I can't go to the racing line, got to have to go extra tight into the second bit of Metzgersfeld. And thankfully, they could draw breath again, having escaped that. At 3:03, the work continues on this not a Cupra, but a Seat Coupe Racer, and they're focusing clearly on the rear, which not a few moments ago was a light. They did actually manage to extinguish that. Back to Abarth facts of the day.
Well, it's just fascinating because he basically promised Johann Abt that he could race a car for free. If he got good results. Abt won 29 of the 30 races he entered and second in the other one. Later founded Abt Sportline.
Yes.
Yes. And started basically with Abarth doing tuning exhaust pipes for Lambrettas.
Oh, wow.
And then sold to Fiat in 1971.
So it was acquired by Fiat,
who had no interest in running it. Would you believe? They just bought it, yeah? Mm-hmm. So they were taken over by somebody who wanted to do it for them, might have heard of this chap, called Enzo Acella.
Okay, yes. Yes.
It's all interlinked, isn't it? Yes. We should do a podcast here, shouldn't we? Car Connections. We really should.
It's got a future in it.
Yeah.
So Le Mans Legends in Ginetta Juniors, and a new podcast detailing the order of car models / teams and how they all came about.
But they also created the Lancia Beta Monte Carlo Turbo Group 5 car and the Lancia Rally 037 Group B rally car. It was effectively an Abarth.
Oh, yes, okay.
Yes.
I can understand that too.
For that, we love them.
We are eternally grateful. So that's Abarth, of which I don't think there's even one in the race, but, any excuse to start chatting about very potent Italian cars. And you get the idea about Cupras. Unfortunately for the 303, that is not going to be a quick return to the race for Philip Ice and his 3 teammates in the MSC Kepenich Seat Cup Racer, or Coupe Racer.
We just had a quick update from Ollie in the background with the info about the burning, if you read this too quickly, the burning Seat. It's all in the enunciation.
Yeah.
Also read it to you quickly as ankle broke, tyre scrubbed so much on the bodywork that it caught fire. Actually, it's axle broke, not ankle broke. It's not an axle, so basically for some reason that left rear became disconnected as we thought, and that's what caused the thing to catch fire. Still not sure what was fire down inside the wheel well, but
yeah, deep inside the wheel arch itself. Bizarre. Axle breakage. I would imagine it takes quite a bit to break an axle.
Well, on one of those, it isn't an axle because it's not got any driven wheels. There's nothing at the back there, so it's fairly flimsy,
just a
fuse wire type stuff. It's a bit of toe links and stuff. So
yeah.
You've only got to clatter it the wrong way and catch something, and you can break it and carry on. We had a race control message came up on the screen a good while back now, probably half an hour ago, saying that I've never seen before, sustained, I think it was, code 60 at Hohenrhein. And that's for the 474 Cayman Porsche that Marquez got out of okay, the most important element. But there are significant barrier repairs on the right and left. So Hohenrhein is the approach to Tiergarten. So it looks like that Porsche has gone off on the right first, as you said, Johnny, and collected both things and hopefully dissipated its impact before it's got to that where it's come to rest. Otherwise, that's quite a sudden stop at the top of Tiergarten. But the most important thing is that Marquez is out of the car and all okay. I'm sure he's a little bit winded and a little bit of knock to pride, but he's got out of the car unaided.
Yeah, and
the only thing we want to see.
Indeed. Something that I wasn't sure that was going to happen as quickly as it did, in actual fact, but the marshals were very quickly to the scene. It depends what track map you're looking at, but I think normally Hohenrhein is the really twisty bit after Tiergarten. So Tiergarten is where the cars are arriving now, with that first bit of red and white curbing on their left, and then as it gets properly tight and becomes a right and a left chicane effectively, that's what's labelled as Hohenrhein on my map, and I would think that is where the substantial... I actually can't see much damage to the Armco barrier. I think it's been pushed back, I think, on the struts to driver's left there. But then, yes, this is where the main maintenance work is taking place. So this bit is Hohenrhein. The Unimog's there together with the accompanying trailer, and that's the right-hand side, or driver's right, that is going to have to be replaced. A significant chunk of Armco barrier going to need to be replaced there, and possibly struts behind as well. So
you referenced the Van Toor brothers incident, last year's 2022 24-hour race. Enough twos in there for you? Where neither would give, and there was I do remember at the time that I've forgotten who we had in the booth at the time, but John Hindhoff was covering it live at the time. We had a contributor in the booth at the time, and when it happened, I remember John turning to me and saying, Snowy, driver's perspective on that. And the first thing I said, which was, I guess it was kind of instinctive without really sort of thinking about it, I just said sibling rivalry. But I remember John just saying, seriously? And it was like, yeah, it just suddenly it seemed logical to me. That's what it was. I don't know why it just did. And then there was the absolute best tweet, as it was then, before it became a Zeet, from Raffaello Marciello, about half an hour, three-quarter hour later, who just said, so want to be at the Van Toor Christmas dinner this year. Which I thought was just mischievous but funny as well. And of course, Laurent Van Toor did have to put out a public announcement and saying that, you know, exactly was that. We've been racing karts since four, shouldn't have done it, etc., etc. And he took Grello, which was the 2021, so the previous year's winning car, out of the race at exactly the place you've just described. That little touch, and it looked of no consequence, the touch, to be honest. It wasn't to me like they got into one another or tried to outbrake or dive for a slot. They were just very high speed part of the Dottinger Hoa, and that's the problem. The speed was the issue. That slightest rubber bodywork, and Grello went round and collected the barrier exactly where you described on the right, which then fired it across the left where this 474 Caymans ended. It took that car entirely out of the race. Can't have helped that Dries Van Toor went on to win the race as well. That would have stuck in his throat, but karma is karma.
I think the appropriate Zeet on X would be #Orcs.
Yeah.
Is it still a hashtag?
Yes.
Elon, is it still a hashtag? It's not like an X tag now on X.
All right.
With your Zeets. That was the 113 car rejoining, which is one of the many Porsches in the race, and 113 driven by either Bill or Jim Cameron. Unfortunately, again, no way of telling the difference on our screen, but it is definitely one of the two Camerons. They are the only drivers allocated to that Porsche, and a nice little swoop from the outside inside there for Christian Krognes, desperate not to lose any time whatsoever through Sabine Schmidt's curve, and onto the hats and back the second placed BMW goes.
But look why, he was flashing his lights. Whichever driver it was, you mentioned the Porsche there, of the two, the brothers that would...
Bill or Jim, yeah.
Bill, Jim did read the flashing lights and didn't jump out of the way immediately, which is exactly what you don't want actually as a quicker driver. You want them to stick to their line, but what you're doing by flashing is saying, I'm here, be aware, but what you don't want is drivers moving offline. And you actually just want them to keep out of the way and just logically, safely, which is exactly what he did. And just as you mentioned out there, through Sabine Schmidt's curve and barely onto the Hatzenbach, and he was 5 car lengths ahead already. So that's how much it would have been held up. And it doesn't look much when you see it, and you just sit there and think, oh, bit of traffic, and we just say it casually. But 5 car lengths is significant in impeding a progress, and drivers don't like that. And the problem with that then as well is, no matter how experienced you are, no matter what position you're in, you don't like it. You get impatient, and that's something you have to have in your armory of, it doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. But then you can't become too complacent, because it does matter, because you have too many of those things in a lap, and it's finding that balance. And we say it so often with these top people around here. We watch the Stiflers, the Estras, the Gamaziaks, Pittards, etc. of the world, where they win these races isn't just pace. That's kind of like a given. It's reading the situation, reading the traffic through this circuit, through other class cars, multi-layer, different speed differentials, and understanding where is safe and what the degree of risk. And that's the bit you can't afford to have, because you get impatient and you make a mistake and you can be out of the race. That simple.
Yeah. The other thing from Christian Krognes' point of view is that he would have come around the corner to see what looks like a slower Porsche. Little did he know the car's been off the track a few moments ago, but because you were several corners back, it's just another back marker that you need to get around, but you don't necessarily know that the car may be struggling because it's been off on the grass, therefore Bill or Jim Cameron having to clean its tyres as quickly as possible. But in fairness, there was a good deal of respect there, gentlemanly driving, knowing you've just had a spin. What you don't want to do then is be a sort of moving chicane for anyone who is trying to get by in a hurry. And there was certainly no element there of the Cameron Porsche hampering Krognes, but Krognes wanted to clear it as quickly as possible. We're focusing on the SP7 Porsche Cayman here from Plusline Racing Team. This is Rainer Neufer, who have just brought the car in from SP7. Sadly, SP7 with only 2 cars this weekend.
Well, it's serving a penalty, isn't it?
Yes, of course it is. If I'd only paid attention to where it had come to a halt in the pit lane. SP7 used to have probably 20-odd cars, but then the Cup 2 division was created, and that's predominantly where we find the 911 Cup GTs now, GT3 Cup cars. That number 63, actually, though, a Cayman GT4 CS, the GT4 Club Sport that is in Class SP7, racing a 991 Cup car indeed, with the Manthey Racing badge. That's what the MR stands for on the model that Georg Goder, Ralf Irmer, Martin Schlüter and Tim Scheerbart have brought to the track this weekend. Scheerbart has been a regular in Cup 2 throughout the NLS season this year, but obviously bringing out a slightly older SP7 car for this weekend. The golden glow on the hats and back as the number 11 Mercedes looks to try and get round one of the GT4 Toyota Supras, and that glorious 6.2 litre normally aspirated V8 from the Mercedes. Klaus Bachler leads though.
Einmal mit meinem Red Bull Boliden mit E-Fuels durch die grüne Hölle jagen. Ich freue mich und bin dabei bei Red Bull Formula Nürburgring, 9. September 2023. Alle Infos findet ihr auf redbullformulanürburgring.com. Seid dabei.
verleiht Flügel.
Faltenreifen.
World's first asphalt watch. Nurburgring Asphalt 1. Over 90 years of racing history. Cobbler.
Hey guys, I'll be in Nurburgring in September with the beautiful NLS6. Come and check it out. Definitely looking forward to it. I can't wait.
Liebe Fans, besucht unsere
Social Media Kanäle auf Facebook,
Instagram, YouTube,
Twitter und TikTok. Willkommen bei der NLS.
It's RS1 and NLS6. I nearly got those the wrong way round then, but you're tuned to Johnny Palmer and Peter Snowden with now the second half of Saturday's NLS race. So this is NLS6, the 63rd edition of the ADAC ACAS Cup race, tomorrow being the 62nd edition, which will form part of NLS7, although a completely different race, I should make the point, rather than us going back in time and doing the 62nd edition before or after the 63rd. That wouldn't make any sense at all. But deliberately so, they're run by different organising bodies, and actually the decision made this year to run them on different tracks as well. So the cones will have to be distributed to map out the shorter version of the Grand Prix track for Sunday's action. That's going to be underway midday Central European summertime, and we're racing through until 6 o'clock. Whereas last year, the first 45 to 50 minutes of the race on Sunday was held under Code 60 conditions, because there was a very complicated, although it worked well, very complicated way of getting restarted by sending the cars out from the pit lane at designated intervals that had been decided late on the previous evening. We're effectively scrapping that idea for 2023 and running it as a completely separate race with different qualifying, a new qualifying session bright and early tomorrow morning as well, and that will be a 90-minute session that will determine the grid for 3 separate groups once more. But the Red Bull Nurburgring event, Red Bull Formula One event that is taking place here at the Nurburgring, including demonstrations of all sorts of Formula One cars from various different eras. Some of that took place earlier today, plenty more of it tomorrow as well, and a perfect opportunity to come and visit this venue if you've never done it before. Sadly, no Daniel Ricciardo, because he's recovering from his recent injury. That was it the last Grand Prix then? No, Dutch Grand Prix.
Dutch Grand Prix qualifying at Hugenholz corner.
At what corner?
Hugenholz.
Hugenholz.
The banked one.
Yes, yes.
So I've still got the jury out on this one. I think our colleague Jackie will defend Mr. Ricciardo on this one, but I'm not convinced it was the incident he makes out. Let's just say.
All right. Well,
I don't think he was avoiding his countryman. Let's put it that way. I think he wasn't never going to make the corner in the first place.
I'm completely in the neutral zone here because I didn't even see it. So I'm just stating that Daniel Ricciardo, which I think is the family preference on the name, everyone calls him Ricciardo or just Ricardo.
Danny, mate.
Danny, mate. Yeah, that's right. That'll do. And he'll give you a big grin, although through a fractured metacarpal.
Yes.
I can't imagine him doing a lot of grinning, actually. It sounds rather painful, that.
Feel like go of the wheel, then.
It prevents him from being at this event. However, the bonus is that 13-time Grand Prix winner David Coulthard has been able to be called up at short notice. Carrie Schreiner, one of Germany's most promising female drivers, also was confirmed a few weeks ago to participate at this event. And then we've got Jos Verstappen, who himself, former Formula 1 driver. Of course, he's the father of somebody.
Well, as I mentioned in our midweek motorsport show with John Hindhoff when we did the preview for this, we always talk about Max Verstappen. Jos Verstappen, of course, is the man that made Jos Verstappen, quite literally.
Made Max Verstappen.
Max Verstappen, made him, quite literally.
Yeah. So driving...
and of course, the most standout, of course, is...
Go on.
It's not an Aston theme either.
The standout, star of the event?
Star car going around with a certain driver in the one I'd want to see the most.
Yuki Tsunoda. I'm guessing not.
No,
Go on.
Comedy. Matthias Lauda in one of his father's cars.
Yeah.
That's just quite extraordinary. All that history, you think back to the Lauda history around here, Bergwerk, 1976, 1st of August, all that comeback and everything. Just had the Monza Grand Prix where he came back in that year. That's my childhood. Long before your father had even thought about you, Johnny. That's what I remember. That was that era. And of course, I was one of those irritating children that supported Niki Lauda at Ferrari and not James Hunt and didn't follow the Brit at the time. And apparently my father once asked me, because my mum was a massive James Hunt fan, and my father asked me, because I was going against the grain completely, and obviously I was a petulant 12-year-old and just older, that's all. And he said, why do you support Lauda? And apparently my response was, because he's the more complete driver.
Really? How old were you? 12?
Yes. So anyway, yes. And there it is. The precedent was set.
I can very easily imagine that. That's the worrying thing.
Yes. Sadly, so can I. It's like,
yeah.
Yes, we were doomed from there forward, weren't we?
That was a sign of things to come. Yeah. A window into the future.
I was right.
So there you go. Matthias Lauda, as you say, also at the Formula, what was it called again officially? The Red Bull Formula Nurburgring.
Now, live on that,
yes.
I just had a report from, a message from Tom Certain Clock, who is Australian and lives in Australia, listens into all the NLS ways, and he's just put, not a bad try, at his actual name though. However, in Oz, it's just Danny Rick.
Danny Rick.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. Indeed. It's an Italian name, but in Australia, frankly, nobody cares.
Yeah, Danny Rick, mate.
It needs to be as short as possible with a little, rhythm to it. It's like when I first went to Bathurst, nobody could call me Johnny or Johnny Pie. I had to come up with it. And Palmy is something completely different. Chicken Palmy that you would have with tomato sauce and cheese. So I was like, I'm not going with Palmy. So JP it was. Working with Richard Crailsy Crail, Peter Snowy Snowden, you would have fitted in perfectly. So I get it. I get the nickname technique within Australia and other places too. The conversation with Ollie and various drivers continues down in the pit lane, but we can focus now on Christian Krognes, who's come in
to the pits, hasn't he?
At the end of 20 laps. So the BMW in need of fuel, and that will... Now, is David Pittard close enough? He's not yet into the final run to the line at the end of this lap on the Dottinger
And it's also
Hall.
quite a slow lap on the previous lap. The last one was a 9:31 as opposed to Prognos's 9:11. Now those two cars have respectively done respectively an 8:33.6 and an 8:33.3 in favour of the BMW, so only 0.3 different. But Pittard having a bit of a slower run on that previous lap. This will, of course, assuming Pittard continues past without pitting, what is it? Then he will assume the race lead, will he not?
I was just trying to work that out.
Well, Fetzer in the sister Porsche has indeed just pitted.
Yes. And David Pittard hasn't yet appeared.
Which is what I'm just going to see where he is on
the end
tracker.
of the lap. Something, the way that we might be able to explain a quicker lap for Christian Krognes versus David Pittard last time around is that some of the track's gone green since, including now Tiergarten and Hohenrhein. So they've actually done a spectacular job, have the track crews here at the Nurburgring Norschleife, in that the repair work on the Armco has been completed after that horrible looking accident for Marcos Adolfo Vasquez. Vasquez no doubt taken to the medical centre.
Now
But we are
Pittard's only
green.
just on the Dottinger Hohe now.
Yes. And it's taken him 3 minutes and 7 seconds to do that sector time. But at least from this point to the start and finish line for David Pittard, it will be a green racetrack now. In fact, the whole of the track is now green. We were only waiting for the Dottinger Hohe Part 3 to be cleared, and that is also now, the yellow flags have been withdrawn. So all the way around the racetrack, for mere seconds, it was green, but we've got another yellow flag this time at Bergwerk, so entirely unrelated.
So Pittard's just come through the kink. He's coming up through the rise, up to the end of the Dottinger Hohe to the Tiergarten. No, she's going through the kink now. To watching the onboard footage. Yeah, there's the kink. Looks like it's more of a corner than you realise. When you see it in car, it's I'm not sure Pittard didn't even lift for that. But here we are at Tiergarten now, coming through the end of the lap. So where's other two are still in the pits, are they not? Yes. So unless he pits, is he diving in? He is. Looks like he's diving into the pits. No, straight past. So that should put Pittard into the race lead. Gamaziak at that moment in the Volkenhorst BMW exits the pit just as our new race leader, in my book, went for the screen to update, should update. Pittard's through the first part, first right hand and into the Mercedes arena. Kuba Gamaziak coming out of the pits. Fetzer not yet there, but it should put Pittard into the lead. And of course, it was Phil Durr, wasn't it, in the Aston Martin that we knew was in the car that Ben was interviewed.
Yeah.
So that's going to be a driver change as well. So I wonder if it's time to put Nicky Thiem back in that.
I think Ben Durr will get a stint. It was Ben that we were hearing from.
But had he done a stint already or not? Was that pre? I think you're right. I think you're right, Joe. I don't think he had.
I'll have to check the records on that. By the way, there's a reason why David Pittard didn't need to pit.
I'll do that.
That was an out lap. So
Yeah.
that's the reason why Pitbull wasn't needing to come in. He'd already taken 4.5 minutes pretty much through sector 1. So he now, as the new race leader, is the first one to step into the opening sector, I reckon. Was he close enough? Yeah, 1 minute and 28 compared to Kuba Gamaziak. Less than that to Dennis Fetzer. Nicky Thiem started the Aston Martin. I can't remember whether he did a double stint though at the start, or whether one of the Durr brothers took over after that.
Now we've got two different Durrs in it. I'm not mixing my metaphors here. So Nicky Thiem did indeed start the car and do a 4-lap stint, Johnny, with an 8:37. Interesting, you're taking back the level of drivers. There have been 2 silver drivers in that. An 8:37.6 was his best lap, my apologies. You then had a 6-lap stint from one of the Durrs, Phil or Ben, and they did a 8:39.9, and it's currently on a 14-lap stint now.
Right.
Which doesn't seem to make sense. You can't do 14 laps around here.
So it's missed a pit stop.
It's missed a pit stop
right
there
in
somewhere.
the middle.
Exactly. So
it'll likely be 2.7.
Yeah, it's on. It's actually saying 16 laps now, so that'll be right. 2.8. So that must be due a pit stop any time now. Because I think you can just run to an 8 round here.
You can.
Just.
You can. not at the start, but certainly in the meat of the of battle, if you like. You can easily do 8. So yeah, it's going to be from the Dur Motorsport strategic perspective. Yeah. Where do you next plug Nicky Team in? I mean, the sensible thing is stick him in at the end when there's most time to try and gain.
Well, actually, it's interesting. Sorry, Johnny, to finish on that, there is a slight. We've got a little graphic here, a sort of pie chart, and it's got Team 4. Dur 16, and then below that is the actual time. That's laps and time, and exactly halfway through that 16 lap segment there's a recorded stop of 2 minutes 25 and 31 seconds.
Right.
So it's just, I'm guessing, unless it's the same, I'm guessing it's the driver ID hasn't registered that there's a change between Dur and Dur.
That's the problem, isn't it?
Yes.
Because
we got there.
You've got a pie chart that is 2 different colours.
Yeah.
What it's not doing is differentiating between the 2 Dur brothers. It just sees Dur in the car and goes, "Oh, it must be the same one." Yeah. Okay. Oh well.
Which is yeah, not unforgivable, given it's exactly the same spelling. Why would it think anything's different? So the time bit does do it there. So exactly that, I would say halfway through. That's exactly on. So that car must be, the point is now. So it looks like there's a driver change in progress now.
And it all goes back to what
Nicky
you
Team
were suggesting,
yeah,
which is put Nicky back in, because he'll be due a stint. He did the opening hour, pretty much, give or take. And he's now going to do hour 4 of the race, because that is what we are in. Nearly 20 minutes into hour 4 now. And remember, as the shadows continue to lengthen, we will be racing well beyond dusk and into the the late evening hours, in fact, due for a 9:30 local time stop. And it will be a proper checkered flag. The checkered flag would have waved anyway. It did last year, Saturday night. But this time, all of the cars will be given a race result tonight, and that will be the result for NLS6, rather than combining everything for a 12-hour race, which is what happened in 2022.
I do love the audience participation we have from our listeners in the collective. Thank you very much. Anybody that wants to message in at RSL_studio, and it's myself at Snowy Racer or at Blackpool Johnny, who's the main man. There's a message here.
Only in my mind.
Yeah, well, there's and ours. There's a message from me. I'm gonna read the message out and then guess who it's from. Okay?
Yes.
Considering the fact that my name has been shortened to Chris today, you chaps are doing all right. #NLS.
Is that my mate Ian Chris McCarthy?
That's the fella.
Yes. Hello, Chris. I mean, Ian. Yeah, sorry about that. I don't quite... clearly I haven't got the Australian system with your name, though, because I've decided to add 2 extra letters rather than take even further. Well, mind you, what's the shorter version of Ian?
I.
I, yes.
Yeah, going the wrong way, mate.
Indeed I am. Must be.
So, code 60 again now. So, first time in a little while. In fact, first time in almost 40 minutes we've got a code 60. This is for car 691, which is on a different page than what I'm looking at. It is the only car in its class, would you believe? We've had this before a couple of times today, haven't you? This is the Benno Zerlin car. It doesn't even say a team, it's an M240i Racing Cup, so that must be, actually it must be in more than one car in its class. Yes, it's just the last one on the page. So that's the class is cunningly named as the BMW M240i class. And you wouldn't believe it, but all the cars in it are BMW M240i Racing Cup cars.
Are they really?
Including the one that I've just mentioned, yes. Yeah.
I mean, frankly, the class name is not quite descriptive enough for my liking.
No.
But there are a number of cars within it, as you said. So
now, interestingly,
I think it's 10 for this weekend.
Yeah. Now, that car would appear to have either got itself behind a barrier or got going again, because that code 60, no sooner had it appeared than it has disappeared. So I'm just going to look it up on my tracker as to where he is. 691 is... Yes, it's moving again. So it's not too far onto the lap, unfortunately. It's to Arenberg, going down to Fuchsruhe. But it is... now is it or not? No, I suspect it's Now we've got yellow flags for it at the moment, so it was moving. It's now stopped again. So we've got marshal flag post 88 1991. This car, which is Arenberg. It's parked right on the apex of Arenberg on the right-hand side, assuming that's the apex you take. Not every driver takes the same apex.
Well, true. I think there's really only one at Arenberg, otherwise you're in the gravel and potentially in the Armco barrier, though, as well. There was an interesting apex taken, I seem to remember, by a KTM that decided to catch fire in that part of the track a couple of years ago, and as the driver tried to put the fire out,
yeah, it rolled down the hill, didn't it? Yeah, yes.
And it didn't have anybody in it. So an on-fire KTM, driverless. What's not to like there?
Our wonderful colleague Joe Bradley showed his police training came through like, oh, we have a situation.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that's what the KTM driver was thinking at the time, as he had tried to get back into, because then it went from one side of the track to the other, didn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, on fire.
Yes, as marshals were trying to chase it down, but not having a great deal of luck. Great little overtake from Daniel Zills in the black BMW with the orange wheels and partial orange roof as well, on the 511 car, which is now being driven by Ranko Mijatovic. Remember, in fact, both cars, or just the one car, will pit at the end? No, 511 is in. 633 came in, but actually Daniel Zills stays out to maintain the BMW 330i class lead. I mean, officially that is the VT2 for rear wheel and front wheel drive cars. Yes, Daniel Zills, car number 1, stays in front. There was a time when these cars were all pitting together. The team again can have a look at whether the damage on the front of this 511 has got any worse, because remember, it had lost at least a headlight lens, possibly the component itself, slightly more than just the lens, but also the headlight too. But the bonnet has held station on that 511 car. I was mildly concerned that it had maybe stressed one of the bonnet clips a bit too much, but it's keeping down.
That's why I went into such detail about the bonnet clips, to share your pain with you and to ease it for you, ease the burden.
Thank you.
It's all right.
It's a responsible commentator within you.
It's a team effort, man.
Yeah. No, I appreciate it. So I would expect Daniel Zills will probably pit next time around to match up with the 511. How are we doing on stops? Yeah, 511's now pitted 3 times. Zills just twice, or at least his car just twice. So next time I'm sure we'll see the black and orange BMW in, so that they will be equal at least on pit stops, and probably most likely on time as well, because they've been very much joined at the hip from the start. Adrenaline Motorsport leads FK Performance Motorsport, which is now in the pit lane. A glorious evening around the Nurburgring.
You just say that we just panned to the Rover Oils helicopter Helicam shot there, and it's looking over the Eiffel Mount or whatever. But there's to the right of the track on the field, there was a car just speeding along on its own, like a RAV4 or something. I thought, it's like one of those police camera action shots where you got the getaway, the infrared, set the dogs on him. Just that's where my mind went from it. Why this lone car going across a field on its own at some speed,
and not possibly knowing
buy
it's
a ticket
being
like
filmed.
everybody else?
Well, yeah, yes. Mind you, this race and many of the 24-hour events through the years have been almost compared with a police chase on public roads, and I can see the analogy there, certainly, at the sort of speed that this is competed at, and then particularly when we get to darkness hours with the headlights piercing through. One of the very few areas where there is actually runoff is Adenauer Forst. Then the Armco barrier closes in again. I heard what you were saying about Alton Park and feeling that, the track is no stranger to big incidents, so that's the reason why we have to push the barriers back. Surely there's an argument to say the closer the barriers are to the track, the more the cars will be contained. But
yeah, to clarify, I'm just waxing lyrical there, looking at those glorious autumn golds there. Absolutely
they're
fantastic,
great.
Just beautiful. Is there a finer circuit in the world? We've got a race control message, by the way. Car number 477 failed to manage code 60, so that's under investigation. Just to clarify, the bit I was talking about Alton Park back in the UK of the barriers, it wasn't the barriers, it's the pedestrian fencing that was being moved further away from the barriers.
Right.
That had raised some comments on social media this week about paying spectators being increasingly moved further away from the action when they're paying a ticket. But I said, as it's the other side, there's always two sides to a coin, as is the other side of fairly big accidents. If you're a spectator right next to it and you've got flying debris, then that's a whole different issue. And as a circuit owner, organizer, it's a quandary, isn't it?
Totally.
The moment somebody's, if you leave it where it is, and people get value for money, great, until somebody's hurt. And then somebody, it's not even the court case or sued, it's then why were you irresponsible and didn't do that? So where do you go to, do we all watch it on television? But we want live fans at circuits all across the world. What we're seeing here about the barriers, I have to take your point completely valid there, Johnny, that the closer the barrier to the circuit, the better, for various reasons. Working backwards, there's no spectator bit in this area, so that's not a problem at all. The closer they are there, if you do have an incident, you're actually going to bounce off it and slow down quicker, and hopefully some of the higher speed parts of the circuit you'll scrub speed off, because what you don't want is one big slow impact. Well, I was so pleased to see that Cayman 474. I know it sounds odd. Had hit the barriers on the right first and then dissipated across, not that just sudden stop at the end on the left there, and totally selfishly as well from a driving perspective. They see a great aerial shot here going to the carousel. I mean, it is the Nurburgring Langstrecke logo, but that is it. That's it, just perfect. Just screenshot that. That's it. That's Nurburgring all over. But you're threading the eye. You're threading your car through a needle. And from a drivers are selfish, I've understood. Apparently, I've been reminded that this week. You want to focus on what's ahead of you. You want to have that little bit through the gap there and see what's going on. Line of sight. If there's big wide open spaces, you can get lulled into a false sense of security of, can I try and move? Is there a bit of margin? Have I got a bit of a safety net here or not? Places like this don't, and they keep you focused, and you could argue that you shouldn't need to do that. It depends on your level of experience and confidence as well, but I personally quite like it nice enough. I always enjoyed street circuits, which is very, very strange. I don't know why. I like the discipline, the finesse, the perfection, literally the discipline of driving it. You can't take errors, you can't take risks and make mistakes, because it'll bite you when it's over, and it's a corner off and it's game over.
Yeah. I mean, I've always been a big fan in his European and World Touring Car days of Andy Prio, and he was always a master on a street circuit, threading the car between barriers. But he came from a hill climb background where you had to hit your marks all the time.
And Jersey, wasn't it?
Yes. So, and I always compared the hill climb experience that he'd had in his early days to then being so accurate and not distracted, because it's very, I would imagine, because you are whistling by bits of metal virtually at every corner, it's very easy to kind of disassociate yourself from that and go, I'm not hitting the barriers, so this is a nice, clean, fast lap. And you cannot allow the thought creeping into your mind of, oh, what if I was to whack that barrier at this sort of speed? That just doesn't compute, does it?
No, it doesn't. I mean, I'm sure I've said this before, and for those that you listening have heard it before, then I apologise for repeating, but it's worth telling for the sake of this circuit. But the first 24-hour I did here, I was at Le Mans the weekend before and cornered a good mate who was racing against the time, no other than Win Percy, and just said, never done the Nurburgring, and he went, you're doing the 24-hour straight in? I was like, yes. I said, any advice? And it was two things he said to me. He said, take on so much fluid, lots of fluids until you pee clear.
Yes.
To make sure you've got enough fluids on board. He said, how good are you at learning circuits? And I said, yeah, pretty good. And he said, fine, forget that. He said, it doesn't work at the Nurburgring. He said, as long as you know what's coming up next, that's all that matters. So people break it into sections, they try to do this, so just know what's coming up next, because it's so complex. That's all that matters. If you know what's coming up next, you can't make a mistake. He said, so don't have a rhythm and a flow. He said that will come naturally. You'll suddenly find bits where you go, hats and back, oh yeah, get that, okay, understand it. But to start, learn it corner by corner and just know what's happening next. It was great advice. And we finished, so that can't be too bad.
Oh, well, hey, every credit to Win in that case for the advice. I think part of the reason for that is that, yes, you may have been through that corner before, but each scenario, unless you're on a completely clear track, each time through that corner could be different each time you get to it, because you'll be battling with back markers, you may have cars wanting to try and get past you as well, and therefore almost every run through each of the corners becomes unique, apart from those rare opportunities you might get where you've got the whole track to yourself. But I do understand, if you're starting to think 4, 5, 6 corners ahead, you've then lost the ultimate focus that the next corner demands.
Yes, you have to have a view on it. You have to. This is what we were saying earlier about the top drivers of this, and I'm not going to name check because I'll inadvertently miss out somebody and don't mean to offend, but we know who we mean. That they're reading ahead, and they are reading the situation, not necessarily the corner ahead. But the big thing about this, and I can't take credit for this comment, I've got to attribute our colleague Joe Bradley for this, who always describes endurance racing, particularly multi-class like this, on a canvas like the Nurburgring, the Norschleife, as it's a game of high-speed chess, or a high-speed game of chess. And it is, and you're driving the car, you've got to have mental capacity spare to drive. Driving the car fast should be a given. I know that sounds really not meant to be arrogant, but you should be able to do that anyway.
The percentage of brain capacity, there's not a great deal of it on driving the car, is there?
It's like getting into Oxbridge. You know you're right, you're there already, now what can you do?
Yeah.
That's the whole point of the Norschleife, and I mean that seriously. You can drive the car fast, yeah, great, that's why you're here. What else can you do? What do you bring to, you wouldn't be here otherwise, so what can you do? What can you do that makes you stand out to somebody else? Can you read the traffic? Can you not make mistakes? Can you make that judgment call under pressure, unlike that, where you got off on the grass? And is that Pittard? I hope not. It's one of the Falcon cars. It's the number 3 car.
It was.
So it's. I'm going to have to send him a message for that, Mr. Pittard. The race leader is trying to emulate Estra there by going across the grass.
Now, you know what I said about Pittard's teammate earlier on, Klaus Bachler, making quite a big error. Can I retract that? Because actually that was the bigger error of the two.
So I was right. However, it wasn't a big error.
However, Pittard survived because although he was off on the grass just before Sabina Schmidt's curve, there ain't anything solid to hit there. And now this is the point where you have to instantly forget that. You've got to take into account that the track, that your tyres may not be pristine anymore, and maybe a few corners on the Hatzenbach need to be, I don't know, slightly more swervy to take that into account, to clean your tyres up somewhat. There's also then a Unimog carrying bits of Armco barrier that you have to be mindful of. Honestly, there's no chance to kind of re-go through that in your mind and go, oh, I just had an off, didn't I? What went wrong there? You cannot afford to waste any thought on that. So it was the Vidal chicane. Line looks good at the moment, and then he just took too much curb,
Too much curb on the right-hand side, just destabilised the car. Didn't put it on 2 wheels, touring car style, but it's just destabilised it enough that it's what we said about those Porsches. They're quirky, and it's got a very light front end unless it's full of fuel. He's quite a way into a stint now, so it probably won't be that full of fuel. And it's got that pendulum effect, that engine out the back, and you put that different motion into it. He's in a code 60 area now, isn't he? Yeah. So it's just enough to make the car squirrely when you've got nowhere to go, and in that case you've got a lot of space on the left hand side. Now I know a certain team manager that would have been on the radio to me then, in that situation, would have very calmly said, right, if you your tokens up,
that's your one chance.
As in, exactly as you're saying though, Johnny, of park it, done, not park it, it's finished, it's done, that's it, park, but you've used your tokens up. But it's that message, it's a double message of, right, you've got away with that, don't do it again, but forget it. And focus again, refocus. It's kind of like it's like almost like that alarm going off in the morning, like it's that snooze thing, isn't it? Come on.
One snooze allowed, but any more, forget it.
Precisely. Yes. Yeah. Because you know what the old adage? It's going to be a terrible joke here now, isn't there? You snooze, you lose. Yay! Appearing one night only.
That's not bad, actually. Oh no!
Oh no! That's the Shearer Audi, Frank Stifler's car that was originally the number 5 car.
Vincent Kolb driving it at the moment. Back window is not there, I would say. So, is that evidence that it's
rear
been
wings on it?
It's been in the barrier, has it, or is that blown out? Perhaps.
I think really good spot there, Johnny. I think you're absolutely right, because the rear wing's all straight and on it, and it's car looks absolutely straight. Oh, it's rear left. Is that sticking out? Has that got lots of damage?
I think is that a puncture that has then, I don't know.
That looks like massive toe in to me.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. So suspension, has he whacked? He may have whacked the wall, and that's popped the rear screen, but it hasn't actually damaged the rear wing, bizarrely. But Vincent Kolb, I'm going to say, has made an error. Now, on what part of the circuit is it? There's another car further back being covered by an intervention vehicle. Now, is this why all of the Armco struts and layers have been ordered? No, the Unimog's actually going to drive straight past there, so clearly that is not the problem. This is right at the foot, or virtually at the foot, of the Fuchsrohre. So after Arenberg right-hander at the very top of your shot with the gravel trap, and then plummeting down into the foxhole. And this is full throttle stuff. It's a really fast part of the circuit. It's a BMW that's off the road to driver's left as well. And yeah, right at the base of the foxhole, but before you re-emerge into the clearing at Adenauer Forst.
Well, I can't work out what the other car is at the moment, Johnny, and
Well, it's a BMW, but I don't know. I couldn't tell you what type.
I don't think it's a Volkenhorst, as in I don't think it's a GT SP9.
No, it certainly wasn't a GT3 car, but it was one of
like a 330 potentially.
Newer than one of the 330s that's been racing in VT2. Might have been a 240i, but other than that, I am struggling. When you're glancing down at a laptop and then you suddenly peer back up again to see the Porsche nipping by a massive lorry on the road, I just have to take a deep breath and realise where we're calling a race from again, and that's just standard practice.
No, I'm not sure whether the tracker or transponder has failed on that Phoenix Audi, because normally it would, if I click on my tracker and go to car number 5, it would find it even though it's static on the track, and it's not. And I've even tried switching to number above or below just to see if it just pulls up.
Can you zoom into the foxhole area?
Yeah, I did that, and it's
not there. It's not.
I can't see anything there.
Yeah, and it will keep jumping to various bits of the circuit as well. The code 60s are in place; they're in the correct position. So at the moment, the whole of the now BMW in question is a 650, perhaps. 3-digit number.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. It's that class, isn't it? That VT4, is that?
It's 240i, which is actually what I thought it might be. So the 240i of Yannick Fubrich.
I know, I just can't have you being right again because I'm way behind this broadcast.
Yeah, but the knowledge you bring of having driven in this, well, in the 24 hours and around this circuit far outweighs much of what I say. So I've just been sitting here listening to you and enjoying every minute of it.
It's a team, mate. It's a team job.
I'd still like another view of that Audi of Vincent Kolb to confirm my initial thought that the rear screen has popped, but it did look like
I think you're 100% right.
A jagged edge of glass at the top. And if he sideswiped the barrier, hurtling downhill into the foxhole, then not only has he done substantial damage to that rear left wheel and suspension, but also potentially the screen is shattered as a result. But quite how, what very may well be the 650 car of Yannick Fubrich. It's certainly the M240i class, and it looked a little bit like 650 as the helicopter cam zoomed in. Race away from the foxhole area is still at full speed, although Versifen is in and out of yellows at the moment. They seem to be, well, they're moving yellows along the track as one of the intervention vehicles.
Well, 650 would be the Adrenaline Motorsport car, and you're absolutely right on the colours, and in line with the Shearer Audi, that also is not appearing on my tracker.
Right.
So that would.
So we're talking about the picture on the bottom right of your screen there. Yeah, so it's not far off that paint job.
That's the colour. That is exactly what you saw. So, yeah, there may be more than one of those out there, but I think, as ever, Johnny, you're pretty spot on.
Adrenaline Motorsport do tend to livery their cars in a very similar fashion, though, and I wouldn't be surprised to see that the 503 is actually that's a Black Falcon car, but it seems to be carrying a similar shade of blue, because the car that you can hear in the background is the 503 from Black Falcon Team Bilstein. Another of the cars that did not manage to qualify this morning. This is Steve Brown driving this, and he shares it with Mikael Sharodin and Jimmy Broadbent of his sim racing fame. Many followers on YouTube and other social media, including probably X these days. Jimmy Broadbent experiencing some action again at the Nurburgring. Maybe he's got an eye to do the 24 hours at some stage. I don't think he has so far. And again, an example of being able to carry the experience of sim racing across to, as our friend and colleague puts it, Bruce Jones, full metal racing, as in the real stuff. And when you do smack into a barrier, it actually hurts. But there's still a huge amount of skill involved in sim racing. And clearly, some skills that you learn within that are transferable into the real racing around the Nürburgring itself.
Well, we've touched on this before. There's gaming and there's sim racing, and there's a distinct difference.
True.
And simulators.
I'm very good at gaming and absolutely awful at sim racing.
Well, I haven't even tried the gaming bit of it, but I did through kind invite of no less than Darren Turner last year, have a go on his one of his base performance BPS simulators, and last minute he said, basically it's an Aston GT3 car that they use.
That you sit in.
You sit in, so it's one that was actually genuinely crashed, not by Darren, but by somebody else. So it's the back and the front's gone. So it's the cockpit of it, and you sit in it, and they can do the aircon and simulate everything. And you can sit in there in overalls, lid, hands device, whatever you wish, should you get further down the line. And more than welcoming, whatever, etc. And then just, of course, just said, last words were, he said, you don't suffer motion sickness, do you? And I went, I do actually. I never go on roller coasters. And he said, So we set off, and we said, we'll start. So I was going to do the Nürburgring. So we'll start off with Silverstone, somewhere you know.
Okay.
I said, okay. 3 big screens, so front one and 2 big side ones. And I left the pits at Silverstone in the wing. I was going out, know it perfectly well. I was just thinking, ooh, didn't like it at all. Could drive it, but just didn't like it. So we turned the side screens off, and I did about 3 laps. I said, I can't do this. And he made the most telling comment. I don't mean to throw anybody under the bus here, but it was actually interesting. He said, don't worry, you're not alone. It genuinely, he's noticed it's a generational thing of the younger guys that are from Ginetta Juniors, etc., that go into it, just doesn't bother them at all. And he said he'd had Ollie Gavin over only a few weeks before, or a few months before, doing a programme for Corvette. And he said basically he had to stay for a month to overcome the motion sickness and do it time and time again. He said, literally, it's just like the real thing. It's seat time. And I had to go sit on one of their Blade products instead, which is just a seat and a screen in front.
I'll be in Nurburgring in September with a beautiful NLS6. Come and check it out. Definitely looking forward to it. Can't wait.
verleiht Flügel. Hol dir jetzt dein eigenes Motorsporterlebnis nach Hause. Dein Online-Shop für Simracing-Hardware und Zubehör. www.simraceshop.de.
Falkenreifen.
Einmal mit meinem Red Bull Boliden mit E-Fuels durch die grüne Hölle jagen. Ich freue mich und bin dabei bei Red Bull Formula Nürburgring, 9. September 2023. Alle Infos findet ihr auf redbullformulanürburgring.com. Seid dabei.
Liebe Fans, besucht unsere
Social Media Kanäle auf Facebook,
Instagram, YouTube,
Twitter und TikTok. Willkommen bei der NLS.
A beautiful evening here at the Norschleife. Just gone 7 local time, and it's a Porsche leading by almost 40 seconds. David Pitton needs to find the best part of 3 more of those seconds to make sure that he is a clear 4-0 in front of Kuba Gamaziak and his BMW M4. Meanwhile, though, the Pro Sport Aston Martin, which is in the hands of Christoph Breuer, leads Pro-Am. Now, that is a change since I seem to remember giving you the Pro-Am order not too long ago. Christian Kohlhaas in the Racing One Ferrari no longer leading Pro-Am, and it is an Aston Martin out front in that case, leading from Ferrari number 19, and the Pro-Am third position is car 25, which is the Wehrmann Huber Motorsport Porsche. And 2 pit stoppers in the Cup 2 division for the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup. So Ben Leuchter has just taken over the number 100 Max Cruiser racing car, and he leads by about the same margin that David Pittard does, actually, over the 121 of... Now, one of the Mullers is in the K. Kramer racing car, and I need to be careful whilst identifying Mullers. This has always been a problem when commentating on races from the Nurburgring, because Muller, a very popular surname, and in the car in question...
I will guarantee did better than Bruce and I did earlier this year, where he got the wrong Muller,
right,
realised, was kind enough to let me correct him with another wrong Muller.
Okay, so even with 2 attempts,
exactly,
that's it, you got it wrong.
And I think his wonderful line was, 2 idiots in a commentary box, is there enough room? Classic Bruce. Bruce, hope you enjoyed Goodwood Revival. I wish we were there in some way to see that, because it's always a great meeting. And I was talking to Johnny when just arrived this morning in the studio about some of the races I saw on live stream. Wonders of digital world that watched the St Mary's race this morning with a phalanx of endurance drivers of Tom Christensen and Bernard Troyler and Roman Dumas winning, just Jimmy Johnson, Jensen Button, all sorts out there just enjoying it in 50 saloon cars and still racing as hard as they would if it were a Grand Prix or Le Mans. It's just brilliant to see.
That's the way we like it.
Going to throw something into the mix for you here.
Can I just answer my Muller question?
Oh, sorry, yes.
Tobias Muller is the driver who's just taken over Porsche number 121. So we got Ben Leuchter, Tobias Muller, now separated by 40 seconds. And we're enjoying some battling between GT3 and GT4 machinery, because that was the SP10 leader in the 187. That is the 187 BMW for FK Performance Motorsport, still in the lead of SP10. Yes.
Just interestingly, I'm just thinking ahead. Okay, so when I say ahead, tomorrow.
All right.
Entry list for tomorrow.
Don't tell me there's a different entry list as well.
Of course there is.
As well as there being a different track.
So, first on the list is car number 5, Shira Sport by PHX Audi. Question mark. Yeah?
True. Well, if it's done a drive shaft, then that's a massive
remember, the cars are in numerical order, okay?
Right.
So, today's reads 3 and 4. Falcon Motorsports cars.
Yes.
Tomorrow's reads 5. It's your first car. No Falcons horses ready for tomorrow.
Right.
Are they pushing harder today because they're not racing tomorrow? We then go straight to 11 Schnitzelarm Racing, etc., and then we're pretty well mirroring it, yeah? Duo Motorsport, etc., etc., etc. So,
but no Falcons.
No Falcons. I just wonder if that's is it deliberate? Are they generally not taking part tomorrow and just doing one of the 2 6-hour races this weekend, because they are 2 separate rounds? And if so, does that mean they can push a bit harder today to get the result because they're not taking part tomorrow? But it is a provisional entry list, but I'd be surprised if that changes this close. But then why wouldn't you go and do both races there?
Yes, it's a puzzler, I have to say, and I don't know the immediate answer to that. I do have friends in high places within Falcon Motorsport, though, so could certainly
check you out.
Message the right people to find out what the deal is there. Falcon
is that the kind of I'll get my people to talk to your people?
Yes, entirely so. Well, there was a result from earlier on in the year. I might be in the last race, actually. I think it was the last race, the 6-hour Pokal Rennen, where Falcon had a cracking result on the road, but then deep into the night on Saturday, one of the cars was disqualified. And I could find absolutely nowhere in all 4 corners of the internet a precise reason as to why that second car had been taken out of the results, but my people talking to your people did actually glean an answer, so I'm very grateful for those involved. They know who they are, and I'm just now trying to ferret through the various messages to get a conclusive answer as to why there was that result change, because I don't think we've actually spoken about that, but that happened last time we were racing at the Nurburgring. I'll dive into my messages to get there in a moment or two. For many, it's been a long day already, because we're at nearly 7:30 in the evening. And if everyone got to the circuit bright and early for Red Bull Formula Nurburgring, where the track action did not all start at 2:30 this afternoon when the race did, there was plenty going on, mainly around the Grand Prix track. And those that were here bright and early to see the Formula One cars of old and of more modern eras as well will now be thinking, oh, 2 more hours, we're almost there, but we desperately wanted to see some racing on the Nürburgring in darkness because for whatever reason, many reasons, I'm sure it might not be possible to have been here for the 24 hours. And although the campsites are somewhat less populated, the main spectator areas close to the Grand Prix track have been flooded with people, and I'm sure that will be the case tomorrow as well. Yes, Falcon disqualified from the previous race because of a rear wing infringement, being outside of the legal window. I think that was possibly a case of putting the template around the rear wing, slotting it over, and if anything's protruding or slightly out of measurement, then on the spot the car is taken out of the results. And that's exactly what happened to the second place car on the road, from memory, for NLS6. Now, the 2 Porsches being entered for Saturday, it's not as if, well, unless for geographical or logistical purposes they have to be taken somewhere else tomorrow, but it wouldn't be another race meeting, because if you're thinking about the ADAC GT, then there would be some action today as well. So it's strange, and like you say, it is a provisional entry list, so we may very well see cars 3 and 4 added to that in time for qualifying tomorrow. I tend to take the provisional qualifying sheet, sorry, the provisional entry sheet with a pinch of salt, and not until qualifying is completed on the morning of the race does it become firm in my mind.
Well, I think the operative word of those 3 is provisional.
Yeah.
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 Have had it confirmed that the 650 Adrenaline BMW and Shearer number 5 Audi did collect one another.
Okay.
So, I have to say,
was that a friend in high places from you as well?
Correct.
Was a witness on the spot?
Yeah, but I'm going to say straight away there that actually it's very, very quick to jump to the defence of somebody like Frank Stivler, who doesn't make mistakes, but nor do those adrenaline cars either. Just because they're in a different category, not up at the front necessarily grabbing all the glory all the time. Adrenaline Motorsport, very experienced, as are their drivers. So I would say that's a piece of serendipity there. That just, it doesn't normally happen. Neither of those cars I'd normally expect to be involved in an incident, let alone together. So we talked about autumn gold. We're moving into the twilight of the race, quite literally. To see what I did there. God, I've learnt. You've taught me well, Johnny.
It's not your first NLS race, is it?
It's not my first barbecue, is it? No. So a very casual driver change here. I know we've got time here, but this is the 35 Vulcan horse car, which is currently in 8th position. So this is Nicolas Cruton and Dylan Pereira doing their driver change. So that's Cruton coming out and Pereira going in. But I appreciate they're refueling the car, but I wouldn't. It wasn't even casual. It was bordering on lethargic. As in, just take your time. There's no rush. And in some ways, it's absolutely the right way to do it. I talked earlier about getting the under pressure of, that wheel not going in the right way, or cross-threading or something in the pit, and they just step out of it, pop it in, make sure everything's plugged in the right place, shut the door. It's almost got soft closed doors on it, that M4.
Yeah.
I'm sure that's a delete option. The factory builder wouldn't do that.
Very chilled out, and they haven't had a great weekend leading into this race with one car that didn't even qualify. That's the 34. And then, which is now running second, incidentally.
No, it's kind of academic that didn't need to qualify, does it?
No, but I would imagine that they were thinking, oh, this is just going to be an awful weekend. Look at how it started. 34 doesn't even qualify. 35 then was in early dramas. Remember Nicolas Cruton having to pit at the end of lap 1, despite having just pulled off an immense overtake on Nicky Team. The 35 back in again, but they've worked their way back up to 8th place at the point that this car pitted. So it's
just
not
say
all
that
bad.
again slowly.
Not all bad.
Having just pulled off an immense overtake on Nicky Team.
Yeah,
That's not often said in a commentary, to be fair.
No. No, but sometimes sometimes science takes over, because Nicky will say, well, on the Dottinger Hoor, what are you going to do? I'm driving an Aston Martin, which is slippery through the air, but it's not going to be as slippery as a BMW behind, which is probably benefiting from my toe.
The car was something, I won't use the word, and therefore it doesn't count. Just move on.
Yeah, maybe. Well, yeah, I still think something wasn't quite right in that opening stint.
I agree. Absolutely agree.
Because you saw how Frank Stippler, well, Nicky stepped aside for him. Coming out of Hoheiken, there was no fight there from Nicky Team, which is not right. There's always going to be fight.
Nicky Team wouldn't let you in front of you in the queue for the petrol station. Never mind on the racetrack.
Precisely. So, yeah, the Vantage in the early stages wasn't behaving itself. It looks better now, running in 5th position.
That's just a light.
Well, yeah. Now that they've sorted the bonnet of that car.
They've sorted the bonnet out to your liking now.
Yeah. From certain angles, it doesn't look like it's been in a biff anymore to me. It doesn't look like a Ginetta Junior, which is what I was actually comparing an Aston Martin Vantage with, folks. I'm very, very sorry to Snowy, the gentleman sitting next to me, and all other Aston Martin aficionados. But there were mitigating circumstances. That's all I'll say.
Here's an offer for you, live on air. Next year, or sometime over the winter, we'll put the passenger seat in our GT4 Aston, and I'll take you out in it.
And I can see how it compares to a
Ginetta Junior,
another British sports car. All right.
Now there's a podcast for us. Come on, that's a midweek motorsport special.
I'm not sure I'm going to be particularly conducive to actual conversation. There might be a lot of screaming going on, but I'll enjoy it.
We'll have a mic in there. Don't worry.
Excellent.
We'll do that.
Yeah, well, folks, we're going to hold Peter Snowden to his word there.
Absolutely. Funny enough, we've got a meeting about that on Tuesday, so not just that, but next year's programme. That's another story. God, look at this.
We have refreshments being delivered again. See, Rob's not only making sure we stay on air in our global broadcast centre on RS1, but also...
It's made hot coffee as well, and I can vouch for it is hot.
Yes. Yes, you grabbed the mug
to go
by the mug rather than the handle.
Sehr heiß.
Nice. You've picked up the lingo. The BMW number 35 back in the race. Dylan Pereira now at the wheel of that. So it'll be Pereira for a stint, and maybe for the one after that as well. They have chopped and changed with their driver lineup, though. We were wondering whether one driver might stay on board for the maximum time of 3.5 hours, and therefore it be split, literally one driver change in 6 hours. But I did think, especially because it's still pretty warm out there, that might be a bit too much to ask. I don't think anybody has attempted that of the two driver lineups that we've got. Both Porsches, who may not be in action tomorrow. Very interesting point being raised about the entry list that is separate from today's. Doesn't at the moment feature either of the Falcon Motorsport Porsches. This BMW 35, the 34 BMW, has only two drivers to its name as well. And are we back to green? No, not quite. Steelstrecker is now. Steelstrecker being effectively the straight line route through the Caracciolo carousel. So, or Stylestrecker would be the correct pronunciation, where the track used to depart.
I was going to say it used to go straight on before they built that loop, wasn't it? Although that must have been very early days for the carousel. It can't have been long after it was opened
Cart and horse days, I think.
Yeah, so my Ginetta Junior days equivalent, yeah. Because it's 1920... Is it 23? I don't know, 27. 27,
yeah,
23 is Spa, I think. Was that
okay?
Yeah, you got me thinking there.
Well, Le Mans, first Le Mans was 1923.
Yeah.
Spa was built, I think... No, Monza was built in 1922.
Yeah.
Spa, I don't know. Should do. But around about that sort of time. At the Nurburgring Norschleife, it was a bit later. We haven't yet reached the 100th anniversary of this place, but yes, in the very early days, the Stylestrecker. But imagine the run through Klostertal and Kesselchen, and then where now it's quite a dramatic right-hander to gain the ground needed to get up to Hohe Acht, the carousel. So it's almost like one of those classic Italian roads that is hairpin after hairpin after hairpin. Instead, it used to go at a fair increase of gradient straight on still on concrete, I seem to remember. And a lot of the style Strecker, the original style Strecker, is still there in the forest where the spectators can roam.
So, Spa was actually, the first race was planned for August 1921, but was cancelled when only one car entered.
They say it
so
takes
the first car race was
to make a motor race, it's 2 cars when you've only got one.
But what I mean, we talked about this evolution with a Bath earlier, from doing sorry, that sounds awful language, grammar, English, from making tuned exhaust pipes for Lambrettas to building Fiat Bath race cars and etc. etc. So Spa was first race was actually held in 1922, but only 2 years later saw the first running of the 24-hour at a Grand Prix in 25. So we've got is that our no, it's our VW Scirocco this time, which is our 477 entry. That's got a trail of fluid behind it and quite a lot underneath it, where it's obviously collected a barrier, and the whole front end is hanging off. That bumper, the PU I described a little bit earlier on, of the rear of the car, now the front's hanging off. It's now that's a difficult one for the marshals there, because as an owner driver involved in that car, I wouldn't want to see that ripped off. There's also not a lot of point just leaving it dragging there, unless you just get it on the grass, but it's not going to do any more damage to it. So just trying to look at the data marks on the track. So it's got to that's an intervention vehicle. There's he's gone off somewhere on the right of the track.
I reckon that's Schwedenkreuz before Arenberg. It is Schwedenkreuz before Arenberg, and that is a really fast part of the circuit. So again, if he's rattled down the barrier probably on the right hand side, it's a similar speed to probably how the Audi number 5 and the 650 BMW connected into the foxhole not too long ago, and has in fact the car ended up maybe at 90 degrees to the direction of travel initially, and now been towed a little straighter. But
well, just just ripping the front end of that car off, as I suggested, might be better.
This reminds me of the year at Le Mans when Romain Dumas had a crash at the first chicane and actually got out of the car and tore the whole of the front of his LMP1 Audi off, so that it wasn't fouling the front wheels, and enabled him to drive back. But it was one of those He-Man moments that will live long in my memory, of kind of a rampaging Frenchman just tearing bits off a very expensive racing car. But it did the job, and he was able to limp back.
It's like watching an episode of Scrap Heap Challenge, wasn't it? Just tear the front of the car off, throw it to one side. Yeah, we can rebuild it, don't worry about it.
That's fine. They're just road car bits, aren't they? You know, I'm sure they'll have a few spares. MSC Kempenich with their VW Scirocco. Peter Baumann, who had the moment, 10th place in the VT2 element of the entry. VT2 front wheel drive, or
which is what she's car being pulled to pieces on the side of the track there, that's why.
Yeah.
Talking about the garage shots we're seeing.
Crying into their spare parts bucket, thinking, we haven't got any more of those. The problem is, from Schwedenkreuz back to the pits, that's a long old drive, so hopefully they'll be able to use some of the internal routes to make it a great deal shorter. But there's an element of thinking, do you know what? We're now 10 minutes into the 5th hour of a 6-hour race. Is it time to just almost put a line through this race, through NLS6, and make sure the car is pristine for NLS7 tomorrow? That is the benefit and the change year on year to how this whole weekend is being run in 2023. Last year you couldn't have done that because there needed to be, well, there was something in the regulations that said you had to complete the opening 6 hours in order to be fully eligible to start hour 7 the next day. That's not the case this weekend, so regardless of how and where you finish the first 6 hours, it's a brand new race meeting tomorrow, and on a shorter race track as well.
Now, just looking at the top two, so David Pittard, number 3 in the number 3 Falcon Motorsport entry Porsche 911 GT3R. That's in the pits. His in-lap being a 9:44. Martin Ragginger in the number 4 sister entry is in second place at the moment, but that's got a 9:52 as his last lap. So I'm guessing that's an out lap. They must just be on that sequence at the moment. So I'm just looking at Where's Ragginger now? So yeah, he's on. Just come through Schwabentrans, coming through the end onto the Dottinger Hoa.
No, did you say the 9:52 would be an outlap?
Yes. So
no, more like an 11 something or other. So the previous.
Well, that's why I was surprised. So yeah, actually you're quite right, because Christian Krogner's in third. His last lap was 11:37, which is about right. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, Bachmann in 13 minutes. Yeah. So I was just surprised as to why the times have dropped off. And looking at there, so Pittard's last lap was a 9:44. The best of that car is an 8:33. There's Pittard's car in the pit lane. It's being turned by its angle. I always worry about this when they rotate them around so far on the jacks, because it looks like they're going back into the box. Of course they're not. They're doing it to refuel and get them out of the way. So that's the number 3 car that's currently leading. That said, the number 4 car, its teammate with Martin Ragginger at the wheel, should now be coming through Dottinger and should be going past the pits as they see it right now. There's been a driver change, or has Pittard stayed in that now? So the sequence on the pit board there: pit speed, radio check, driver ID and fuel reset. And you can see the countdown on the dashboard inside that car. It's made so easy for them these days. It really is, Johnny.
Is that I hear what you're saying. Is that a Pittard helmet? I think that's actually Klaus Bachler, because it's the red and the white of Austria potentially.
Yeah, Pittard's is similar.
Okay.
But I think you're probably right.
Also, it would fit with the sequence through the race so far. So Bachler started, Pittard took over for a stint, so roughly an hour, then back to Bachler, back to Pittard, and if it will
it's just
continue
going
on
out now, so it should, the driver ID should trigger at the end of the pit lane. And indeed, you're absolutely right, as ever, out Bachler.
So Klaus plugged in again for what should be his final stint of the day. And then it remains to be seen what happens to this number 3 Porsche, and indeed the sister car number 4. But if they're not coming back tomorrow, they might be on course for a very good result, because prior to the pit stops, Bachler led Ragginger for Falcon 1-2. The Valkenhorst BMW clearly wants to interrupt that flow and ideally try and get in between the 2 Porsches from a Valkenhorst perspective. Schnitzelalm's Racing Mercedes, a question of what might have been there for the number 11 car. Had it not been in the pits at the very start of the afternoon, that 11 car would have been right in contention for a podium finish. At the moment, well, it's sort of flirting with that, with Marcel Markovits at the wheel. But we're waiting still for the yellow and black Mercedes to head across the line for the 27th time to get a full idea of how far back it is, but it's still paying for that significant delay at the start. Nicky Thiem is on a charge in the Der Motorsport Aston Martin. Through the last split, he was only 6.3 seconds behind. Markovits is still ahead on the road, but has Nicky Thiem kept within touching distance on this lap, waiting for him to come through the split? It's about 11 seconds now, the gap back. That tally, yeah, for some reason Nicky Thiem lost some ground there coming onto the start-finish line. That might be down to yellow flags. So as in, they were clear for Marcel Markovits, and then yellow flags appeared at Hohenrhein and Tiergarten just at the point that Nicky Thiem wanted to thread his way through, and he therefore had to show evidence of backing out. And that's why I think sometimes the yellow flags can have their say. You know, the car in front doesn't need to obey a speed limit, and you do. And all of a sudden, the time is lost. You're chuckling again. Did I say some sort of double
not at all. You're absolutely right. I am chuckling at just the level of these drivers like Klaus Bachler. We've just been, while you were talking there, Johnny, tweeted some footage of the car going, finishing off the GP circuit and going through the Sabine-Schmitz curve and down onto the Hatzenbach. But the camera angle is from the Hatzenbach looking back, so the car appears basically screen right and comes up into Sabine-Schmitz curve. And I've always said there that not only it's a great focus at that corner, because it's the beginning of the Norschleife, but there is no runoff. It is a barrier. But the barrier also ends fairly quickly to allow any cars to have a problem there that can be pulled behind the barrier out of the way.
Yeah. Well, that's also the route onto the track for some of the tourist laps, I think, as well.
Klaus Bachler there came through Sabine-Schmitz curve, ran up to the barrier, went past it, and then jinked right because there's a spare bit of track there where you can get the car just a few more centimetres over to the right to line up for the left for the hats and back, and talk about nothing wasted. It was just so slick, and as you said, quality driving like that of just, he knows it's there, it's free track, it's use a bit more, why not? Every competitive advantage.
It shallows out the amount of turning
precisely
you have to put in,
precisely. It means you can get on the throttle quick and you get a better run down the hats and back. Why wouldn't you? But just seeing those things and doing it and having the confidence to do it in a GT3 Porsche, that's the point. Talking of that car, it has done. Fetzer started the car and did a 6-lap stint. Raginger then 7, Fetzer did 7, and Raginger is currently on 6 laps now. So it can't be. It's going to complete this and one more maybe before that car. This is the number 4 Falcon car, which is currently in 2nd position overall. I think it's now actually leading on track because of Pittard swapping in the pits to Backler. So it's actually on track. But that will change ostensibly in a lap's time, because now the strategy on the number 3 car was Backler did 5 laps, Pittard 7, Backler 7, Pittard 7 again, and Backler is out in the car now, having just started on lap 28. So this is an out lap, so he's fresh on a lap. So they're opposite ends of their runs basically in those 2 Falcon cars.
Yes, and it's an idea when you enter with 2 cars to try and split the strategy, so that if one car loses out on the odd code 60 here and there, then theoretically you might be in a better position with the other car, rather than just being in lockstep throughout. And yes, you may have advantages there, but one advantage for one car is then soaked up by the other. The disadvantages are hit right between the eyes for both cars as well. So I do get that you try and pit them on different laps where possible. We'll wait to see how much more time Martin Raginger has before his next gulp of fuel. It's likely there'll be a driver change there as well. Peter Snowden and Johnny Palmer on RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. There's an hour and 41 minutes still to go. 27 laps in the book, and Klaus Backler on brand new tyres is using every bit of the road available to him. He's now at Breitscheid, about to work his way through Bergwerk in a moment or two, and then the real full throttle stuff at Klostertal and Kesselchen, hoping for a clear bit of racetrack in front of him there. And well, it's a rare thing, and in fact it's not clear, because there was an intervention vehicle immediately to his right, but thankfully it's got a very obvious lighting bar that stands out even more in the darkness, I was going to say. I mean, Klaus doesn't really care about that.
I was just watching it go past the Cayman that was on track there from this great aerial shot, and the advantage of the aerial shot is it gives us exactly that plan view. And I always say, if you get a chance to go down to the pits and the paddock and look at these cars close up, you don't realise how physically big they are. They're such a footprint they make. The Cayman, we regard it as a small Porsche. It's a small by the Porsche family.
Yes.
By a car, it's not that small a car. It's at least a medium to large size car. That Cayman, whichever one it was, just kept to the left-hand side of the track there as Backler came by, and the full GT3, full metal jacket car, as you would like to say, between that and the intervention vehicle. And it just looks fat and wide and purposeful and muscle. It just looks like a full racing car. And the GT4 Cayman will be a great car to drive, don't get me wrong, as Peter Kate will tell us. And we should mention that his new book is out now, Racing Hell. Need to see that. Endorsed by no less than Mr. Hindhoff and Chris Hoy.
Ah, excellent. Yes, he and I, Peter Kate and I, had a long conversation about that on more than one occasion back during the 24-hour weekend. He was still writing it at that point. In fact, he was still taking notes from
He's a slow writer.
Each stint he was doing, I think, during that weekend. He was busy making notes before he came.
Well, he uses a pen, not touch typing. He uses a pen still.
Ah, yes.
Yeah.
No,
he ran out of biros.
He said he was typing it into his smartphone as well, because otherwise he'd instantly forget it. Whether those notes
typical driver
were ever found again, who knows? But
the lost files. Now there's a podcast.
That could be part 2. The book is out. I actually didn't know the book is out.
Yep.
Right, and is going down well, being received very well indeed. Excellent. The sun is slowly reaching the forest infested horizon. That's not a great terminology, but nevertheless, you know what I mean. The horizon just littered with the local woodland, and the sun will disappear behind it in a moment or two. Help me out here, Snowy, for goodness sake.
I was thinking, I've got a lovely segue here, because actually I think we're going to Countryfile here. You have to be an English listener and viewer there. Every time I look at
Here's the weather for the week ahead.
No, every time I see Ollie Martini, I think of Chris Packham.
Okay, yes.
I was thinking, we've gone to Countryfile, it's Sunday evening, it'll be Antiques Roadshow next.
Yeah.
And settle in. You have to be of a certain nationality to understand all of that.
Spring watch.
Spring watch.
In fact, instead, this is autumn watch, and we're not keeping an eye out for local wildlife. Instead, looking for local race cars thundering their way into the darkness hours. What time is official sunset? That might have been Ollie making that point, actually. Let me just quickly ascertain that information. 8 minutes to 8. We're probably beyond it officially now.
No, bang on.
Oh, are we?
So he was right. He was right.
Have you just typed it in? 8 o'clock.
There you go.
So it is 7 minutes to, so bang on 8 o'clock, official sunset at the Nurburgring this evening. And therefore, a full hour and a half of true darkness racing still to look forward to. This time last year, how was your car ID once we lost the light? Because, you know, talk about lots of circuits actually not being that dark. Daytona Super Speedway, it's massively floodlit pretty much all the way around it, so not in essence a true night race, although of course it definitely is. It has most hours of darkness, often competing with the Dubai 24 hours, but Dubai again is a track with an awful lot of flood lighting. Here you just don't get that. I mean, the foxhole is pretty dark even in full daylight hours as you plummet down from Arenberg towards Adenauer Forst. And I would imagine, well, unless we can somehow work out a way of identifying Porsche headlights from BMW headlights from Audi headlights, it may well be you and I just ferreting around in the dark for the final hour or so. What difference is there between that and the rest of the broadcast? Many people are asking.
Exactly.
Glorious golden sunset, though, and
very Japanese.
Who expected that at this time of year? We in Central Europe, Western Europe, becoming no stranger to an Indian summer, I suppose, where September is a glorious month for weather and for high temperatures. And that is continuing in 2023. Two BMWs side by side there. And almost a sunset-derived paint scheme on one of those cars. The 884 was the one being overtaken, which is the entry from BMW M2 CS Racing with their M2 CS. That's probably the only car in that class. 23 different classes here this weekend. I'm not sure I've ever mentioned that, but I did count them up before we got going. And yes, the only M2 CS in the race is the 884 that I've just caught a glimpse of. It's standard practice for me to get nearly 5 hours or 4.5 hours into a race and still spot cars for the first time. That's the beauty of a race entry well north of 100. Used to be a time when it was north of 200, of course, but the situation has changed a little over the years, but still heavily subscribed, and that's the way we like it. As over the line will go one of the many Cup 2 cars. I'll give you an order, actually, for the latest order within Cup 2, which seems to have been changing almost constantly. It's Ben Leuchter in the 100 Max Cruiser racing car that is up to 8th place overall from the Von Danwitz driven Black Falcon Team Identica 911 GT3. There's 47 seconds separating those cars now. Tobias Muller for K Kramer Racing slipping back to 3rd position, but only 11 seconds between Kyle Von Danwitz and Tobias Muller, so that's not all over for 2nd and 3rd on the podium.
Just as we predicted there, or spoke about a few minutes ago, Johnny, the number 4 Falcon Motorsport Porsche, Martin Raginger brought that in and has handed it over to Fetzer. So that car back out again with Dennis Fetzer at the wheel, and that should in turn now. Do you think that will put the 34 BMW back into the lead?
Yes, I think it probably, will, because they were only 8 seconds
depends
between
where they're
them.
on the lap, because it hasn't, Christian Krognes hasn't completed sector 3 yet.
True.
So,
but Krognes, I mean, he must have found a very much a clear track ahead of him, because he's just done an absolute best through sector 1 and sector 2. So could we be about to see a new fastest lap of the race? The problem is we're not completely green. The exit of the carousel is affected by a slow zone. In fact, there's a code 60 zone there and at Hohe Acht as well, and perhaps between those 2 points. So exit of the Caracciolo and the approach to Hohe Acht.
Yeah, but he's only at Exmüller now.
Yes. How quickly will they clear? And perhaps in time.
He's got half a lap to go, mate. It's not going to catch up in time, is it?
Well, what I'd like to see is a new fastest lap of the race, but it ain't going to happen now, because there's yellow flags at Dottinger Hohe, so it's going to slow him down. But clearly track conditions are very good. As the temperature ebbs away and the track continues to rubber up, then grip is really at a very useful level indeed. 158.2. So again, very respectable through sector 3 as Christian enters the longest sector on the track. He is definitely ahead of Klaus Bachler on the track though, because we've got a sector 3 time for Krognes and we haven't yet for Klaus Bachler, who has just done an outlap, and this is his first flyer since then. Lost a little bit of time here and there. And there are now boards protecting the BMW that I was only talking about that a few months ago. Yeah.
712 being pushed behind the barriers there at Dottinger Hohe or Hohenrhein. Is this just the beginning of there, isn't it, that part?
Not 712, but it's a number close to that.
No, you're right.
We'll work on that. Definitely started with a 7 and had a 1. But not sure of the third digit on that.
Yeah, it was just getting behind the barrier. I might have just misread the word. Obviously, did misread the last number.
It's annoying because I should know which BMW that is. I'm sure we've spoken about it a few times already. Anyway, I'll get there.
It's not the Eiffel Kind Racing 711.
Porsche coming into pit lane. Speeds on the approach displayed on the digital board as well to make sure that speeding is stamped out, or if indeed if it is happening, then they've got a good record of it. As we continue on with NLS6 for 2023.
Einmal mit meinem Red Bull Boliden mit E-Fuels durch die grüne Hölle jagen. Ich freue mich und bin dabei bei Red Bull Formula Nürburgring, 9. September 2023. Alle Infos findet ihr auf redbullformulanürburgring.com. Seid dabei.
Bull verleiht Flügel.
Falkenreifen.
World's first asphalt watch. Nurburgring Asphalt 1. Over 90 years of racing history. Cobbler.
Hey guys, I'll be in Nurburgring in September with a beautiful NLS6. Come and check it out. Definitely looking forward to it. Can't wait.
Liebe Fans, besucht unsere
Social Media Kanäle auf Facebook,
Instagram, YouTube,
Twitter und TikTok. Willkommen bei der NLS.
Palmer and Peter Snowden. What's his name again? Peter Snowden. Yes, that's right. Snowy Snowden alongside me, Johnny Palmer, for the final 85 minutes of this race. And we're just a few minutes after sunset now. Still quite a bit of light in the sky, though. Although in the lower parts of the valley around this track, down at Brightside and into the Foxhole particularly, those headlights will be so heavily relied upon. And this is where communication from the teams is crucial as well, where radio contact is still possible, to try and keep drivers in the know of what's around them. What's the traffic going to be like that they'll be catching soon? And also, are they likely to be overtaken or indeed lapped by some of the quicker runners? But yeah, this is a rare treat for those that perhaps haven't done the 24 hours so far. It's a perfect way to introduce night driving on the Norschleife. Just an hour and a half's worth of it, and then once you've gone, okay, I think I'm happy with this, then that's the end of the race anyway. You don't have to deal with 3 o'clock in the morning around this place, which is a different prospect again.
Just some penalties to come in here, Johnny. Bit of an update, and varying scale of. Mostly for, you get sometimes pit speed, so 60k speed limit in the pit lane, so 66.7 recorded will give you a 30-second penalty. A 60k speeding limit at 75k gives you 55 seconds, but when it gets a bit fruity is when we get to 651, which is the Adrenaline Motorsport BMW M240i Racing Cup class car. We know which class that is in. I think it's 10 cars in that class. They've received, with Michelangelo Comazzi at the wheel, had a speed penalty of 118k, so nearly double the 60 requirement. So they had 300 seconds added to their race time and a 2 penalty points added onto his race license. But it gets worse. The biggest offender actually is our number 4 70 car. Now I think we've just got the number 4 Porsche we have. So Dennis Fetzer has had an incident in the number 4 Porsche. That's the car that's running 4th at the moment. I'm just trying to say that's the beginning of Hatzenbach. By look, yet almost to the end of the Hatzenbach. Dennis Fetzer, I'll come back to the penalties in a minute, but the Falcon Porsche number 4 is in the barriers and smoking heavily on the right-hand side of the Hatzenbach, and we've got cameras on site of that exactly as we speak at the moment. But I'm not quite sure. It's facing outwards, so the back of the car's on the tracker, but there's a lot of tyre smoke. I can't see what's happened to it there. Spectators obviously running up to the fence there. No sign of the driver getting out, and the car's reversing. So now, has he just lost it? So another penalty coming up. So he's backed out again. So Dennis Fetzer has backed out. Right, unbelievably, the camera's misled me there. The smoke, would you believe, is from the barbecue on the inside from the spectators. So Dennis Fetzer has gone off, but not connected with anything. But what the barbecue was smack in line with the back of that Porsche. So an unlikely error there for Dennis Fetzer in the number 4 Falcon car. He's got the car going again, and it was, now let's put this in perspective, that was in 4th place at the moment. It's team car sister car number 3 with Bachler and Pittard at the wheel is in 2nd place at the moment. It's still that number 34 Christian Krognes and Kubica Maziak driven M4 BMW that didn't even qualify for the race, but applied for special dispensation to start at the back of that start group, so was able to start totally legitimately at the back of its start point. So basically didn't have any qualifying time. 29 laps completed for that car. That's the lead car. 2nd place is the other Falcon Motorsports Porsche number 3 car, 24.5 seconds down to that. In 3rd place is the Door and 2, so that's Ben and Phil brothers, and Nicky Team driven as this Door is in the car at the moment. Aston Martin Vantage, that's in 3rd place. But the car that's just caused all the consternation is the number 4 Falcon Porsche that went off at Hatzenbach, partway almost towards the end of the Hatzenbach, and I couldn't quite believe my eyes there. You don't often see a Falcon car in the barriers, let alone gone off, somebody of that quality. But there were so many spectators in the way, and I'd mentioned earlier to Johnny, we were talking about, we'd gone down there, Bruce, Johnny and I had walked down that part of the circuit in the 24-hour. It's a natural amphitheatre, you can look down over it, so I could only see the roof of the car on the rear wing. I couldn't see any damage, but I could see an awful lot of smoke. So I was guessing it was an engine issue or a tyre issue, but the smoke was continuing. Then the car backed out, and then as we zoomed in and the car moved away, I thought, how's it moving away with it smoking? The smoke was actually from a barbecue. From really? It's nothing to do with the car at all. But Dennis Fetzer did have a big moment there, so that car will drop down the order. Not quite sure how many cars have got past him there. So it was the number 11 car, wasn't it? The Schnitzel Mercedes that was right behind that.
Colin Carasani
in that car at the moment. Now he was 4 minutes 20 behind, so he shouldn't have lost that place at all. So he might have been a sort of nails down the blackboard moment there for Dennis Fetzer, but very unlikely. You mentioned earlier about Bachler making what I didn't think was an error. You did. You were quite right to say it was an error for somebody of his quality. David Pittard then, of course, just raised the bar completely and took it across the grass whilst leading. Well done, Pitbull. And then, of course, Dennis Fetzer just said, well, I'm in the other car too. And they're all talking about number 3 car. We can do this as well. It's a team thing. And it's just turned the car 90 degrees through a Hatzenbach and parked it on the right. And there's no runoff. I've described this so many times down there, Johnny. There's no runoff through Hatzenbach.
No.
And that's not the place to go and have a moment.
So I have to admit, I stepped away from my little pit stop, and then I thought, what has Snowy done to the race? Because all disaster broke loose then, particularly in the seat of Dennis Fetzer. Was it beyond those tyres that Christian Krognes caught during the 24-hour weekend? how far into Hatzenbach?
Oh, nearly the end. So the same place where it went off on the opposite side, where the spectators very kindly put BMW parking only, if you remember.
Yeah.
But exactly on the inside there, on the opposite side of the track there.
Right. Okay. So
it appears that we didn't see the beginning of it, and hopefully we'll get a replay, Johnny. But we only saw the end of it, and it was just all I saw was, as I said, the elevated bit of the camera shot over the spectators. All I could see was the roof of the Porsche.
But is it down to this bit here,
yes,
basically?
Yeah.
But he's gone off to driver's right rather than hitting those tyres on driver's left.
Driver's right, yes.
And made the barrier, and then some, presumably. Yeah, okay. I definitely can make out wheel tracks through the grass as well. So by the sounds of things, Dennis Fetzer...
Full Code Brown moment there, I
think. He got away with one there. However, a sector that would normally take you just over a minute and a half, we're talking a minute and 35 or 36, it's taken him 3 minutes and 19. And actually, the gap between Fetzer and Karasani in the Schnitzelalm racing car was only a minute and a half at the start of the lap. So I think he will have lost fourth position. Still waiting for the order of the cars, well, probably at the end of Sector 4 now. They've been through Sector 3, and I wasn't paying close enough attention to the split times to see whether Karasani's time popped up before Fetzer's, and we won't get a reordering of those cars until they come back across the line. Klaus Bachler, on the other hand, is, well, unbeknownst to him, and I'm sure the team are not bothering him with facts from the other car, because Falcon, far too professional for that, to be allowing stories from sister cars bleeding over into Klaus Bachler's ears. It's not anything for him to worry about, and he just has to continue to pound round. He's trying to eke out, he's trying to home in on a 28-second advantage to Christian Krognes. The question is that they've both, I reckon, both the BMW and the Porsche now got one more stop to make, and who will be the first of those cars that will need to make a stop? If I look at another screen, I can probably find the answer to that. It might take me a couple of seconds. Into a code 60 will go Klaus Bachler, though.
So it's right at the end of the Hatzenbach, isn't it?
Yes. Yes, it's coming out of Hoek Eichen, in fact. And
over that little bridge bit we described earlier, where the literally all barriers recede and there is nothing. It is just, sorry, the whole side of the track recedes. There's no runoff area. It's just an intervention vehicle there, so I'm not sure what that's for, because you go into, so that takes us into, obviously, into Flugplatz. And we've just got an intervention vehicle on the left-hand side there doing something. And then we've got Brussels posts 80 and 81, Johnny. We go back to green flag. So I'm not quite sure what that's for, but however you want to call it there, into Flugplatz.
Hoek Eichen, it's Hoek Eichen really. So Flugplatz, and Kittelbacher Hall as well. So yeah, 6 code 60s all as part of that, but that's also including the additional code 60s into the foxhole as well, which is precisely where this Porsche is heading in a moment or two. So car braking away in the distance. No hint of a further. There was the code 120 possibly on the right hand side, but actually there's no let up in pace. So no, down towards Breitscheid it is clear, and the car away in the distance is a useful marker for that, to know whether there are any hazards upcoming. I have to say, some of the cameras that the cars are carrying cut through the darkness like the naked eye cannot, because that footage running down into Breitscheid would have kidded me in that it was probably still twilight, but it's definitely not. We're now 15-16 minutes after sunset, and it is dark out there, folks. So this is where you would prefer to have an experienced pilot behind the wheel who has maybe driven in the Nurburgring 24 hours before. To give you an update on where we stand in terms of the stint lengths, Christian Krognes is 5 laps into his penultimate stint. That should mean that he easily gets beyond the 1 hour to go marker in the race, and therefore the BMW can do one more fuel stop and then finish. Klaus Bachler, on the other hand, now here's the benefit of starting to pit later. Bachler will need to pit in about 5 laps time, but there will be significantly less time to the end of the race. So Bachler stands to gain quite a lot of time here. They've pitted 2 laps apart. So Krognes versus Bachler, it's done on a minute-by-minute basis. So if you've got 50 minutes to go to the race end, it's a certain amount of time in the pit lane. If it's then 30 minutes to go to the race end, well, it won't be quite that. It'll be 2 laps worth. So 16 minutes difference could be significant when it comes to Falcon Motorsports and them trying to home in on that BMW in the dying stages.
Yeah, on the aggregator, as I call it.
The aggregator.
Yeah, how
Have you got a copy of that somewhere?
I do, yes.
Excellent. Okay. Well, we'll call on that nearer the time.
When I can find it, yeah.
Yeah.
I'll give you didn't say I've got it with me.
I've got a copy of it on my wall at home.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's framed, yeah. Yes. Some of us never understood this. Just framed, yes.
It's a bit of snazzy artwork.
Exactly, yeah. So there were incidents on just before Flugplatz was car 270 and 466. They've gone off. What I was just saying before that happened, Johnny, was just about the penalties and the sliding scale of penalties. And I was just waxing lyrical for that bit of the race where it goes quiet and then opposite all let loose with the Falcon car. So we'd got as far as 651 Michelangelo Comazzi for a code 60 speeding at 118k. So he had 300 seconds added to his race plus a 2-point penalty on his license. But the really big one actually is car number 470, which I did find a minute ago, and I've just moved it away from my program. Here it is the Valkenhorst Motorsport Hyundai. Unfortunately, that's had a penalty for code 60 speeding of 139k. So
139 in a 60.
Correct. They haven't bothered with a fine or seconds. It's just loss of permit.
Yeah,
it's all it says from the race directors. Like, okay, that's a naughty boy. That's more than a slap on the wrist.
Well, they never have really mixed their messages there when it is over double the speed limit you should be doing. That's really the only way you can stamp the message home, and there'll be a chance to get that license back again, but it'll be a number of months in the future, I would have thought, until more signatures are gained. But
just to top off that, Johnny, you're absolutely right, as ever. I never doubt you're just like making you realise how good you are, because you're so shy and retiring with it. So that's not Fox Hobbit. Quiddlebacker is the car number 270, which is the Renault Clio MSC Adenauer EV Im ADAC team. Stephen Epp, Michael Uwell and Timo Kautz. That car has had an incident at Quiddlebacker, which is why it's gone into code 60 at that point.
Yeah, so cars coming off Hatzenbach through Hocheichen, and then just as they get to the point where the racetrack crosses the public road, they're having to leap on the anchors and make sure they're down to 60 kph as a car works its way now into Tiergarten and Hohenrhein at the end of the lap. That is the 34 car indeed. So not just a car, the race leading car.
The lead car, yes.
And it's just done an absolute best sector 4 time now.
So you were asking me a few minutes ago when the light fades, how's your car ID?
Terrible.
Yes. Car so there's a car there just coming through Tiergarten. Johnny, it's the race leader. Who thought?
The massive illuminated square on the side that says 34 is a bit of a giveaway.
And the huge, humongous letters WM down the side of Valkenhorst Motorsport.
Yeah, they do stand out slightly more in the darkness.
On the side of the car, mate.
It is.
And the number.
It's on the tin.
Oh.
Anyway, we've been on air for well over 5 hours now, folks. Come on, give me a bit of leeway. 32 seconds is the gap over Klaus Bachler. So again, it's going the way of Valkenhorst Motorsport. Despite Klaus Bachler's best efforts, he actually lost a further 5 seconds, or well, 4.2 if you're being pedantic, but nevertheless, whereas I thought Bachler might have had a chance of reeling in the BMW by 4 seconds. It is a loss in that respect, and also to confirm that Dennis Fetzer's mistake on Hatzenbach has lost him 3rd position to Colin Carasani, and what was a 90-second advantage for the second Falken Motorsports Porsche becomes a deficit of nearly 12 seconds now to the 22-year-old silver driver. Fetzer's relatively new to Falken, and I think that will be taken into account, as I say, early on in his racing career. It's not his first action at the Nurburgring by any stretch. He first did the 24 hours in 2020 in an SP10 Allied racing car. What sort of model that was? It was a 718 Cayman GT4 Club Sport, in fact. And that's the first time I've got Dennis Fetzer competing at the Nürburgring 24 hours. But since then, another year in SP10, SP9 last year for the first time with Lion Speed, and this year he did the 24 hours with Huber Motorsport in a Porsche, but changing teams later on this season to Falken. And, you know, Falken aren't exactly going to say, right, Dennis, you know, either don't make a mistake like that again or you'll never drive for us once more. I'm sure that his tender age, the early phase of his career, will be taken into account. He's silver, he's 22, and he is still learning. Crucial thing is the car's still in the race, so it's not a, you know, not an absolute retirement.
Always going to help. But two key things there for a driver to be with the team: honest and learn from it.
Yeah.
And I think if you do that, you'll be okay. I mean, if you keep doing it, then no, obviously not. But you know, it happens. You know, the greats, in whatever category of motorsport, things happen. You know, we've seen Frank Stippler not finish this race today because of being involved in an incident with another car. I'm going to say I chose my words very carefully there because we don't know what's happened. It may be absolutely nothing to do with his fault, not blaming the other person.
That wasn't Frank, though. That was his teammate Vincent Cole. So
my apologies. Again, sorry, that's sheer car. But again, okay, two very highly qualified drivers, neither of which you expect a mistake from. But we don't know the circumstances, so let's not speculate. It could be a failure on the car in front that's taken him out, or vice versa. What we don't know. But you know, things do happen, and it's just the simple law of averages. We wax lyrical and we talk so confident about these top drivers being able to read a situation. We've got it here now, Bachler and Pittard, who's driving the car at the moment. Is it Bachler in the moment? Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, number 3 Porsche, sitting right behind a Cup 2 car, is it? Yeah.
It is.
Waiting for that section to end, and straight through, and away you go. We talk about this reading of as if it's going to be perfection all the time. It can't be. The very nature of the activity they're undertaking, it can't be. Things are going to happen. And it's just going to happen. It's a law of averages. So, yeah, I don't think Dennis Fetzer's got anything to worry about there. It's a moment. It hasn't actually. The smoke slightly alarmed me, but that was confounded barbecue.
yeah. I bet that was a very kind of mysterious element to it until you realise actually there's the fans nearby that are having an input. Now, can Dennis Fetzer still make the podium is the next question. He is able to take some time, has been able to take quite a bit of time actually out of this lap on Colin Carasani. And an awful lot of that, I'm sure, must be to do with some code 60s clearing for Dennis and not necessarily for Colin. Because I reckon, is that the two of them together now across the line? Yes, it is. So Dennis Fetzer has absolutely whittled down an 11-second lead to 0.8 of a second now. And a lot of that has got to be to do with the code 60 clearing for Dennis Fetzer doing the chasing and not for Colin Carasani. The big winner there was the 8 seconds, nearly 9 seconds he garnered back again through sector 2. And now is the time for Dennis Fetzer to keep his head, to realise he's likely to finish on the podium if he can just delicately get his way by the full pro lineup for car number 11. But a Mercedes that started from the pit lane. Carasani's not going to make this easy for Dennis Fetzer. Ain't no bones about it, because they really want a good result from a day that did not start well at all, having not been able to qualify that car. But for third place, certainly, it's going to be a grandstand finish here for the final hour or so.
Yeah, and Lady Luck just played into the hands of Falcon and Fetzer there, didn't it? I mean, call that 12 seconds. It was 11 point something. So 8 of that came back, was given back under codes, just the way it falls. So 2/3 of that advantage was suddenly just given back to you for free. So that is the way it happens. I should imagine Schnitzelhalm was sitting there, and then Colin Carasani's thinking, really, that can't possibly be. Surely he's onto the team going, but he's a lap down, isn't he? Surely. And they're like, no, sorry, mate, that's real. Like, well, where did he come from?
Yeah.
The sun went in and he came out of the sun, literally.
Yeah, well, you know all that time it took you to go through Sector 2, Cole, it didn't take Dennis anywhere close to that, sadly.
I'll never put you on a pit radio.
I wouldn't call him Cole, for sure. Mr. Carasani on the radio, yes. And at the moment, he is staying ahead of the 22-year-old German behind. Colin Carasani, again, experience within the Schnitzelhalm racing crew. And Colin himself is only 19, let me remind you, and was racing BMW 240i's last year. So again, fairly new to SP9 machinery.
They haven't even got 40 years of age between them.
No.
Never mind experience.
No, I know, but...
says the man who's held a competition licence for 40 years next year. As was reminded to me when I renewed it this year. I was like, thanks a lot for that.
That wasn't nice of whoever was involved there. But yeah, when you add these two ages together, you don't quite get to that, unfortunately. But hey, experience, there's a lot to be said about that, Snowy. These guys don't yet have it, certainly not on this track.
Hey, I'm in a good place, I'm happy.
Well, we get to sit
next to you.
I know, exactly. We get to sit back and admire the future of Nurburgring racing, let's face it. Colin Carasani of the Netherlands. Just check that. Yes, from Haarlem, in fact. And
you sure that's the Netherlands? I thought that was in New York.
Two A's.
Too easy.
Yeah. But yeah, international motorsport hasn't actually been racing a great deal. So this would be some test for Colin now. Also to be fully identifying Dennis's Porsche in the darker parts of the circuit. It'll be relatively easy to do that because there will be the burning headlights into the rear bumper of the Mercedes. But a lot of the time, drivers with much experience say there's really only one racing line around the Norschleife, and it is relatively easy to defend through all of that until you head out of Galgenkopf and onto the Dottinger Hohe. And then, unfortunately for the Mercedes, it could well be a sitting duck as the Porsche is able to pick up the tow and could very easily zip by on either the right or the left-hand side of Colin Carasani. But then that will put the Mercedes behind and in the box seat to take the advantage next time around. I think this one might run and run. And there is a reason why Schnitzelhalm Racing have chosen Colin Carasani and Falcon Motorsports have chosen Dennis Fetzer for this point in the race. They both need to do one more driver change. And still to come, potentially in the Mercedes, Patrick Assenheimer or possibly Philip Ellis. It was Marcel Markovits who got out of the car to allow Colin to get in it from memory. Philip Ellis is the track specialist, I would say. So is it more likely to be him for the final stint? And it's also likely to be a driver change in Porsche number 4 to hand back to Austrian Meister Martin Rackinger, who again is no stranger to absolute best times around here within NLS races. The 102 Porsche from Cup 2 comes into pit lane. This should be its final pit stop for Hendrik von Danwitz, and maybe back to Ben Boonagel for the final stint. The other option is Noah Nagelsdijk. But Cup 2 Porsches now with 0 in that first column, as in no hours left, 58 minutes and 49 seconds still to go. So at any point from now, we will be seeing cars in the top classes coming in for what should be their final pit stops. A reminder that Christian Krognes is now 7 laps into his stint, so by the end of this lap 33 for the BMW M4 Valkenhorst Motorsport car, this should be a pit stop for Christian Krognes, likely to be handing back to Kuba Gimasiak and for Kuba to bring the car home. in an unlikely sequence of events, because car 34 had a crash this morning when Kuba Gamasiak was driving it. It wasn't able to set a qualifying time, but it could easily, well, I'll say easily, it is on course at the moment to take a race victory. But one car desperate to stop that happening, Klaus Bachler. The problem, though, for the Austrian, sharing with David Pittard this weekend for the second weekend running, as they did 2 months ago for NLS5, the problem for that car is that the gap, again, has grown exponentially once more because of yellow flags, because of code 60s being caught in the wrong place. So we've got the BMW doing a 9.27 around the Nurburgring Norschleife, and the second place Porsche, Klaus Bachler, doing absolutely nothing wrong, but again, he's lost 13 seconds on the BMW on one single lap, and there's nothing Klaus can do about that. He is having to obey the flags, he's having to obey the code 60s and the code 120s wherever they fall, and the track is still affected by some of those now at Brunchen and at Flansgarten immediately after the Brunchen 2, as it's called. So Brunchen 1, Brunchen 2 with yellow flags. There's also a code 60 in place at Flansgarten as well. And the only hope now for Klaus Bachler is that Christian Krognes has to go through the code 60, and it clears magically in that 47 seconds, just in time for Klaus Bachler to go through. And he might gain those 13, 14, 15 seconds back again. But even that is not going to be enough. Klaus Bachler looking to try and find, well, 3/4 of a minute in the closing hour. With pit stops still to come, as mentioned, Krognes should be in at the end of this lap. Bachler can go further. He can go 2 laps further into this stint, and that will make his final stop shorter than the BMW's. But at this stage, it's not going to be enough, because it won't benefit Bachler and indeed Pittard by 47 seconds. And that's just sometimes the breaks around this place. You just have to swallow those up and say, well, wasn't our day today. Hopefully tomorrow will be. Although at the moment, on the provisional entry list, those Falcon Porsches aren't even coming back tomorrow for whatever reason. We'll try and get to the bottom of that story in due course. And one car that should be back, though, which is top of the numerical list for Sunday's racing, is the number 5 Audi, assuming, Peter Snowden, they get all this repair work done, because that had a hefty thump in the rear left corner earlier on.
Yeah, we've just got our pit reporter Ollie Martini down there in the Shearer Sport with Phoenix Racing Audi, the number 5 car that had Christian Kolb at the wheel. It shares with
Vincent Kolb.
Vincent Kolb, my apologies. Yeah. Christian Kolb, I'm down doing the mother, aren't I? It's having a left rear drive shaft replacement, and the whole wishbone and rear suspension there is being replaced. I think that really concurs with that which you said. There's no major bodywork damage to it there. We've just gone back onto circuit view now, but there was no major bodywork damage there, and we saw that at the beginning. So I'm not quite sure what that involvement with the other car was and how that came about. So let's not speculate. It's not fair to either to throw either under the bus, as it were. But what it does mean is that the Audi was thrown into the barriers at some point, and the first thing you spotted quite rightly and very astutely was that the rear window was missing from that car. And it being a big square piece of plexiglass over the engine, being a rear engine or mid-engine car on that Audi, and that normally suggests that it's had a fairly heavy rear end impact, but the rear wing was straight. So it was we saw the helicam shot in from Rover Oils, and it was great to see that, and you could see that window clearly missing.
Yes,
and I think that was exactly what you said was right. That forget the rear wing; it hasn't had a big impact. It's had a corner that's flexed the bodywork, therefore that plexiglass is gone. So hopefully not massively structural, but that's why that suspension, all that being replaced. But yeah, I'm sure that car will be out there in qualifying tomorrow. It's on the entry list. It's top of the entry list because it's the lowest number. But normally it's 3 and 4 above it, and they appear to be on the entry list. I'm intrigued to find out, and I will message Monsieur Pittard after this and just say, why are you having Sunday off? Are you going to church or something, or why are you not racing at the Norschleife? What's wrong with you, man? You've got a chance to drive a Porsche around the Norschleife and you're not doing it?
Had he not driven on Sunday,
need to be written.
Had he not driven on Sunday at the 24 hours, he wouldn't have had a win for Ferrari. So it is a strange a change sequence of events for Falcon Motorsports, if indeed that is correct, because we don't have a confirmed entry list, and maybe we won't have one until later on tonight. In fact, I know some of the broadcast details aren't going to be confirmed until at the end of play today, although I can tell you that we're going to be on air tomorrow, again on RS1 at 11:15 Central European Summer Time, and the race starts at 12 midday and continues, surprise, surprise, until 6 o'clock, because it's another 6-hour race. There's the number 1 BMW 330i, and that car is still in the lead of VT2 rear and four-wheel drive. So car number 1 has had Philip Lyson at the wheel, Daniel Zills for a period of time as well, but the current driver of that BMW is Oscar Sandberg. So he shares with, yes, the 2 former champions. Sandberg's not been too far away in the points either in recent years. Daniel Zills, Philip Lyson, and that's the reason why that car carries the number 1 on the doors. They are the defending NLS champions from last year. You can win the championship effectively from any class, but you want to be entering regularly a class that is well populated and winning, if not getting podiums frequently as well, which means that you're topping up your points all the way through. The more cars you have to battle against, the higher the point score. And quite rightly, if you win a class that's got 20-odd cars in it, that will score you more points than winning a class with 3 or 4 cars in it.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's exactly how it should be.
It works fine in my mind, yeah. Otherwise, you could enter VT3 every week, win that, and still score the same as those that are working far, far harder in Cup 2 and Cup 3. But also, we want as many different classes as possible. 23 of them today, but some of those are 1-car classes, and when you enter a car within only 1 class, you've got to find a fight somewhere else. Now, thankfully, with 100+ cars, we've got 114 today, there's always going to be someone who's round about your sort of speed, and you go, right, that's who we're fighting today and tomorrow.
Yeah, and as with many subjects in these matters, I speak from experience, but I had the opposite of years ago, being in a championship 30-odd years ago, where it was just a national one, but the system wasn't quite as weighted as well as they do now, let's say ADAC, that if you were a multi-class category or multi-class entries, and a single entry in that class, the reduction was only 2 points, and I'm talking 2 points in 9. So if you won your class, it was 9 like the old Formula 1, 9, 4, 9, 6, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yeah.
But you also got fastest a point for fastest lap. Yeah. So we were in the top category, and there were 11, 12 of us dueling out for the race and the class win.
Mm-hmm.
But you'd only get 2 points more than somebody that won it further down in one class. And provided that car finished, and fair play to him, one guy did it and won the championship for doing this. So he spotted not necessarily the loophole, but he did it. And the rules were the rules. We knew that when we entered, but it's still stuck in the craw a bit that all he had to do was drive round.
Yes.
Didn't need to get in anybody's way, which he didn't. Would get lapped consistently, but would finish and pick up 7 points, and of course would get the extra point for fastest lap because it was the only car in the class.
Yes.
And you were just like, well, all he's got to do is drive around for 30 minutes or whatever it was, and you've, provided the car doesn't break, you've got 8 points every time. Whereas we were battling and duking it out and trying to kill one another and rubbing door handles and all that, and down the Craner curve on your roof, I exaggerate for clarity, but kind of thing of, seriously? Unfortunately, the car stood out because it was a particular colour as well, so it was quite annoying that you'd lap it consistently, thinking, yeah, just keep tootling around and getting your points. Yeah, at the end of the year, it goes and gets a big trophy.
Yeah.
Yes. Am I better about it still? Yes.
I think you are.
Yeah.
I think you are.
No, absolutely right that you brought it in because you said how it works here, and I think it is right that you should work harder for it, but there should be an advantage for that. And it's, hey, at the time, the person that did that knew exactly what he was doing, and quite right, and he won the championship, so he's got it, we haven't, that's fine.
I remember the year when at Le Mans, GT Pro, there were only, I think, 7 or 8 cars in GT Pro, whereas if you entered GTE AM, there was something like 15 or 20 cars. and the more likely podium, therefore, considering some of those cars will drop away, was in Pro. So Cooper McNeil rocked up in the WeatherTech Ferrari with basically a Pro with an AM lineup, but decided to enter into Pro because statistically, if you're only racing 5 or 6 other cars, there is a very strong chance that as long as you finish, you'll get on the podium.
I mean, I think there's different ways of looking at it. And looking, everybody does it for different reasons, and some have got more invested interest. And I choose my words carefully. And I think there's a difference between perhaps how businessmen and racers necessarily do it. And businessmen are the backbone of our type of racing here. Hence, we have Pro-Am. That's what they're there for, and that's what they do, and that's what they enjoy. Is what they're there for, but they enjoy it. Personally, I'm a racer through and through, and it's a passion. It is for you. I just happen to have done it now, talking about it, and you're talking about it far better than I even drove. But it's still the same thing. We've still got the passion, still got the interest. What did I talk to you about when we first came in the studio this morning? I've been watching the live streaming at Goodwood, watching all our endurance, GT, Le Mans drivers, whatever, battling it out at Goodwood in 200 horsepower cars, if that.
Yeah.
Austin Westminsters and A40s and stuff, and Jimmy Johnson, NASCAR legend, Jenson Button, and that was for 4th place. Because it doesn't matter that there's 3 in front. Oh, I've got to mention them because the commentator to me says, oh, actually, there's a podium in front of that, so I've got to mention who that was. But for 4th place, trading positions, but never paint. Mm-hmm. And it was just a pleasure to watch, and that's what I want to see. I want to be 2nd, 3rd in a class, having had a good battle, not win it with no competition. I don't see the point personally. I'll get off my soapbox now.
A couple of hours before we went on air, dear listener, I had a phone call from Peter Snowden claiming that he'd been delayed because a motorway was closed nearby. I think he just pulled over into lay-by to continue to watch Goodwood, to be honest. He had all full of these stories of the St Mary's race.
Now, you promised we wouldn't talk about pulling over into the lay-bys. Come on.
Well, different topic.
I know it's early evening, but move on, Johnny.
This nonsense of a diversion.
46 minutes of this race to go.
You were stopped. You were parked at the side of the road watching the live stream of another race meeting, and it sounded absolutely cracking.
It was an autobahn, not a motorway, anyway.
Okay. Well, folks, if you're drawn into the Goodwood coverage, please stick with the NLS races. There's also the FIA World Endurance Championship coverage here on the Radio Show Limited network of channels. You can go back to Goodwood in the middle of the week.
Exactly.
And watch it all back, on demand. But this is where it's at for me. Nighttime racing, you don't get to do this at Goodwood. 45 minutes of this to enjoy. Your pilot is still Klaus Bachler, and he can't be far away from this being an in-lap. I said he was 2 laps behind Christian Krognes on the strategy. This is lap 7 of 8 for Klaus Bachler. So we will enjoy from the Austrian a prior to the in-lap lap, and then the proper in-lap will come very shortly indeed.
Hey guys, I'll be in Nurburgring in September with a beautiful NLS6. Come and check it out. Definitely looking forward to it. Can't wait.
verleiht Flügel. Motorsporterlebnis nach Hause. Dein Online-Shop für Simracing-Hardware und Zubehör. www.simraceshop.de.
Faltenreifen.
Einmal mit meinem Red Bull Boliden mit E-Fuels durch die grüne Hölle jagen. Ich freue mich und bin dabei bei Red Bull Formula Nürburgring, 9. September 2023. Alle Infos findet ihr auf redbullformulanürburgring.com. Seid dabei.
Liebe Fans, besucht unsere
Social Media Kanäle auf Facebook,
Instagram, YouTube,
Twitter und TikTok. Willkommen bei der NLS.
Spa, Nurburgring, Le Mans, wherever it may be. Le Mans is a bit different because it's all lit and illuminated anyway pretty well, whereas Spa in particular, and this place even more so, you've got your pit complex, as we can see right now from our camera view there, that it's illuminated, but the rest of it is completely in the dark, and it is properly down through the Eiffel Mountains or where it is in Spa, and it's absolutely wonderful. Just driving, and it feels cooler. The car runs quicker, the car breathes better, and there's something utterly exhilarating about that stint. I absolutely loved it. Available for hire. Gun for hire.
The rundown with 38 minutes to go sees the BMW M4 number 34 of Christian Krognes lead from, and that's because David Pittard has just come into pit road. And slightly concerning is the length of time that it took him to come in, only because that final sector was so long. But actually, it just took Dylan Pereira 2 minutes to get down and out of the pits as well. So that is the length of time it takes to do the Dottingerhoor and a full pit stop. So actually, there is no concern for David Pittard, who's just taken the number 3 car over from Klaus Bachler. Dylan Pereira back into the motor race in his BMW M4, the sister car at Valkenhorst Motorsport. But the fight really is between Christian Krognes in the 34 car, who has already made what should be his final stop, and he is now onto lap 2. So he did an out lap, and he's now onto his first racing lap in the number 34 BMW. David Pittard is shown as the race leader. Remember, that car's made a stop, and his first sector took him 3.5 minutes. So he's now behind on the road the Norwegian at the wheel of car 34 for Valkenhorst. Colin Karasani is an interesting one. Should be that Colin is now in 3rd position, and as he and Dennis Fetzer cross the line, 6.8 seconds the gap. Now remember, we were talking about Schnitzelarm Racing Mercedes and Volker Motorsports Porsche crossing the line with, I think, 0.4 of a second between them, when Fetzer was really hustling to close in on the Mercedes. But actually, it's the 19-year-old Dutchman, Colin Karasani, who soaked up that pressure and now started to build another lead again. So questions were asked of Colin Karasani's ability to not get distracted by the Fetzer headlights, not make any errors. And in fairness, he's done exactly that, as in he's made no mistakes whatsoever to this point. And this could be, well, quite a headline moment for the 11 crew. They weren't able to qualify the car because of an off earlier this morning. As the start Group 1 got going, the 11 car was still in the garage, in the pits. And amazingly now, with 45 minutes or so, 35 minutes now to go, they're looking very likely to get a podium finish, Schnitzelarm Mercedes. But it remains to be seen whether Dennis Fetzer has enough time left in this race and a bit of pace up his sleeve to try and whittle down that nearly 7-second gap that is, unfortunately for the German driver, creeping in the wrong direction. The benefit for Dennis Fetzer is that he shouldn't have any huge amount of pressure from behind from the Der Motorsport Aston Martin Vantage. Nicky Team's done his 2 stints, by the way, so now handing back to the Der brothers, Ben and Phil, and there'll be those guys to bring the car home. At the time that Ben was being interviewed, it was Phil at the wheel, wasn't it? So I'm going to say it's Phil again now, bringing that car home. I could be wrong, certainly one of the two. And that car is running in 5th place. As over the line, and a change of lead in Pro-Am, Luca Ludwig is now in front of the Pro Sport Racing Aston Martin. Now, does the Ferrari have to stop again? Yes, he should do in the next 3 laps. But Ludwig is going to be pitting very close to the end of the race. So almost that could be a stop as quick as Racing 1 can perform it to get it back into the race. It's a 27, nearly 28 second gap that the Ferrari has over the Pro Sport Racing Aston Martin Vantage. That is going to be one to keep our eyes on in the next 3 laps then, to see how quick Luca Ludwig can get the pit stop done.
Yeah, just looking at those, the top 2, Pittard and Krognes in the Porsche and the BMW, they're effectively on the same strategy, aren't they?
Yeah,
they've done that. So this is race 4. So 1 minute 17 between them.
Well, no, but remember Pittard is behind Krognes now because he's been into the pits.
That's why I was asking in the question where. Yeah.
So Pittard came in, was scored as the race leader.
So this is a lap behind from the pit stop, exactly. So it hasn't reset.
So Krognes now leads.
Yeah,
and well, we'll wait to see what the gap is. The benefit for the Porsche is it pitted closer to the checkered flag than the BMW by 3 laps, which is 8, 16, 24 minutes. You know, that's substantial in terms of that sliding scale and how quick the pit stop can be. So 1:57.2. Well, Christian Krognes hustling on in the darkness. That's the quickest that anybody has done Sector 3 in almost 5.5 hours of racing. And it's only at the end of this lap 35, that we will get a true gap between Christian's BMW and David Pittard's Porsche. And as I say, Pro-Am likely to change. What is happening in Cup 2? Nico Otto, last time they crossed the line, was in front by 50 seconds over Tobias Müller. And Noah Nagelsteig third in the Black Falcon Team Identica Porsche. Generally speaking, the Cup 2 drivers have been on about the same pit stop strategy, and certainly the top two came in on the very same lap. So there will be nothing between Nico Otto and Tobias Müller in terms of advantage for one car or the other. They've made their final stops now, so the true gap is indeed that 50 seconds between first and second in Cup 2. Cup 3, well, it's a runaway leader right now for the 952, which is Christopher Rink in the Smareless Racing Porsche 718 Cayman. They're all Cayman GT4 Club Sports in Cup 3, remember. And then the other one that I always like to keep tabs on is the BMW 240i race lead, and we do actually have a runaway leader there in the form of the Schnitzelarm Racing Treble 6 crew. So Neuser driving that now, and again that is likely to be, if not in its final stint already, then pretty close to it. So I would say that the Treble 6 BMW is going to take some stopping in 240i.
So perfect timing of our race leader that we believe it is. That's Christian Krognes in the Valkenhorst BMW, just coming up through Tiergarten, should be crossing the line now. So our timing screen will reset in a minute. It says currently that it's Pittard leading. We know that's not the case. So the BMW just crosses the line now and sets a new fastest lap, Johnny, 8:29.1. Of the race. I said they ran better in the cooler, didn't I? So now we've got to see Pittard come through. That's going to give us our first reference as to how big a gap there is between these two. And Pittard, of course, is the number 3 Porsche. He's currently on the Dottinger Hoa, so it's quite some distance at the moment. And we've got we're just coming up to literally seconds off being 30 minutes of this 6-hour race to go. So we're into our final 12th of the race, if that makes sense. And the sister Falcon car looks like Martin Raginger is going to go back into that in a few minutes. So Dennis Fetzer will bring that in. That's our 4th place car, 4th and car number 4. So crossing the line, Pittard, it's crossed the line and it's 40 seconds.
Okay.
40.8, so this is going to call it 41 seconds. So that's over a second, a minute it needs to be.
Yeah.
It's a big chunk to do that.
It's very difficult at the moment because the whole track is green. So what David Pittard desperately needs now, not wishing for incident, but Pittard will be hoping somebody has a drama, probably mechanical or similar, and causes a code 60, which then he can buy back some of the time into.
Kind of want a metaphorical safety car, don't you, where they're together and it's like it's equal equipment, equal tyres, equal opportunity, and let's just see some pure racing between two top people. It doesn't really matter which one wins as long as they both finish.
Yeah.
That's what we need.
Yeah.
Not falsifying it, quite the opposite.
Well,
just made it a level playing field. Right, come on, let's see you two boys strut your stuff.
Yes. Now that would be great. I mean, of course, they are strutting their stuff. It's just that they're 40 seconds apart, and you have to visualise them being door handle to door handle effectively. But yeah, certainly the Falcon Motorsport Porsche needs a little bit of a foot up in terms of being given an advantage. Every credit to Valkenhorst, though. That's the beauty of a 6-hour race. You've got to take what's given to you here and there. And they have worked incredibly hard all afternoon and now into the night time as Dennis Fetzer dives into pit road. This is slightly earlier than I'd expected him to come in because 7 laps completed for Dennis. Maybe they've worked out that if they plug Martin Raginger in a lap before the fuel allows, then Martin can find a bit more time. I would imagine on the averages, the average lap time through the course of the race, Martin will have the edge on Dennis Fetzer, who's still fairly new to GT3 racing at 22 years old. Raginger...
I'm not sure they're doing the driver change after all, you know.
Well, Raginger was there.
Yes, he was, but I'm not sure what's happening. It's not happened yet.
Okay.
You're absolutely right, he was.
Yes. And what they're not doing. Oh, huge incident in the darkness for one of the BMWs. It's going to be very tricky indeed to find out precisely which one this is, but the car is alight on the front. It is the 660 BMW 240i Racing Cup car that has left the road. And let's try and work out where it is around the lap. It's quite early on. It's in the second sector.
Which car number was it?
660. So it's done the Grand Prix lap.
I think that's not long ago. I think that's Foxhole.
No, it's...
was it further?
I think it's before Arenberg.
666?
No.
My apologies.
660. The Smerlis Racing 240i. It's on the Hatzenbach.
It is.
Somewhere around there, and there's the code 60. Well, I was talking about maybe a mechanical failure. What we did not want to see is something to that extent. Hopefully that looks an awful lot worse because it is in the night time, but I don't like the look of, well, probably a brake fire, which has now spread further. I'm hoping that fuel isn't leaking out of the car, and that starts to become a light, but there's not a great deal left of that 660 BMW, which has slammed into the barrier to driver's right.
Yeah, driver's moving within it and looks like he's going to be getting out of it. But there's damage front and rear of that car. Just a very quick note going back to the number 4 Falcon Motorsport Porsche has left the pits, and there was no driver change. So Martin Raggener, we were both right. All right, did not deceive us, Johnny. He was kitted up and ready to get in that, unless he hasn't done the ID. But it still says out and Fetzer. That said, on the last camera close-up, just before we turn to this shot, driver is out of that BMW absolutely okay. It did look like Ragginger's helmet, so maybe the ID hasn't reset.
Well, it was Ragginger's helmet in the garage being spoken to by
definitely.
the team.
100%.
But I didn't then see the red and the white of the Austrian flag in the car. And I think they were having the conversation to say, listen, this is going to be a short stop because we're close to the end of the race. We've got time to fuel it. But notice they didn't have time to put it on the dolly jacks to spin it round to 45 degrees, nor, I think, did they have actually time to comfortably do a driver change. The last thing they want to do is lose unnecessary time by doing a driver change. And clearly they think Dennis is producing some good lap times. He made that error earlier on. But since then, you know, the slate has been wiped clean. And everything has been fine to this point.
As you said, Johnny, it's okay, he didn't damage the car.
But I thought the team would go, right, Ragginger generally quicker, you know, average lap times today would prove that. But actually, Fetzer, in fairness, I mean, they've got the data. And I think otherwise, Fetzer's had a very, very good race.
Absolutely, and that's the point I was just going to make. It didn't damage the car, so that's great. It was an error. Yes, okay, we get that. That's what it looks like. However, it's going to be much more of a confidence boost for your head if they say, stay in the car, you're doing a good job. Finish it off.
Yeah.
You're fine. Rather than, there is that thing psychologically. I mean, drivers are, you know, we're fickle fellas. And you get taken out of the car. We get loads and loads of self-doubt. And, you know, be taken out and put in with, you know, the teammate you've got there, Martin Ragginger, who's, you know, a legend, effectively. You're naturally going to go to bed tonight thinking, if I hadn't spun it. It doesn't matter how much the team tell you, it doesn't matter. The time it doesn't matter is when they say you're staying in the car.
Yeah,
and it's that fickle, it's that easy.
But
it's mind games.
I don't think that they're not doing it to make Dennis feel good. They're doing it by the data, and they're saying, Dennis, do you know what? You're doing a grand job.
Well, they are doing it to make him feel good, but only because he's putting the numbers in.
Yeah.
He's got to do that in the first place. It's that talent thing again. You've got to be doing it. If his times had dropped off, or he was not doing it, or making constant mistakes, no. Point him out. What's the most easily changed component on a racing car? The driver.
Yeah. And I do think if they felt they could get on the podium, they would have plugged Martin Ragginger in straight away. But clearly, at the moment, Fetzer's times are as good, if not possibly better, than Martin Ragginger.
So how does this affect the front? We said we wanted a metaphorical safety car. Well, we've got now quite a big code 60, just as on request as part of following our script, for the two leaders, as such, of the leading two cars of the BMW of Valkenhorst Motorsport, Christian Krogner at the wheel of that, the number 34 car, the car that didn't even qualify, unbelievably, for this officially, but was able to start legitimately, officially and legally at the back of Start Group 1. And David Pittard So it was 40.8 seconds for that. He did get a number. That's 660, wasn't it, on the BMW? Yes. Just to reiterate, if you are just joining us, but driver out of that car and absolutely fine, standing at the side of the track.
The driver is Anton Ruff, by the way. I'm not sure I ever actually said that, but Anton Ruff in the Smerlifs Racing BMW 660.
He's leaning against the Armco barrier with his helmet and hands device off and balaclava, and he's just literally surveying the remains of his BMW, and I'm sure just ruining quite what happened there. And we don't know, we haven't seen the end of it, but there's a left rear wheel is tucked under its axle, effectively.
Yeah.
Whether that's, I'm guessing that's from an impact. The boot lid is open. Suggests there's some rear. The rear window looks to be missing. The bonnet is way up vertical, so it's had some fairly hard contacts with the scenery front and rear. Not doing us a lot of good. It's looking a bit second-hand at the moment.
The really galling thing is that it was running second in a highly competitive 240i Racing Cup class that had 10 cars in it. So Anton Ruff, well, I mean, I assume he tripped over somebody else. It's a very unusual mistake to make. Hatzenbach's a tough bit of track, don't get me wrong, and in the darkness even more difficult, but Anton Ruff will have been saved as the closing driver because he's likely to be just about the quickest in the combination, which also includes Josh Bednarski and Jakob Riegel. So thoughts for those guys as well, because, you know, a car's off on Hatzenbach, well, that's where our car is, and then you zoom in and the graphic confirms that it is their car that's out of the race when they were, I would say, nailed on had they finished.
Now, race control message on the screen, incident involving car number 660 Hatzenbach under investigation.
Yeah, that's what I fear, is that another car was involved. The racetrack was clear at the time, so it's not as if it tripped over, it shouldn't have tripped over an intervention vehicle or anything like that, but yeah, it's going to be looked at. There was no other car number listed on that message, but that may be that race controller still trying to seek out who was in the vicinity at the time. Anyway, the clear-up process is still going on. This is clearly going to delay Christian Krogner as a race leader, but it will also slow down David Pittard. And, well, Pittard now will be hoping, let's get this incident clear as quickly as possible, and let's hope that Christian Krognes has to drive through the Code 60, and I don't. That it's all nice and clear by the time I get there, because that at the moment is the only way that Falcon can see this 45, nearly 46 second deficit disappear, and they needed to disappear very quickly indeed, because we're into the final 20 minutes of NLS6 now. Otherwise, SP9 Pro-Am could still be up for grabs. It's about the same time difference between Luca Ludwig and Christoph Breuer in their Ferrari and Aston Martins respectively. There's a much smaller gap between Dennis Fetzer and Colin Carasani, and again, I think Falcon were desperate not to lose any more time to the Schnitzel-Alm Racing Mercedes, which comes into the pits now. So were we expecting a late pit stop for the 11 car? Yes. Okay, so this is part of the plan as well. Colin Carasani pitting, but very close to the end of the race, and therefore this pit stop could be as quick as Schnitzel-Alm can perform it. I would imagine they are definitely not thinking about a driver change in car number 11. It's going to take too long. And where then is Dennis Fetzer? And is this the chance for Dennis's car, which, bear in mind, has just made a pit stop, so it's quite a bit further down the road. You can hear David Pittard's flat 6 in the background of his Porsche 911 GT3R.
Just had to confirm that Martin Raginger was on standby, but had gone back inside the garage, so there was no driver change.
Yeah. And Dennis Fetzer going to be coming across the line fairly shortly.
Race Control just confirmed that Code 60 will be out for the remainder of the race. There is only 18 minutes to go, but that is it for that section. I don't mean to say it's a red flag or whatever, but that section is not going to change because there's so much barrier damage. Even if they clear, they can't fix it given how long's left. So I suggest what they're probably going to do. I don't know how the authorities run it there exactly, but at this point, why put people out on track? 18 minutes, code 60 it, and then they can do it overnight, ready for tomorrow's race, qualifying.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Would be my thoughts. But
Something else has happened though at Arenberg now, because away from the Hatzenbach incident, there's now a new slow zone at Marshall Post 88, which is the right-hander at Arenberg. Colin Carasani's back into the event. We're waiting for the Durr Motorsport Aston Martin to rejoin as well. Dennis Fetzer crosses the line. This is going to be really close between, well, Carasani's Mercedes, the Durr-driven Aston Martin, and Dennis Fetzer left to pilot the second of the Falcon Motorsport Porsches. Meanwhile, Ollie is still very busy at this late hour in the garage, but we'll focus on what's happening in the race. Luca Ludwig coming down pit lane at this point as well. He must need fuel. That's the end of a 7-lap stint for Luca Ludwig, whereas Christoph Breuer, doing the chasing, does not need to stop, and they're somewhere in the final sector there. That's the fight for SP9 Pro-Am. So late stop for the Ferrari, which was all part of the schedule for Racing 1, but can they get their Ferrari back into the race sooner rather than later, because Christoph Breuer could be a real threat here. There is no code 60 at the end of the lap currently, so you can go as fast as you like into Tiergarten and Hohenrhein. And will the Pro-Am order flip around with only 16.5 minutes still to go? I'm having had to have, well, I need about 4 pairs of eyes here to keep an eye on all of the various.
So did you mention the car it was at Arenberg?
No, I didn't. Go on.
Because the one that I thought, when you said it was 660 earlier on, and I said, did you say 666 as in the son of the devil? Well, it is that car now. That's the one, the Schnitzel Alm Racing M240i. They're not having a good.
That's the race leader in 240i.
Not now, it's not.
So we've had a crash for the second place car, which was the 660 Anton Ruff driven car, and now the treble 6 is in strife for Neuser. So all of a sudden 240i has been turned on its head, and the 651 that's just made a pit stop could be in the box seat here. 651 just heading back onto the racetrack with, bear with me, new driver on board will be Marvin Marino, who takes charge of that car and may very well be waved into the class lead. So we're hearing that.
I'm also hearing the suggestions that the 660, the second place car that was, managed to roll a couple of times.
A double rollover, but Anton Ruff incredibly appears to be okay. At least he got out of the car under his own steam and was in conversation with the medics there. Again, I'm always at pains to go a bit too early on these things, because a driver walking around doesn't necessarily mean that they are okay, but every single precaution, quite
a lot
rightly,
better than not walking around, though. It's far more preferable.
Agreed. It's just that some of the problems can be delayed somewhat, and adrenaline does rather hide the fact that you're carrying injury as well. But they'll check him out at the medical centre.
Yeah, we know it's adrenaline motorsport car.
You know what I mean. I reckon we have a new race leader in Pro-Am. So GT3 Pro-Am, Christoph Breuer is now into the second sector of this, the 37th lap. Luca Ludwig, who was making his final stop, rejoining and delayed by 1 minute and 10. So, and well, what sort of lap times has Breuer been capable of? 8:50, 9:11 last time around. That was a racing lap rather than an out lap. But Ludwig can go quicker than that. The problem for Luca Ludwig, who scampered away like a scalded cat at the start of the race today, he's only got 14 minutes now to reel in Christoph Breuer at the head of SP9 Pro-Am. They are 6th and 7th overall. What else is happening in Cup 2? That's looking more and more decided in the favour of Nico Otto's Max Cruiser Racing Porsche. But as Christian Krognes crosses the line to chalk up 37 laps now and an 8:59.6, so there's an idea of how much of a delay is being experienced on the racetrack right now with that code 60 on Hatzenbach that we're told will stay there for the rest of the race. It's about a 30-second delay compared to Christian's best lap of the race, which was an 8:29. He's just come over the line with an 8:59. And very shortly, David Pittard will arrive as well. Luca Ludwig being shown double-waved yellow boards in his Ferrari 296. He will obey those, of course, but he also, coming out of that code 60, does not want to lose a moment with this Pro-Am top step of the podium. Very much up for grabs for Racing One. Ferrari versus Aston Martin, that classic fight, which can be tracked back through the archives of Le Mans for many years. Who's going to come out on top? That's going to run and run for me for the final 12.5 minutes. Lots still happening in this. I didn't expect. I thought it would be going the way that the Christian Krognes battle is going, which at the moment looks firmly to be in the hands of the Norwegian. But we've got Karasani versus Durr versus Fetzer for third position on the podium, and then Pro-Am is properly up in the air with just over 10 minutes still on the clock, Snowy.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the time screen, which I'm just following David Pittard across the line there, and my screen hasn't updated one bit. It was saying 43.848 before, and it still is. It's not going to be down to the last thousandth, is it? Exactly the same.
You wouldn't have thought so.
So 100th. So I'm slightly surprised why that hasn't updated. I'm going to be brave. I'm going to
don't start closing timing screen at this late hour. You might not get them back.
Too late. Go large or go home.
137.5 through sector 2 for Luca Ludwig. So he's lost time on Christoph Breuer that time through. Nico Otto leading Cup 2 safely into the second sector on his 37th lap. 10 minutes and 50 seconds of the first 6 hours of this weekend to go. You're tuned to RS1, the Radio Show Limited network of channels, and this is the ADAC ACAS Cup, the 63rd version of it in 2023. And unfortunately, the end of the race will not see a fully green track. What we may see is code 60s at Arenberg being cleared, although with the treble 6 car also going off the road, that has really thrown BMW M240i up in the air. The first place car crashed at Arenberg. The second place car, which was the 660 BMW, a big off on Hatzenbach. We're hearing a double rollover for Anton Ruff, but amazingly Anton has stepped out of the car under his own steam and will be being checked at the medical centre, or even as we speak. There's now also a yellow flag on the Grand Prix track at the Vidal chicane, that fast left right-hand flick, which may well cause yet more code 60. I am seeing that Hoek Eiken is clear though now, as is Kiddelbacher Horse. The approach to Flugplatz looking a little better.
Yeah, to put it in perspective though, Pittard in the Falcon Porsche is at just approaching Flugplatz now, and Krognes is just exiting the code 60 at Arenberg and down to Fuchsar and down to Adenauer Forst. So it's quite a chunk of track. It's what's 43 seconds worth, isn't it?
Yeah, unfortunately for David, yes. Colin Karasani is, well, both Colin and Dennis Fetzer in the Porsche appear to be ahead of the Durr Motorsport Aston Martin now. So Fetzer, I reckon, back into fourth position and ahead of the number 24 Vantage. But how much is the gap between Colin Karasani, 19 years old of the Netherlands, versus 22-year-old German Dennis Fetzer? And could that yet concertina further in the closing stages? Homing in on the pit lane, but hardly any cars on that part of the circuit this late on into the race. I suppose it is possible that some cars might have to make a very late stop. as over the line, 6.9 seconds. And Fetzer's made it. Fetzer's up to 3rd position. So he's managed to leapfrog not only Dorr and their Aston Martin Vantage, but he's got ahead of Colin Carasani. And that perhaps is why the number 4 crew did not switch drivers to Martin Ragginger. They kept faith with Dennis Fetzer, despite that error earlier on the Hatzenbach. And Dennis Fetzer could be about to reward Falken Motorsport with a double podium. They might not get the win. It's looking very unlikely that they will. But Falken now up to 3rd and 4th, respectively.
And just in Dennis Fetzer's defence, it may not have been an error. It just, all we saw was the end of it. It was the car facing 90 degrees to the right of the track with what I thought was a lot of smoke originally, which of course was the barbecue in the end. So it had certainly rotated 90 degrees, but no more. It might not have been his fault.
Yep.
We don't know. We never saw the prelude to it.
I'll just correct what I've said. Up to 2nd and 3rd in the 3 and 4 cars. I was getting confused there with between the race numbers and their positioning, but they are in the podium slots. So car 3 is 2nd, car 4 is 3rd, and
well, you did say at the beginning of the show, Johnny, that you thought the Porsches just hadn't. We said it was an unrepresentative qualifying, which indeed it was because of the code 60s. Nobody got a fully representative lap. They weren't quite as high up the order as you thought they should be.
Luca Ludwig's taken 7 seconds out of Christoph Breuer. I wonder whether that one in Pro-Am might be dead, but not a bit of it. Now, how much time is there going to be between these 2 Pro-Am leaders as they reach the end of their 37th lap? They don't need to stop anymore. Breuer over the line now. And what about Luca Ludwig? It's about a 40-second gap, but he will have got it down to probably 30. The problem is it's 6.5 minutes, and that's all for the Ferrari of Racing One, which has been like a rocket ship from the off, especially when Luca's been driving it. What is the gap going to be? Still waiting. It's an absolute best sector from the Ferrari. 22.7 seconds. He's got to try and find 22 seconds in 6 minutes. I wouldn't put it past him.
Absolutely not. No, this is the car that sat on pole position, by the way.
Yes. So capable of an 8:31. That's not quite as quick as Christian Krognes' time in the BMW. But the beauty of Luca Ludwig's run down the Dottinger Hour is it looked like it was clear. 47.7, maybe not clear. Maybe he picked up the tow from another car, which it meant that he was able to post that purple time. But this is going to be fascinating now to win SP9 Pro-Am, and an awful lot of pressure for Christoph Breuer to experience. But Luca has got to catch the Aston Martin, and he's also then got to try and find a way by safely as well. And typically that will happen on the Dottinger Hoar because it just does here at the Nurburgring.
And we know that Ferrari is super missile quick in a straight line, especially in these temperatures. Pittard will tell us all about that, and at this point he's probably wishing he was in one. And there's a driver lineup for you. Just quick reflection on this BMW, which is possibly a bit more post-race, should it pan out the way it is in the last 5 minutes. We're going to 4 minutes 50 seconds. But this BMW M4 generation, this platform, replaces the M6 predecessor, and was only introduced last year, and they've already introduced and announced an Evo version of it.
Wow. Okay. So that the Evo will be in place for next year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which means it probably the last NLS this year, won't it? In potential, because it ran an SPX to start with, as in it's a prototype car, doesn't count for points, but it goes up in. It's the same as an SP9 car, but it's SPX, as in it's a category. To let it run.
Another 7 seconds, by the way, from Luca Ludwig. So Christoph Breuer, the bronze, having to stay in front. I mean, this should be the final lap for the SP9 Pro-Ams. 4 minutes to go. It's going to take them longer than that to get back to the checkered flag. So do or die, really, for the Pro-Am leader. And yeah, confirmation that an Evo being developed. Well, that was for 2025, though. Yeah. So
yeah, well, it's been announced already. So is it 25 or is it 24?
2025, so, according to the article that Rob's just shown me. Okay. So it may well be seen in some NLS races next year, but as you say, it said in SPX.
So talk about developing a car ahead. I mean, it's only been out a year. It's pretty well swept all before it in pretty well all categories. It's Dan Harper's running it in British GT now. So the BMW Junior team has done so well here. Still wants to win that big one, the 24-hour. But they're already a year in. They're planning an evolution version of it. It's extraordinary.
Near identical sector times from the Pro-Am leaders through Sector 2. Breuer with a 1:31.2. Ludwig a 1:31 flat. So he's still 7 seconds better off than he was at the start and finish line. That will take it down to a 15-second gap. But the race leaders in SP9 Pro begin their final lap now.
Or just at the most annoying part of the circuit there, that David Pittard can almost wave almost the way round.
Yes.
Christian Krogner's wave at David Pittard as he goes back up through the Michael Schumacher S, and Pittard's coming down through the Mercedes arena, and you can see it's that bit, that half of the GP circuit where it's like, hello.
Yeah. But again, the yellows haven't played into David Pittard's lap because it's a 9:38 from the second place car, whereas the race leader did a 9:29, so it's about 10 seconds lost again there, and therefore the leading margin is up as high as 53 seconds now. But Falken, I think, should still be very happy with this potential second and third place finish. The winners always felt like it's been slightly too far out of their grasp. But I don't know, will they feel even worse by being beaten by a car that didn't even qualify and had to start from the back of the group? Their qualifying was not ideal, but at least they were able to start from 6th and 9th, respectively. They haven't been able to hold back the M4 of Valkenhorst Motorsport, and that combination of Kubica Maziak, who's been lightning quick, but not as quick as Christian Krognes, his teammate. Going to get an update in the order of SP9 Pro-Am in a moment or two. Still expecting Christoph Breuer to be leading that for Pro Sport Racing and the Aston Martin Vantage. But has the Ferrari been able to eat any more into what stands at a 15-second gap or thereabouts in the favour of the Aston in a moment or two? So 2:17.6 for Christoph Breuer. It's a 2:08.5 now for the Ferrari, which must be pretty close to being on the boot lid of the Aston Martin. And we're going into the long sector now of 3 minutes and a bit. But I'm fully expecting either for Ludwig to be, again, totally with Breuer, or if not, past him in this particular sector. And if he can't quite do it by Schwabenschwanz, then unfortunately for Christoph Breuer, there's
That's
the
9 seconds in one sector.
Yeah.
I know it's sector 3.
I think that's pure pace. Breuer, remember, is bronze, whereas you got Luca Ludwig, who's gold and rapid
and platinum,
and took a pole position. Well, yeah. I should also mention the increase in speed from qualifying this morning. I was going to make this point. Pole time. The pole time was at 8:46. We're down to 8:29 in the race. So we're we're 17 seconds faster than we managed in qualifying this morning, which will have been on relatively low tanks, of course. Remember, mind you, those quick times, though, will have been close to in-laps as well, though, or laps before in-laps.
Yeah, Luca Ludwig is a gold, but I wouldn't have been surprised if he was a platinum.
Yeah, but he hasn't won a significant world championship, so that's what means that he's not quite got to play. To be honest, though, differentiating between golds and platinums in the FIA system is a lost cause anyway. You can have highly successful golds that haven't quite, that rather have got actually more race wins than the platinums, but it just so happens that the platinums have won world championships and key races, or they're ex-Formula 1 drivers of that ilk as well. So Breuer versus Ludwig, it's got to be down to about 3 or 4 seconds now, waiting for those cars to head through the line. Having said this will be the final lap for the Pro-Ams, of course technically it is, but the race distance is judged on the overall leader. So because Christian Krognes has gone around again, then that will mean Breuer and Ludwig need to do so as well. And unfortunately, I feel the writing's on the wall for the Pro Sport Racing Aston Martin, despite Christoph Breuer's best efforts, unless a code 60 goes against Luca Ludwig in the very closing moments. The clock is now at 0, but we know that we're going to be going around again for the Pro-Am leaders, who are currently 6th and 7th overall. Still, I'm waiting for the sector times to appear at the end of Sector 4. But I wouldn't be hugely surprised to see a Ferrari in front of an Aston Martin.
Well, even just on the track at the moment, the Aston is coming into the right hand of Schwabenschwanz with the Ferrari a little bit behind it. It's coming there onto the Dottinger. This is where, if anything, is going to happen.
Yeah, agreed.
It's how it's going to gain through here, and it's going to be close. If the track is accurate and it's not actually on board, or I'm just watching it here, but the Aston's. Well, if the track is accurate, the Ferrari's gaining. But I would suggest at this point not enough. So the Aston's just got past. Oh, has he? He's sitting behind a piece of traffic so close I can't even read the difference. In fact, he's not got past it, and that could be vital. That's I can't seem to see the number because it has got past it. That's their number 50 car. So ideally, if this is accurate, he's just got past it, coming up into Tiergarten. So it looks like Breuer is going to hold on to that 6th place, but more to the point, the class win in the Aston Martin Vantage. He should be crossing the line now.
As I say, because we haven't had the overall leaders across the line yet. Oh, and Breuer's going to pit.
He's going to say he just slowed right down.
Why is Breuer pitting? Well, that will give the Pro-Am lead to Luca Ludwig, who wasn't actually past him at that point. But the Pro Sport Aston Martin, that shouldn't be in need of fuel, it's only just come in for a stop. For some reason, leaves the racetrack. We're 5 laps in to what could have been an 8-lap stint. But Breuer down pit road for Pro Sport Racing, and that's heartbreak for the Aston Martin Vantage GT3 crew, because that basically waves Luca Ludwig into the race lead. And as mentioned, they've got another 25Ks to do now, because yes, we're on the final lap, but not for the Pro-Ams. We're on the final lap for the SP9 Pros, and the SP9 Pro leaders are now somewhere in the penultimate sector of the lap. There's confirmation that the Aston Martin number 17 did indeed come down pit lane. No idea why. Maybe Christoph Breuer had a concern about the car. Headlights on full beam and back out it goes. They didn't do a driver change, but that kisses goodbye to any hope that they were going to win SP9 Pro-Am. And that's a real shame for
SP9 Pro, the race-leading car, 34 Valkenhorst, is at Schwabenschwanz now. So he had to get slightly ahead of himself there. Sorry, Johnny. Good job you're here, as ever the case.
Well, in fairness, I was throwing you some erroneous lines, saying that because we were 4 minutes away from the end, then this would be the final lap for Pro-Am. Doesn't quite work like that, of course. We've got to wait for the overall leader, and then everybody else finishes behind that. So headlights from a long distance will tell us that the Valkenhorst Motorsport BMW M4 GT3 is within touching distance now of the finish line. For Kuba Gamasiak, who started the car, remember, he started his day with a crash in qualifying that he then felt that he needed to repay the team with some really good stints and not really letting up. Well, it was pushing without risk, I suppose, in the words of Lena Gade. And Kuba Gamasiak, together with Christian Krognes, get the fastest lap of the race, but they also, more crucially, get the win in NLS6. And there are the headlights flashing from the BMW M4 GT3 of Valkenhorst Motorsport in their moment of celebration. It'll be a convincing winning distance as well, something in the tune of 50-odd seconds over the first of the two Falcon Motorsport Porsches of David Pittard and Klaus Bachler, and looking very likely that Falcon will get 2 of their Porsches on the podium, with Dennis Fetzer and Martin Ragginger completing that top 3. But the BMW in the hands of Kuba Gamasiak and then Christian Krognes, with the exception of qualifying this morning, did not put a foot wrong all day.
I mean, I know exactly how the rules work, and it's completely right. There's nothing wrong, don't get me wrong. I'm not suggesting there's anything remotely wrong, but I don't think I've ever said before a car has won a race that it didn't even qualify for.
Yes, I know.
It just doesn't make any sense. It does, and it's absolutely correct. There's no problem with it, but you couldn't make it up. It's a fairy story.
Yeah. Well, you qualify for the race, and in order to qualify, generally you need to produce a time. The 34 car didn't have a single time to its name, but it was allowed to start the race from the back of start Group 1. It had to work its way all the way through the order. in similar fashion to what the 11 Mercedes has done. We haven't yet seen the Mercedes over the line in the hands of Colin Carasani, by the way, but they're looking like they'll get a top 4 finish. So 2 of the top 4 finishers didn't even qualify their cars this morning. Incredible. Just think what they might be able to do tomorrow when there's a new qualifying session for NLS7 on Sunday.
And no Falcon Porsches. So Breuer did do a splash and dash in the number 17 Pro Sport Aston,
and which is bizarre because he shouldn't have needed to do that.
I just wonder if it didn't fill before properly. It might have done, just because it did stop. It didn't mean to say it's taken on board the correct literage of fuel.
That's true.
Maybe it was that. Maybe it's just a filling issue.
Excellent point. I'll just tell you that Marek Bachmann did 8 laps. He handed back over to Christoph Breuer, who was only able to do 5. Now, whether that was not enough fuel in the belly or whether that was a complaint from Christoph Breuer that he wanted the team to sort something out, it might have been that he felt a slow puncture and they needed to change that. We didn't get a view of the whole pit stop, but at least the 17 car is back in the race, and it hasn't dropped any more positions in Pro-Am. It lost the lead to Luca Ludwig, but thankfully for those associated with Pro Sport, the Huber Motorsport Porsche is too far adrift. Still, we're waiting for Dennis Fetzer to head onto the Dottinger Ruhr, and I hope that's not a concern for Dennis Fetzer. Colin Carasani was 8.8 seconds away, and they were doing similar lap time. Well, Colin Carasani had caught up a bit of time.
He's only at Brunchen now.
But it's still moving on the tracker.
Oh, yeah.
Good, okay. It feels like a long time for Dennis Fetzer to appear at the end of Sector 4. What's the gap like on the tracker between the number 4 Porsche and the 11 Mercedes?
Not a lot.
It will have come down.
It's a small iPad, but
yeah.
No, it will come down.
I think it's going to be about 3 seconds.
I think it's going to be less. I think you're right, but possibly a bit less. So, yeah, they're coming up to Schwalbenschwanz now, so kinking into the right-hand part, and it's a double left. You get that natural bit of elastic we talked about before. So the Schnitzel Mercedes just starting to catch up. That'll just slow down a bit there. The big bit's going to be that run out of Schwalbenschwanz onto the Dottinger Höhe. That's where Dennis Fetzer's got to keep it clean and tidy. So it's a little bit of jeopardy still. It's not done. We've got first and second across the line, but we haven't got third and fourth just yet. And Colin Carasani will want that place back again as ever. That's another car that didn't qualify with its technical issues and whatever, and started from, I think, from pit lane actually, not even the back of the starting group, because we saw it in the garage, didn't we?
Yeah. Well, Carasani's found even more time now through the long sector. So, podium finisher, who's it going to be between Dennis Fetzer in car 4 and the 11 of Colin Carasani? In the meantime, it's been a victory in Cup 2 for the number 100 car of Max Kruse for Nico Otto and Benjamin Leuchter. And they have won by, in Cup 2 version, a significant margin of 34 seconds. 2 cars virtually together at Tiergarten. I mean, they're not nose to tail, but they're a lot closer than I was expecting them to be, because they left the start-finish line 8.8 seconds apart. It's going to be about 4 or 5 seconds as Dennis Fetzer will reach the podium with Martin Ragginger. The gap back is 2.2.
I said it would be about 2 seconds, didn't I? There you go.
There you go.
Yeah.
Colin Carasani, every credit to you, young man, at 19 years old, for, well, keeping us guessing until the dying stages.
And Dennis Fetzer, 22 years old, soaking up that pressure.
Yes, no, quite right too. And Dennis Fetzer, he was given the extra responsibility, if you like. He would be given the news on the radio. We're not going to switch around to Martin Ragginger. It's all on you, Dennis, to bring the car home. And Colin Carasani, try as he might, was, well, within 2.2 seconds of getting a podium at the end of NLS6. Just missed out on it, as did his teammates Phil Ellis, Marcel Markovits and Patrick Assenheimer. Yes.
Pro Sport Aston Martin, Breuer, number 17, that splash and dash. Yeah?
Yes.
It hasn't completed a lap. It's gone into the paddock. So
let's get some reaction.
Yeah.
Kuba Gamaziak along with Christian Krognes. Here are the winning drivers with Ollie.
I have to say I enjoyed it a lot, and I mean, I knew that we have the right man in the right time in the right car, so if you have Chris as a partner, you don't need to worry. And I was just relaxed in the lounge. I knew that we have the pace, you know, we Yokohama did an amazing job and gave us an extremely good tire, especially for hot conditions. So it was just a pleasure.
Congratulations. Christian, how did it feel in the car?
Well, pretty amazing. It was always amazing to drive here in the night. Something special. And yeah, we just had the complete package today. Kuba did a great job in the start to bring us up to P1 from P last actually in our group. And it was just to push on, and we pushed as much as we could. And in the end, very happy to stand here in P1.
Not that much time for celebrating. We have another race tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly. So more chances for champagne. So we'll have to get.
Also, die beiden sind überglücklich, freuen sich.
Well, Valkenhorst definitely coming back tomorrow. Big question marks over the two Porsches that have finished second and third today. Are they game for another 6 hours? But well done to Christian Krognes. Big grin on his face. And Kubica Maziak, I think, has or can be forgiven by the team now, because that was a mighty couple of stints from the Polish driver.
Well, a little bit of a mutual appreciation society, as it should be quite rightly between those two drivers there. They just won it. But Kubica Maziak, the first thing he said was, he said, I knew we had the right man in the car, I could just relax in the lounge. Yeah, great comment. And then with Chris, and then Christian Krognes just said, yeah, Kubi said, great opening stint, he said, from P last to P1.
Yeah.
just that's it in a nutshell. Yeah, absolutely brilliant. He's after our job, isn't he? Less words said, even better. Message conveyed.
Well, there was a lot of cars in that starting group one, and I suppose you can't say, I want to be leading by the end of the first lap. You just got to pick them off one by one and see where you are. But clearly, Valkenhorst were confident that they had a quick car beneath them, and it was just a question of not trying to win it in that first 30 minutes. Christian Krognes able to post a race time that was something like 17 seconds faster than the pole position time. So there we go. NLS6 is done, the 63rd edition of the ADAC ACAS Cup. But if you enjoyed that 6-hour race, we've got another one tomorrow. And
what do you mean if you enjoyed it? How could you not enjoy that? What was there not to enjoy? A, from the racing, and B, us talking about it. Come on, man.
I'm more making the point that it's rinse and repeat, if you like. We're doing the whole thing again tomorrow, but at a different time of the day. So not racing into the night. Klaus Bachler will obviously be speaking German because he's Austrian. Going back to my comment earlier on of this is phenomenal German from a Dutchman. Obviously he'd be talking.
Well, no, your actual
German.
line was, I know his German will be good as he's a Dutchman. It's just like, yeah okay.
Yeah,
that makes perfect sense.
Now, I do know that David Pittard also speaks exemplary German. His wife is German.
Girlfriend.
But what language will Ollie be talking to David Pittard in? I, from a personal perspective, would sincerely like it to be English, but we will wait and see on that, as Klaus Bachler.
No, but in fairness, Pittard's second language is English.
After
I'm not saying anymore.
Unmentionable.
I'm not saying anymore.
I see. Yeah. 39 laps completed, by the way, for the race-winning BMW. 51.5 seconds.
It still makes me think when you say that, because no matter how much you commentate on this circuit and you know how long it is and what the lap time is, we've just commentated on a 6-hour race and you go 39 laps completed. What do you mean 13? Oh yes, of course, it's a 25-kilometre lap, isn't it?
Yeah.
Snowy
still gets astounded by the length of this. Now hang on. What language is this going to be in?
German.
Yeah, it is, I think. Yes. Well, he's very happy. Perhaps not as happy as he would have been to be one position higher, but in the closing stages, I genuinely don't think that Porsche had the legs on the BMW. It was able to match the pace often, but didn't have enough to close in the required amount of time, and more often than not was actually losing time. But I think that was down to code 60s and the odd yellow flag here and there that just wasn't falling for it. Colin Carasani, as mentioned, got ahead of Duo Motorsports Aston Martin. So the top 5 are all SP9 Pro cars. Pro-Am was superb towards the end. It's just a real shame that Pro Sport Racing seemed to encounter some difficulties. I think they should still be classified in second. Well, it depends, because that car did it finish a full lap ahead of the Jackson Evans Porsche? In fact, it didn't. And yes, the point being made about Christoph Breuer's car ducking into the paddock on the outlap for Christoph Breuer is a moot one. So it remains to be seen whether the 17 car will be classified in second. That may well promote the Jackson Evans Huber Motorsport 25 car that he shares with, I think it's two other drivers, Joachim Tyson and Hans Wehrmann. Will they obviously have finished on the podium in third, but will they actually bag second because of that? Congratulations to the 100 crew in Cup 2. It always is a big effort to win the Cup 2 division with so many cars entered into it. Today there were 13 Carrera Cup cars, and it is Max Cruiser Racing, Nico Otto and Benjamin Leuchter who take victory there from the 121 car of Moritz Krantz, Michele Di Martino, Tobias Muller and Christopher Brook, and the 102 finishing third, Ben Boonagel, Noah Nagelsdijk and Hendrik von Danwitz. Cup 3, the win went to the 959 combination of drivers. 959 in Cup 3 had Heiko Eichenberg, Patrick Gruter and Fabio Grosser. They took pole position, and effectively that was a lights to flag victory for car 959, winning from the 952. So that is NLS6 done and dusted. Our thanks to Ollie in the pit lane, has been working hard throughout. Also to Peter Snowden. You'll get plenty more of him tomorrow, by the way, as well. Us, yes, as a team. We're on air at 11:15 local for a midday start for NLS7, our second 6-hour race of the weekend. So thanks again to Ollie, to Peter Snowden, to Rob, who's been producing all afternoon and evening. From me, Johnny Palmer, we hope you sleep well, and make sure you're up bright and early for tomorrow. Bye-bye for now.